Of Paragon, I will say it is most blessed of the Emperor's domains within that subsector, and is holy to the Saint Honoria Dul, a third-grade sister of Ephesus, cruelly martyred there some 4,000 years past at the height of the age of apostasy, and whose late Chereptidian revival basilica will enchant those who enjoy architectural beauty with their worship. However, one may regard it a fine point for the wayfarer to recoup and rest upon pilgrimage. I say to weaker souls, be wary, lest resolve in the matter of one's holy journey is sapped, for all things are possible on the sixth moon of the sixth world of that system. Better the drear stone prairies of Uzan for those intent upon contemplation. Temptation stalks the halls of Paragon. Frater Zonicus Tafar's famous pilgrimage guide, volume 23, Corward on the Road of the Ephesian Saints. Chapter 11. Aronis City, the sixth moon of Paragon Vi 2,043,395, M41. Bannock's father's study was warm and comfortable, yet Bannock felt anything but the fear in his guts as icy as the long winter outside, fear that his uncle would refuse his request. Vardaman Anselm Low Bannock's smile became fixed and the conversation stalled. He leaned back a little, firelight catching on the medals upon his chest, glinting off the brass of his artificial eye. For a second, the noise of the ball outside the study intruded between nephew and uncle, shattering the atmosphere of comradeship they had shared until a moment ago. "Ah, boy," he said eventually. "Boy, you have grown so much." His eye lingered on the scar across Bannock's cheek, and his face was curious with unasked questions. "You already said that, uncle. Forgive me, but you're avoiding my question." Coloron Bannock was nervous. He could not spoil his chance, he needed his uncle's influence to lift the exemption. He was tired and twitchy, guilt as heavy on him as his need to escape. Captain Bannock snorted and sank further into the armchair, his head disappearing within its wings. If he noticed the younger Bannock's discomfort, he gave no indication. Coloron had to lean forwards to keep his uncle's gaze. He looked far older than Coloron's father. Vardaman maintained he'd been fighting for over 20 years, although but 9 had gone on Paragon, a consequence of shifting through the warp. Transmission back and forth from that otherworldly ocean into real space was not readily controlled, and time could flow strangely for those who pierced the veil between. Bannock supposed it was possible that, right now, his uncle was both here and elsewhere in the galaxy, waging war for the Emperor. He tried not to think of it, unsure if such thoughts were heretical or not. "I ask you again, please consider my request." Vardaman sighed. "You are set upon this course of action, then? Been dreaming of throwing your life away on some distant armpit of a world for the greater glory of the Emperor since you were a boy, no doubt. Well, my advice to you is, don't." He swirled his glass round in his hand, the vintage gliese within sliding thickly up its sides. He raised it sharply and downed it all, a small fortune's worth of liquor, then immediately leaned forwards for the decanter and poured himself some more. Outside, the shrill, false laughter of some courtly fool eager to please rose above the hubbub. "Uncle, such talk." Vardaman held up a brusque hand in interruption. "Don't give me all that, you're being heretical, nonsense, boy. I'm in my brother's damn study, in my family home, and I can say what I damn well please." He fell quiet. When he spoke again he was quieter, and did not look his nephew in the eye. He stared at the flames in the grate of the room, as if addressing them. "I am not saying that the Emperor does not need soldiers, by the throne he does, but he does not necessarily need you. The Imperium is beset on all sides by things I won't even begin to describe to you. I'm proud of what I've done, but I would not wish for you to do the same. You have done well from your service. This," he gestured to his shining dress carapace breastplate and the medals upon it. "Or this," he pointed to the cumbersome augmetic attached to his head. "Money, medals, the hope of some land grant on some freshly conquered backwater." Vardaman glared at him accusingly. "I could have had all that and more if I'd just stayed at home. Of the auditor of Clan Bannock for terror's sake, I could have stayed here and lived the high life. Instead I ran off pursuing idiot dreams of glory." He looked at his nephew. There was a cloudiness to his remaining eye. The gliese was making him drunk. "Little, dear, Col. I'd not have you think me an old fool nostalgic for home, but believe me, the galaxy doesn't get much better than Paragon, and most of it is a lot worse. I wouldn't wish my life on my enemy, let alone my nephew." "How can you say that? They sent you home to recruit a new regiment. You're a hero." "No," his uncle said sadly. "A hero is a dead man. And there are plenty of them in the Paragonian 62nd. Why, practically the whole damned bunch of them are heroes now. He laughed bitterly. Don't make my mistake. Don't throw away your clan-bought immunity from the draft just because of some fool romantic ideal. Stay here, work the foundry ledges for your father, then one day, succeed him and prosper. Serve the Emperor that way, as legitimate a way as battle, ha. Ha. He leaned forwards, glees thick on his breath, the lens of his artificial eye glimmering red. Bannock did not answer. His uncle shook his head. Better that than death. Or worse. And believe me, there is worse out there, much worse. He shook his head, as if to clear it, and drank deeply of his glees. No, no, I will not help you renounce your exemption. But uncle. Vardaman closed his eyes and pinched at the bridge of his nose, rubbing round his augmetic. He had become fat and jowly, well-fed, but there was something gaunt about him, as if his skull showed through his skin, grinning in horror at what Captain Bannock had seen, and his face was ruined where the augmetic's metal met the skin. What would your father say? What of the alliance with Clan Turanigan? Have you thought of that? The two of them sat, the warmth of the fire failing to keep the chill of winter entirely out of the room. Vardaman shuddered, whether from the cold or the memory of battle the younger Bannock could not tell. Uncle, he began hesitantly. He gulped at his own glees, it put fire in his belly. He needed it, and his voice firm. You are right, I want to serve, and I admire you for what you have done. Vardaman rolled his eye in exasperation. Have you not been listening to me, boy? Bannock pressed on. But uncle, it's not just that, it's, his words caught in his throat. What? There's been trouble, he admitted. His uncle would not know of it, not yet. Bannock's father had made sure few had. His uncle's eyes narrowed, the iris of his brass eye whirring, his gaze once more falling on Bannock's scar. What kind of trouble? The conduct of officers, when invited to high table in mixed regimental company, will include the following. The wearing of formal dress, including, but not restricted to, the bearing of dress regulation arms at all times. The correct use of title, rank and privilege when addressing fellow officers. Imperial Standard High Table Manners, see Appendix 46, Hair length, facial decoration, tattoos, marking, jewelry, fetishes, religious insignia and other affectations will be allowed only to those permitted by individual regimental edict. Standard Low Gothic or High Gothic only to be employed at all times. Excessive intoxication will not be tolerated, on pain of court-martial. Standards of prior ablutions to accord with, or exceed, Washroom Discipline 6. Elimination of waste to be taken strictly in designated areas. Excerpt from the Officer's Standard Primer, Book 4, Manners and Conduct. Chapter 12. KALIDARIV, BATTLEGROUP Command Leviathan. Macquarie's Tablelands 3,328,397, M41. Being invited to a banquet aboard the Command Leviathan Magnificence was a great honor, but Bannock, who'd been born to such affairs, was impatient for its conclusion. His shining breastplate, the exact same kind as his uncle had worn all those months ago, weighed heavily on his front, his white gloves formed a lump where they were tucked into his sash, and he wished he could undo the top button of his high-necked vermilion dress tunic. The great room of magnificence was cool and ventilated with purified air, not a speck of Caledarian dust marring its precious wood paneling or the crystal tableware of the long table. Despite being stuffed into his dress attire, the room was the most comfortable one Bannock had been in since his arrival on the planet. Still, the room was stifling in its own way. Bannock would have preferred to have been in his vest in the stuffy bowels of the Baneblade. Before they'd come, Courtine had remarked that you could never tell which way the cards would fall in the guard. I've seen men executed for leaving their station the way you did, he'd said as they'd struggled into their dress uniforms in their tent. And I've seen men lauded for far less. In a way, we're lucky. Bannock was clever enough not to remark that Courtine had let him go. He was being tested by his clansmen. The honored lieutenant's acquiescence to his request had been one such test, he realized that now. He supposed that he had passed it. The destruction of the orcs had given command the morale boost it sought, the return of the men Bannock had rescued even more so. 2 weeks more of fighting, and the orcs had been pushed back from the outlying mineheads of Hive Modulus, drawing the force on the Kostoval flats out, finally ending the siege at the Urtis complex. The orcs had fragmented somewhat, their heavy Walker unit broken up, and since then 2 more of the large war machines had been brought down, although there had been no further sign of the Gargant. Cause enough to celebrate, it seemed, and Bannock had been ordered to attend the banquet. His medal had been taken from him, polished, and before the feast commenced, formally represented by Captain General Iskandrian of Atraxia himself, along with a fine sword. Bannock's new sword sat uncomfortably at his side, tangling with the legs of his chair every time he was obliged to stand and greet a superior officer, and there were a great many of them. The top brass of every regiment on Kaladar was present in the banqueting hall, the pompous titles of each shouted out by the battle group's most senior sergeant as they entered the room: 3 Atraxian colonels, their marshal, 5 Paragonian colonels, Paragonian General Ban Lokism Verkrigan, the 2 commissar colonels of the Savla regiments, 3 other high-ranking politicals, navy liaisons in flounced silk shirt-sleeves and bright blue tunics, 2 tech priests who sat there not eating a thing, sipping tall canisters of nutrient substitute, Mastron the Astropath Prime, his aide, the aides Cummunculus, Malden and Logan, the army's 2 Primaris Psychers, a spindly, frog-fingered navigator in a power assist harness and an unpronounceable string of names, the High Chaplain Mokhtan in his ecclesiastical splendor, on, and of course, at the head of the table, Captain General Iskandrian of Atraxia, commander of the Imperial Guard on Kaladar. 50 men, all told. The surroundings were of shameful luxury. Bannock found it hard to credit that they were in the heart of a mobile command fortress, a deadly storm raging outside. Other than that, he thought, it was just like a clan banquet back home, with all present jockeying for position, the room thick with intrigue. He looked at the faces, all colors, all types, eyes of every shade, bodies of all shapes. Tall, short, squat, slender, augmented, purestrain, modified. Man was infinitely variable, though his nature was not. He was thankful, at least, that the presentation was over. Iskandrian delivered a speech at table, praising late Imperial efforts in driving the Orcs back, and the Imperial Guard's presence here in what was deep enemy territory. 3 weeks, gentlemen, he had said, and Hive Meridan will be back in Imperial hands, and the Orc nearly gone from Kaladar. His words drew a well-measured amount of applause. Down the table from where Bannock sat, Courtine held himself still. Eyes keen to court intrigue, Bannock could tell that Courtine did not believe a word of what was said. He himself was too cynical to take the speech at face value, but not sufficiently arrogant to think he knew enough about the war to form his own opinion. He resolved to ask Courtine about his opinion later. Then came the dinner. Bannock had not seen so much food for 2 years. Courses came and went, accompanied by a variety of wines, liqueurs, liquors and other fluid intoxicants that boggled the mind. Even in the heart of Helwat City on Paragon he'd not seen such variety. As the exotic beverages flowed, so did the conversation, all of it fascinating. Bannock made sure to restrict his own stimulant intake. He instead dined on the talk of others, dipped in and out of conversations around the table automatically, another aspect of his privileged upbringing he despised, another trait he'd never divested himself of. At least here, unlike on the battlefield, he did not feel so naive. The Savla require a firm hand. One of the commissars spoke. He too, Bannock noted, had barely touched a drop of drink. That is why all their high-ranking officers are drawn from the Schola Progenium. Such as yourself and Demartes there, said a navy man, the medals and pips cluttering his shoulders, describing his rank as that of Commodore. He had an insouciant manner that patently irritated the commissar. Indeed, said the commissar. He struggled to crack the casing on his food, a sand-dwelling crustacean native to Kaladar. He failed and waved it impatiently away. Oh, the discipline on the ships of the Navy is well regarded by we of the Commissariat, Commodore Spadusky, but the Savla require something more exacting, shall we say. Their world is one of sinners, sir, a penal outpost bedeviled by gang warfare and profanity. What little productivity is wrested from it is done so at the point of a gun. The crime of rape is so prevalent there that it is said that only 1 in 4 of every Savla born on the world knows his father. The world is perpetually shrouded in a toxic miasma, it is a poisonous broil, sir. And it is only right. For the judgment of the Emperor requires that they who have transgressed be punished. They are thieves, murderers, profaners, heretics, liars and scum, the worst the Imperium has to offer, and Savla is a fit place for them to suffer their penitence. Yet with the Emperor's guidance we can turn the most unpromising instrument into a potent weapon. I wonder, said the Navy man, taking a long pull at an ornate goblet of rare Zalasian wine. How many generations of suffering are required to expunge the guilt of an ancestor? I rather thought it was the threat of returning to Savla that encouraged him to fight. However, I am pleased to hear they are so motivated by love for our beneficent emperor. This is an under-resourced war, sir, countered the commissar. The Savla fight well when correctly motivated. That is all that matters. I find faith like that reassuring, said another, a broad-shouldered giant. When the man had walked in, Bannock had initially taken him to be some kind of priest from a mendicant order, for his appearance was modest and his manner that of an aesthete, and Bannock thought his enormous size another product of man's endless variety. It had not been until the man had been announced by the sergeant as the brother Arnegus, Lord Steward to Castellan Themi of the Black Templars, that Bannock realized that the priest was actually one of the enhanced Adeptus Astartes, whose presence on the far side of Caladar was the source of much rumor among the ranks. His cheeks were sharp, his face long and stern and bored, but his eyes were bright, as if he found the whole affair on the Leviathan somewhat amusing. These eyes constantly scanned the room, as if searching for threats, and from time to time he would fix one or another of the men around the table with a piercing, assessing stare. All were targets of his judgment, high and lower ranks alike, and none could hold his gaze. The psychers at the table, especially, seemed to draw his attention. Bannock watched him from the corner of his eye, not wishing to be subject to his scrutiny. Arnegus ate a great deal, methodically munching his way through 4 portions of food, but said little. Now, however, he had roused himself to interject. It is, of course, the larger part of our lives in the chapter, Emperor be praised, but it fills me with great joy that lesser men than the glorious Adeptus Astartes are still true in appropriate veneration of our blessed Lord. One sees so little of it sometimes, and the work of the pure increases enormously as heresy multiplies. Praise be to that! Shouted the ecclesiash down the table. He held high his goblet. The Lord Steward inclined his head in acknowledgement. It is a burden the Black Templars gladly bear. And you, Lieutenant? Said an adjutant Bannock did not know. I understand Paragon is a jewel of a world. Some have it that the people there are soft, yet you men fight well, no need to toughen you up. Caladar seems to be doing an admirable job there. He attempted a laugh. No one joined him. The conditions here are no suitable topic for levity, grumbled a sour-looking captain 3 seats up, and the adjutant colored. I have a score of men dead a day from the dust lung alone. We fight well, said Bannock, but I hold the Savla in great respect. Throne knows what they faced in order to plant that bomb, but they did, and detonated it to the minute. Commodore Spadusky nodded as he cracked his sandmite open and swallowed down its meager flesh. He made a face. Bannock had eaten his with a blank face. It tasted vile, but he had better manners, or perhaps more sense, than the spacefarer. A fair point. Our commissar colleague has a point, I will concede. This is an under-resourced war. Other conquests are drawing resources away from every conflict in this segmentum and half the segmentum Pacificus. There's a force out in the western reaches now, said Spadusky, waging war on places that have never seen the light of the Emperor. 100 worlds they've conquered, but at what cost? 2/3 of the Pacificus fleet is with them, hundreds of regiments, 5 chapters of the Adeptus Astartes, and every money-grabbing member of the rogue trader houses that can scrape together a following trailing in their wake. A mighty army, said the commissar, bringing light to the dark. Aye, said Spadusky, but how many worlds like this do we stand to lose to pay for their illumination? He gestured down the table with the cartilaginous shell of the sandmite. Look at Iskandrian there, hollow-eyed from all his work. He's a good commander from all I hear, but this is a hard war, and he is too dogmatic. They are not normal orcs, these blood axes, they withdraw and plot as surely as any human foe. Sir, he works to the holy words of the Tactica. With all due respect, Commissar Van Bast, the Tactica is vast, no one can read it all, and then it is merely the beginning of the lessons we warriors of the Emperor must learn. The primary lessons on the greenskin menace within are elementary. The Tactica fails to reveal early enough the full complexity of orc behavior and clan division, said Spadusky. Lack of true study of our blessed texts is an error I find among my fellow officers all too often. The embarrassed adjutant nodded enthusiastically and attempted to interject. Spadusky turned away, pointedly ignoring him. Bannock was careful to appear engaged yet distant. Spadusky's criticism of the Captain General was dangerous, but this near heretical assertion about the Holy Tactica, from which most imperial wisdom was derived, was almost too much. The commissar's expression grew grim. Bannock wasn't sure how the commissariat worked within the Navy, but he'd never dare speak so openly in front of a political officer of any kind like that. Spadusky, however, was either too brave, too indifferent, too drunk or too stupid to care. Bannock doubted it was the last. We're all at risk down here, he went on. No vox comms up or down. Iskandrian should be aboard my ship, Terra's lambent glory, safely directing the troops, but the damned magnetosphere forces him down here into this landship, he said dismissively. Undermanned, and a target. Not that it's much better up there. We lost 4 cruisers last month alone to Orc strikes, a very bad score. They're hiding out in the belts, attacking when we least expect it. Then be more vigilant, said the Commissar. Spadusky leaned forwards. Listen to me, we know this breed of greenskin. I've fought them before, out Valhalla way 50 years and more ago. They can take you by surprise, these blood axes, but even I've not seen this. There's something strange going on here. We can't see the orcs, but as sure as the Emperor sits upon the golden throne, they can see us. That we keep fighting them on the ground as if they'll happily throw themselves at our guns like other orcs is extremely unhelpful. The astropaths on board talk of a presence in the warp, something new. That may be so, said the Commissar. But the Emperor will bring us victory. Will he now? Said the Navy man. Or is it our own efforts, and our own discernment, good or bad as that may be, that will see us fall or succeed? Be careful of your tone, sir, said the Commissar, his face hardening further. His palm slapped lightly upon the table. Spadusky held up his hands. I merely warn against complacency. Faith is, as ever, the thickest of armors, and I wear mine like a second skin. Were it not for the guiding light of our glorious Lord, my ship would travel nowhere, and that is the least of all he does for us. Now, if you would excuse me, I am due to report in. As Spadusky stood, a Primaris Psyker who had been talking a few feet away moved down the table and leaned into their conversation, grabbing onto Spadusky's arm and preventing his exit. His eyes were piercing, sparkling with an energy far beyond that which is visible in the face of normal men. His costume was elaborate, implants plugged into his skull and trailing out from his hair. He exuded a palpable aura of might, yet his face was waxy and pale, his remarkable eyes sunk deep into shadowed flesh, an effect multiplied by the high psi collar he wore. He is a strong man made sick by the witchlight within him, thought Bannock, and recalled his name as Malden, but he smiled brightly as friendly men do. The Commissar face stiffened at the approach of the powerful witch. For all that they were sanctioned, and bore the same gifts as the Emperor himself, albeit to far meaner proportions, Psykers did not share his will or his purity. The Space Marine, too, watched him with undisguised suspicion. The Psyker paid neither of them any heed. Gentlemen, all this talk of travails. Shall we not change the matter to a lighter subject? Alas, the machines of the Adeptus Mechanicus may struggle with the conditions here on Caladar, but I assure you that, with the Emperor's aid, we of the Scholastica Psychana can fill the gap. I will gladly announce to you all at this very moment that 44 of my colleagues, with full staff and a supplementary astropathic demi-choir, are en route to Caladar as we speak. Is this not so? Indeed it is, agreed the astropath from his seat down the table, empty eye sockets dark within the green of his robe. There, said the Psyker, where the might of the Martian omnitia is stymied, then the will and farsight of the Emperor will prevail. With additional minds to sing the praises of the Emperor, we will be able to cast a full psychic net around Caladar and bring to an end the communications troubles that have so bedeviled us, to root out this strange aberration allied to the Orc. Gentlemen, he shouted out, as conversation quieted down the length of the table. Bannock caught Cortine's eye, sat 12 seats away. He shrugged, almost imperceptibly.
To victory, shouted the Psyker.
A mumbled cry of "Hear, hear," replied. The hubbub resumed. The Psyker did not sit. Have so bedeviled us, to root out this strange aberration allied to the Orc. Gentlemen, Malden repeated, his arm jerking upwards. To victory. Veins stood out on his head, cords on his neck. His face flushed red as if with great effort. What are you playing at? Hissed Spadusky. He removed the man's hand from his arm and backed away. To Vict. The Psyker shook as if palsied, his wine slopping over the sides of his goblet. His hand clenched, the glass shattered, piercing his flesh. Blood and wine spattered the tableware. His eyes rolled in his head, terrified. R. To Vic CC Tor R. Malden shook so hard his features blurred, his voice becoming a hideous burr. Sparks of green crackled from his fingers and breastplate. There was a bang, and the thick collar he wore exploded, showering the diners with broken crystal. The astropath cried out, muscles straining, unable to move. The other sanctioned Psyker in the room screamed, blood streaming from his eyes and nose, and he collapsed into his food. Slowly, Malden rose into the air, a storm of green sparks blazing around him as he was lifted above the table, forced upwards by a cascade of eldritch energy. Chairs scraped as men recoiled, pistols and swords were drawn, bringing leaps of warp-born power to earth through them. Cursing, their owners dropped them. Malden hung in the center of the room's high-arched ceiling, drifting in a circle. His face blazed with green energy, blackened jelly running down his cheeks where his eyes had been cooked in their sockets. There was a crack of breaking bone, and the psyker's jaw sagged wide. Mandible jerking in a parody of normal speech, the storm-racked man spoke. Her, he said in a voice not his own, a voice guttural and inhuman. I see you all. There is no escape. This world belongs to the green. You are all dead, all of you. The psyker's hand jerked up, fingers out in a claw, pointing at the occupants of the room. And I am coming for you. Single quote. Malden began a hideous gurgle, his broken jaw flapping on his chest, tongue out long and twitching. Green fire shot from his throat as his body convulsed fit to snap his spine. His head exploded, showering the room with fragments of skull and brain. The green light cut off. Fountaining blood, the corpse of the Primaris psyker crashed into the table, scattering the feast everywhere. Klaxons blared. A blast shook the command vehicle, sending the offices sprawling. A chandelier hit the floor, smoke poured into the room from a vent, then shut off. Green emergency lighting gave the room a ghostly air. The sounds of small explosions came and went. Shouting and feet ringing on metal floors went past the great room's doors. Attention, attention, a Vox-born voice called. All hands to battle stations, all hands to battle stations, we are under attack. Repeat, we are under attack. Bannock ran after Spadusky through the Leviathan, rebreather case clunking on the back of his breastplate and bruising his hip. All officers in the mess had been ordered back to their posts, scattering to whatever route would take them there quickest. Many of them had made straight for the command deck of the massive vehicle, to direct their troops. Courtine had gone with them. The half-dozen or so other officers junior enough to be leading their troops in the field had scattered to various sally ports and access hatches. No one seemed to know where exactly the orcs were on board. It was suggested that if they split up, at least some of them would get out. Spadusky was making for the comms suite, to see if he could get in touch with his ship. Bannock opted to follow him and find his own exit. With a clatter of feet, Spadusky and Bannock ran smack into a squad of Atraxian Guard Paramount, the High Command's elite unit. Weapons were whipped up on both sides, and slowly lowered. Sirs, said the squad sergeant, his face hidden by his carapace mask. The crack of lasgun fire echoed distantly, roars and the clatter of orcish handguns replying. The orcs, do you know where they are? Muttered Spadusky. There are a large group of them pouring in through door 14. Spadusky raised an eyebrow. Towards the rear, sir, maybe 30 or more. But reports have individuals roaming the entire ship. They've destroyed our comms array, and done something to the internal surveillance. The sergeant's melodious Atraxian accent was at odds with his faceless armor. There was the sound of an explosion. The Leviathan rocked. And now they're blasting this place apart from the inside, growled the Navy man. This could go badly. A boarding action is no good thing with these creatures. A crackle of vox from the squad. The sergeant spoke into it. We're whittling him down, sir. Our comrades in the Guard Paramount are taking care of the main group. We're on our way to the command deck just in case any get through there and try to assassinate High Command. He paused for a moment, listening to vox chatter. You, he said to 6 of his troops. Continue on up to the command deck and reinforce the squad on the doors. He spoke into his vox rapidly, requesting permission to escort Bannock and Spadusky. We're to get these officers to their men, he said presently. Millite and Tesk, you come with me. Gentlemen, what are your orders? I've been ordered back to my vehicle, said Bannock. I have to try and make contact with the fleet, said Spadusky. Is the main vox array still down? Yes, Commander, replied the Atraxian. The orcs targeted that first. All our communications capabilities are severely compromised. In that case I have to make it to the astropathic choir. I just hope they can send a message out with their leader in a coma. The sergeant said, the comms room is this way, on the way to the choir. We'll visit both. He pointed to Bannock. Millite will take you to the nearest sally. After that, you are on your own. The primary duty of the Guard Paramount is to protect command. I understand. Good. Move out, said the Atraxian. Half his squad made their way cautiously up the corridor, towards the command deck. I wish you well, said Spadusky. "And are you too?" said Bannock, and he and his escort made off down the way. They jogged cautiously, pausing at every junction while the trooper checked the passages. Bannock stood behind him, sword hilt and laspistol held in palms that had suddenly gone sweaty. The distant sounds of fighting reached their ears every so often, but Bannock was amazed how quiet the giant vehicle was. Its carrier decks were empty, the troops it could carry billeted outside. All the action was going on elsewhere, he supposed, up on the elevated command deck at the top of the fore tower, in the 6 turrets down the flanks, round the breached accessway where the orcs had broken in, anywhere but here. Millite slowed to a halt, listening to a message. "Sorry, sir," he said shortly. "Road out to the second sally port is blocked. 3 orcs putting up a fight, they'll lock it down, but they don't know how long." He tapped on his wrist-mounted auger, brought up plans, looked up. "We'll go this way. It means backtracking a little," said Millite. "But there's an external hatch nearby." The trooper led Bannock to one of the wide ways that led down either side of the vehicle, which were repeated on every one of the command center's main 4 decks, giving access to the tank bays and troop compartments on the lower 2, the various command sections on the upper. The far end of the corridor lit sporadically with the flash of weapons discharge. There was a defiant, alien bellow, shouting, then silence. The trooper held up a hand until the noise dissipated, then led Bannock across the corridor and into a side spur terminating at the inner hull of the command vehicle. A keypad sat alongside a window-sized doorway a meter off the floor bearing a large 3. "Maintenance, I'm afraid, sir, it'll be a squeeze." "I'm a tanker, I've got into smaller spaces," said Bannock. He undid his sword while the trooper keyed in the code. "I've turned on the maintenance ladder, it should be out of the hull when you get there. It'll deactivate automatically in a minute, and you'll have to drop the last 6 meters or so in any case. The outer door will open at your biosign, but only once. After that, you are stuck, sir. Inside or out," he warned. "Auto defenses activate 20 seconds after. You won't have long to get out." "Thank you." Bannock passed his weapon to the trooper and climbed into the service tunnel. The trooper pushed the sword into the tunnel after him and sealed him in, trapping him in the space between inner and outer hulls. Bannock muttered a quick prayer. He crawled off, banging his knuckles on the mesh floor where he gripped his sword. He'd have abandoned the weapon, but he was probably going to need it. The service ducts were silent, the vehicle's innermost parts impervious to the sounds of the battle inside and the storm outside. Bannock crossed another tunnel that cut through his own at right angles, curving off into the darkness. Conduits and subsystems surrounded him, many bearing the seals and parchments left by free-roaming Adeptus Mechanicus repair vermin. He hoped he didn't encounter any. Light was restricted to the twinkling of small system status indicators and widely spaced lumen cubes set into the floor. He made the outermost skin of the Leviathan in a few minutes. Once there, he struggled his rebreather and goggles on and keyed the hatch's single button. A broad sweep scan laser swept up and down him, tasting his biology. A trill indicated the machine spirit within was satisfied. The hatch cracked with a hiss, and the fury of Kaladar came shrieking in, hot wind and razor dust blasting Bannock. The hatch stopped wide with a clunk, opening out onto a scene of eerie blankness. The dust storm filled the night, the Imperial camp's lights diffracted into fuzzy globes, muffling the outside in a uniform dimness within which darker shapes lurked, the great mesas that gave Macary's Tablelands its name. There were 24 gradings of dust storm on Kaladar. Bannock reckoned this to be somewhere round the 15 mark. Blown up like this, the fine dust could cause dust lung after a few breaths. When it settled, it ran like water, pooling in hollows in the ground, creating new deposits of deadly quickdust. Flows of heavier sand ran above the ground 30 meters below, completely obscuring it, whipped along the surface by the wind, the kind of fanged wind that cut. From within this maelstrom, he could make out the sounds of fighting. Holy Lord protect me, thought Bannock. He realized he was afraid, and that relieved him, for if he was numb to the battle he was dead. He double-checked the seals on his respirator. He dropped his sword over the edge. It bounced once off the sloping fortress wall, and disappeared into the storm. He swung his legs out into the teeth of the storm, turned round and hung precariously from the hatchway by his hands. He was between 2 of the Leviathan's side bastions, just below their turrets. These whined from side to side, unable to find a target. For a couple of moments his feet banged ineffectually into the heavily decorated side of the Leviathan, and he began to sweat. If the hatch shut, he'd lose his fingers, and then his fear intensified, empowering him. His foot found one of the hemispherical holes that made up the surface ladder, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Quickly he descended, mindful of the time left to him before the hatch and ladder disengaged. He made it to where the ladder gave out, 6 meters off the ground. Turning, he pushed himself away from the side of the immense vehicle and fell through the air, coat fluttering behind him. He passed into the stream of heavier sand, and landed. "Thank the Emperor for low G," he said. He stood and pulled out his las pistol. He found his sword quickly. Already it was covering over with heavy grains of sand. He belted it back on and he pulled it free of the scabbard. Down here, right in the gullet of Kaladar's latest tantrum, he could hardly see. Sand patted off his goggles like stubber fire, his ears filled with the stuff. The night, normally frigid, was stifling, the storm's thick air acting as a blanket, trapping the heat of the day. Vision limited by goggles and sand, hearing muffled, Bannock retreated into a world delineated by the circumscribed glow of the camp lamps. His breathing and heart competed with the roar of the wind. Any minute, he expected an orc to loom out of the night and snap his neck with its brutal hands. More than once he spun round, panic barely below the surface, sure he was about to be attacked. All he saw were shapes in the night, flashes in the gloom, muffled explosions and the crack of lasfire, amplified by superheated dust exploding in its beams. Only once did he pass by a firefight close enough to see. A squad of guard had formed up in the heart of their platoon camp, loosing volleys of lasfire that crackled through the air, felling orcs charging them. Others outflanked their small bastion, and melee ensued. Bannock debated joining them, but pressed on, thoughts on his orders, the Baneblade and his comrades. He came across an orc alone, crouched over something by the tracks of a lemon russ. He crept up behind it. It was busy for a second, then away into the night without noticing him. He waited a few heartbeats and went to where the orc had been crouched. Explosives, it had been planting explosives. He checked the device quickly, 6 sticks of pliable explosive matter. As far as he could tell, 2 blinking green lights and a mechanical clock checking down the seconds on top formed the detonator. Gritting his teeth, he aimed his pistol and put a last shot through the clock face. The bomb fizzed. He pulled the device free and tossed it as far as he could from the tank. The storm would bury it, they'd have to dig it out and destroy it, but better that than lose a tank. He recognized where he was then, the edge of the vehicle park, armored fighting vehicles in precise ranks filling the canyon floor, their blocky shapes hazy in the night. Trails of orc footprints, already filling with sand, curved lazy S-shapes from tank to tank. Emperor knew how many bombs the orcs had planted while the guard's attention was fixed on the Leviathan. Bannock pressed the stud at the side of his respirator. Vox static hissed in his ears angrily, Kaladar's snake warning. "This is Lieutenant Coloron Artem Low Bannock. Command, come in." He waited for a reply. Nothing came. "Is anyone there? The attack on the Leviathan is a feint. They're booby-trapping the tanks. Repeat, orcs are attaching explosives to our tanks." No reply. Bannock swore. He searched up and down the bands for a working channel, nothing but the rush of interference and unintelligible chatter. He was about to try again when chatter of a different kind cut across his attention. Heavy bolter fire, coming from the center of the massed ranks. The place where the super heavies rested. He ran through the whirling dust, towards Mars Triumphant. Stooped silhouettes loomed up and then away, orcs, guns out, firing. The bolter fire grew louder, the distinctive double report as the guns spat out the round and the accelerant activated, pushing the bolt past the speed of sound. Bannock threw himself forwards, a line of bolts streaking overhead. He rolled in time to see an orc bearing down on him from the storm. Huge and warty, green skin rendered brown by the dust, it leered evilly and raised a huge pistol. The young lieutenant prepared to die. The trigger pulled. A click. The orc looked at its gun and threw it aside. Kaladar spared neither side's weapons, it seemed. It was all the time Bannock needed to aim a sideways swipe at its leg, cutting deep into its calf beneath the back of the knee, splashing Bannock with dark blood. The orc roared, made to grab him, but Bannock was past it quickly, leaving it limping and shouting behind him in the storm. He was in the marshalling ground, the broad space at the middle of the camp's vehicle park, a temporary square delineated by the tanks around it. Ahead, in its center, sat the super heavies. All 3 were part active, heavy bolters blazing as turrets tracked this way and that. Bolter shells spanged off them as they caught each other in the crossfire, the crews trusting to their armor to stop the bolts dead. To the south, the smell of smoke as the tents of the company burned, a broad orange band in the whirling dust hinting at their location. None of the tanks moved. Their engines required time to energize at best, the exhortations of the company engineers at worst. Nevertheless, bodies of orcs formed a broken cordon of flesh about 30 meters out from them, the barrage of fire from all 3 super heavy tanks keeping the Xenos at bay. The tanks were sluggish, but far from sleeping. Bannock shook off a rising fugue brought on by the scent of burning flesh. The bodies of the men he could not rescue, brutalized into unrecognizable form, flashing into his mind. He forced himself to run. Luck was on his side. The orcs had evidently been beaten back from the tanks, but he could hear them above the keen of the wind, regrouping, shadows moving in the storm. He had to be quick. He waited for the bolter turrets on Ostrakhan's rebirth, closest to him now, to track away, then broke into a run. He just hoped he wouldn't be mistaken for the enemy. He sprinted past the bulk of the Hellhammer, veering round its front. He hit the deck once again as a trio of rounds spat from the left sponson of Mars Triumphant, waited. No more came. They must have identified him as human. Even in the storm the silhouettes of man and orc were easy to tell apart. He ran to the tank's blunt nose, not wasting time scrambling round to the rear access ladder. Aided by the planet's low gravity, he leapt the 2.5 meters onto the sloping front, scrambled up over the demolisher cannon and onto the forward gunnery access hatch. He jammed his finger into the access lock, cursing as it failed to activate, scraping the choking dust from its internal iris. A clunk, and the lock disengaged. He yanked at the hatch, wormed inside, his respirator's snout catching and banging painfully into his face as he dropped within. The hatch shut with difficulty, the crunch of sand powdering in its seals. The wind was shut away to a distant whisper. Bannock was stood hard by Ganlick's seat. The low chair, jammed in tight by the forward demolisher turret, was vacant, screens off on the small station. Through the bulkhead's cutaway he saw Outlander in the driver's chair as always, maskless, unconcerned that he might have got a lungful. "Lieutenant," said the driver. "How are you?" He leaned back. "You got sand all over Ganlick's chair. He ain't gonna be too happy about that." Bannock tore his mask off. "Can't you get this damn thing moving? There are orcs everywhere." Outlander shrugged. "No reactor power, no drive. Vorkosagen's doing his best, but he ain't got the full-on know-how. Need a proper coghead for that." "Who else is aboard?" snapped Bannock. Outlander was dreamy, full of glee. Cortine let him get away with it. Bannock would have wondered why, but he'd seen the man drive. "Me, Vorkosagen, Marcello and Ganlick, he's up on the command deck, firing your guns at the greenies," the driver sighed. "He'd be no help unless they got the engines online." "Vorkosagen," bawled Bannock as he hurried up the gangway. "Vorkosagen." The little engineer's legs and blood-red robe could be seen protruding from out of the engine access. The eyes of the machine spirit emblem to the side were extinguished, Vorkosagen's prayers croaking out from below the block, in a poor mimicry of his Adeptus Mechanicus superiors. Bannock went up and stood over him. "Report, Vorkosagen." Vorkosagen scooted out, his face oily, spanner in hand. The stare his big eyes gave Bannock was far from friendly. "Sir," he said coldly. "I said report, damn it. Why isn't the plant online? Ganlick is in charge, am I correct? He ordered you to activate, no?" A pause. "The plants were powered down to a null state by the engine sears on all the super heavies, sir," said Vorkosagen. He deliberately avoided looking Bannock in the eye, staring at the metal of the ceiling behind his shoulder. The tone he used was slow, patronizing. "Usually when we stop Mars Triumphant goes into a standing ready state, but there is full maintenance scheduled for tomorrow and the multi-fuel reactor needs to be entirely cold before." "Spare me the explanations, Vorkosagen, can you get it started?" "No, I can't. I am trying, but I cannot do it without the engine sears. The reactor is rarely let into this state. Only my superiors know the proper rites for full reactivation. This is not a secret aspirants are party to. Why in the name of terror would they leave us sitting dead?" "Standard procedure, sir. We're due a big engagement. I'm trying to patch in all the backups at once. That should buy us more time." With that, Vorkosagen slid back under the tank's engine block. "Damn orcs picked their moment," said Bannock. He went forwards again, showering dust from his coat. He hauled himself up the ladder onto the command deck. Marcello and Ganlick looked up sharply, the big gunner in the third gunner's seat. Bannock's seat. "What's going on?" "We're running off batteries," said the second gunner, terse as always. "Sponsons only. I wouldn't want to draw on the lascannon right now, and we don't want to hit the other super heavies with those. Heavy bolters are okay, lascannon shots." He shrugged. "Anyhow, we'd have 4, maybe 5 shots, then we'd be without anything." "Heavy bolters only then?" "Yes," said Ganlick. "Vorkosagen told me that this is standard, seems insane to me." "What did he mean?" Ganlik looked up again from the screen, a swarm of dots at its edge, motion markers blurred with static. The orcs were massing. The amount of power Mars Triumphant and her sisters use is enormous. They'll run off anything. Like the Lemon Russes and Chimeras, interrupted Bannock. Yeah, but the plant is much bigger. The reactor has to be serviced every 6 months or so, but they do it every time they think we'll be in a big engagement or long out in the field. More often, if the fuel or conditions are rough, like here. They're coming back in, said Marcello. Stand ready, said Bannock. Where are the others? Ralt, Megan and Eperaliant are off in camp at the wreck tent. It's their off shift, the honored lieutenant. The last I saw of him, he was escorting the Captain General back to the command deck of the Leviathan. Captain Hannick too. The sound of explosions rumbled through the hull. They hit the Leviathan? Asked Marcello, panic in his voice. They hit the Leviathan, blew one of the Bazdak doors off and got right inside. And they've rigged the vehicle park with explosives. I guess that was them. Seems we're a target as well, said Bannock. Orcs have hit the barrack tents. They've penned in our support while another group comes up here to cripple our armor. There's not many of them out there, but they've got the whole camp in uproar, feinting and retreating, burning as they go. A diversion, from orcs, said Marcello. We're dead in the sand, said Ganlik. The second and third gunners locked eyes. You're the ranking officer, said Ganlik, abruptly. Bannock was relieved and appalled simultaneously. Relieved he wouldn't have a turf war with the second gunner, appalled that he was responsible for the safety of Mars Triumphant. You sure? I point guns and shoot said Ganlik. I'm second gunner here, but the pips on your shoulder say you're it and Cortine isn't here to say otherwise. Where do you want me? I could go up top and man the stubber. You two keep us clear with the sponsons. Bannock thought about it. He looked at the command suite. No use to him with the main guns and engines offline, and it felt wrong to usurp Cortine's place. Better he stay here, where he belonged. Okay, keep your tracking down if you can, advised Ganlik. It's that which'll squeeze the batteries dry. You'll be lucky to hit anything anyway. Best we can hope for now is to keep them back. They squeezed awkwardly past each other. Bannock sat as Ganlik pulled himself up the ladder. Marcello and Bannock slipped on their respirators. The hatch up top opened up and let Kaladar in. They're coming. Prepare Delta fire pattern. The Vox burst to life. The systems on the Super Heavy's powerful enough to break through the storm, at least at this short range. Honored Lieutenant Martikan, the commander of Artemon Ultras, the company's other Baneblade. Bannock felt a rush of relief that he wasn't the only ranking officer with the company and therefore responsible for the whole unit. He reported in rapidly. Martikan didn't have time to respond before the orcs were on them. The orcs approached sideways, using the parking pattern of the tanks against them. They came in fast, firing their clumsy rockets as they ran. 5 of these small groups were pinned or scattered, but each one targeted let another further forwards, the super heavy tanks' arcs of fire compromised by their own bulk. They're sophisticated 4 orcs all right, thought Bannock, but they're still aiming to get in close. He thought of the explosives attached to the sides of the Lemon Russes. They're trying to get in with crack. He yelled into the Vox. Don't let them into your dead fire zones. Green dots swirled all over his TAC display, many winking out as bolts found orcs and blew them apart. More came in, close to 50. A burst of thunder rumbled through Mars Triumphant. 1, 2, 3, 4 explosions in quick succession. Screams filled the Vox, the crew of Ostrakan's rebirth. The Vox crackled. Hull breach, Cholo, another man of Clan Radon, Hannick's commsman. There was a babble of panic and crashing, more screams. A wave of strong static washed it out, then a click, Martikan cutting the feed, making the remaining crew of the 2 operational tanks stay focused. The guns of Ostrakan's rebirth fell silent. It took a moment for Bannock, intent on playing his own bolters across the advancing orcs, to realize that Ganlik's stubber had cut off too. If the orcs had got to the tank, the open hatch would give them a way in. A clumsy thump of boots on metal made him turn. It saved his life. Crammed into the confines of the tank, like a monster from a fairy tale stealing into a nursery, stood an orc. Bannock hadn't had time to register the size and power of the creatures out there in the storm. They were shapes in the murk, the fights he had brief, sight of the creatures lost to the storm. Here, in the dim lights of the tanks, he could see how large orcs truly were. It barely fitted in the confines of the command deck. It was perhaps as tall as Bannock, but only because it was so deeply stooped. Had it stood up straight, it would have overtopped him by a head or more, and it was far more massive, 4 or 5 times his weight, its body a mass of slab-like muscle and ropey sinew. Hands as big as ammo boxes reached down to the floor, talons terminating fingers wide as 2 of Bannock's own. Its head was huge, a hulking bucket of a skull as large as a man's ribcage, dozerblade lower jaw jutting forwards, lined with sword-blade fangs, ropes of drool streaming from between them. Bandoliers laden with shell cases and explosives criss-crossed its barrel chest, uniform camouflaged in the drab red oxides and greys of Kaladar. Its green skin was also disguised, scab, sore and scar all painted over with finger smears of color. Round its neck hung a chain of teeth, a crossed axe pendant dangling from the center. Its eyes were tiny, picked out a deep red by the lights in the cabin, retinas silvering as it leaned in towards Bannock. The orc went for him as he dove out of his chair, bringing its knife down hard and shearing the back of his station chair in half. Bannock fell to the floor, knocking the mask from his face. Immediately the stench of the orc assailed him, a strong animal stink, alien sweat and dung, rotting flesh and something like seaweed. Bannock scrambled up, reaching for his holster. He glanced to his sword, no room to pull it free, he prayed his las pistol would be enough. Marcello cried out, distracting the orc. Bannock sent a bolt of crimson light searing into the orc's shoulder. The creature's flesh smoldered, adding the flavor of hot wax and burnt meat to the reek in the room. It roared, more with annoyance than real pain, jaws hinging wide. It kept its eyes on the third loader, but pivoted backwards, bringing its long arm round towards Bannock. The beast's massive shoulder moved slowly, but by the time the motion had reached its hand it was traveling fast as a whip. Bannock dodged his head, narrowly saving him from a broken neck as the orc's backhand connected with his chest like a cannon shot. Bannock was hurled backwards, foot catching on the edge of the down well. He stumbled backwards into the command suite, gun clattering to the floor. Bannock shook the spots from his eyes in time to see the orc's knife wrench free from Marcello's chest, blood fountaining from the hole in his ribs, painting the command deck with his life. The orc stood, grinning at him. A deep, horrible noise Bannock took for a chuckle came up from its chest. It licked the knife edge with a long pink tongue, Marcello's life blood trickling onto its saber teeth, then gestured to the gun on the floor between them. The Bazdak thing was challenging him. Bannock grabbed for his pistol as the orc clumsily swiped at him. He seized the dropped weapon, rolled sideways, over the lip of the stairwell as the orc lunged again. He landed hard on the deck, cutting his hand on a bunk door left askew. The orc came to the top of the steps, bulky body filling the aperture. Bannock brought up his gun, loosed off a shot, catching the orc in the arm as it wrestled itself through. It hissed and shook its head, began to descend. Bannock aimed for the head and missed. He scrabbled on his back towards the forward compartment of the tank. The orc came down, caution gone. It was playing with him. Bannock got up, kept low. The corridor was tight, no place for a fight, but the orc was at an even greater disadvantage, trapped by its huge bulk. Who was he trying to convince? He was a dead man. Suddenly, the orc grunted. It turned its head, rubbing at its brutish skull, thick blood trickling from a wound. Behind it, he could make out Vorkosigen, clutching a large spanner. The orc tried to turn to face him. It bellowed in anger as its knife caught on the wall. Too big to fit into a corridor made for beings half its size, it could not twist itself round to get at this new irritant. Bannock raised his gun for a final shot, trying to pinpoint a weak spot on the beast's chest, some way into the vital organs, finding none. Faced with such a being, the las pistol felt as potent as a child's water gun, a pathetic defense, all the training he'd had as a youth in blade and fist combat useless against it. His heart quailed at the thought of the thousands upon thousands of other greenskins on Kaladar, all wanting to rend him apart. He stilled his nerves. The orc was trapped, head turned awkwardly back and forth between the two humans, long arms alternately reaching for him, then struggling to get at Vorkosigen. The will to live flared bright in him. In circumstances like this, some men gave up and let death take them. Coloron Artem Lo Bannock was not among such men. His eyes lighted on the thick cables running the length of the corridor, the lascannon feeds. He had a chance, there was always a chance. Darting forwards, he flicked the quick release on part of the cable set, leaving the other end connected to the power supply. The cables swung down, a dull glow shining from their ends. He snatched up the bundle, careful to make sure his hand stayed on the thick insulation. Xenos, he shouted. Orc. The orc did not turn. It was still intent on thrashing its way around to deal with the small engineer who was repeatedly battering it on the skull, his face twisted in terror. Bannock shot it instead, aiming for the face, suddenly thankful for the endless lectures on combat anatomy he'd endured aboard the transport barge. The army might have played down the size and power of the greenskins, but they'd been right about their vulnerable spots. He had its attention. The orc clutched at its ear, howling in outrage, and turned to finish Bannock once and for all. Bannock was ready. "Prepare to receive the light of the Emperor," he said, steel in his voice, and thrust the live end of the cable into the creature's mouth as far as he dared, snatching his hand back as the jaws snapped shut. Raw energy poured directly from the Baneblade's batteries, energy sufficient to power a las cannon. The orc twitched as arcing sparks ran over it, mouth locked shut by electrically induced muscle spasm. Bannock shot again and again into the orc's face, until it was a las-charred ruin. The orc leaned forwards in the corridor, too big to collapse, corpse smoking. Bannock breathed hard and leaned into the wall, las pistol clattering on the metal as he let his arm swing down. His breath was short and shaky, his bowels loose. He felt sick in the aftermath of adrenaline. The orc seemed bigger in death than it had in life. It certainly smelled a lot worse. Bannock suppressed a smile as he wondered how in the Emperor's name they were going to get the thing out of there. He was struck by the ludicrous nature of his situation. That Vorkosagen was trapped, and would likely have to remain there until they'd chainsawed the stinking cadaver apart, just made it all the more absurd. Aftershock, relief, all normal. He'd often wondered why the watchmen and bodyguards back home had such black humor. As an angry youth, he'd thought such behavior unbefitting a gentleman like himself. He understood now. It was a coping mechanism, ancient and tested on billions of battlefields. He'd survived again. He would live. It helped one's sanity to find that funny. From outside came the muffled rumble of tank engines. Imperial. Looked like they'd finally been stirred to action. Vorkosagen glowered at him over the dead orc, face still blanched with battle fear. Take some tankers out of a tank, crack them out of their thick armor, and they were as vulnerable as shelled sand mites. "Don't think this changes anything," said the tech adept, and clutched the cracked screen of the tarot reader to him protectively. Bannock shook his head. He was getting the measure of Vorkosagen. The tech adept did not like him, and that was getting to be a problem. He was about to ask him whether he ought to shoot him and solve his problem, when a clang sounded from behind him. "Lieutenant," said a voice. Bannock turned to see Ganlik hanging head down through the forward access, eye swollen shut, blood running off his respirator to drip on the floor. "Ganlik, you're alive." "Yeah." Bazdak Greeny pulled me out of the turret and chucked me over the side like I was a slowtail pup. "Didn't come down to finish me off. His mistake. Thank the Emperor I had my knife and pistol on me. I got his buddy. You. Marcelo's dead." Ganlik shook his head, looked genuinely regretful. That was that, grieving put away to be endured later. The soldier's way. Bannock inclined his head towards the dead alien. "Looks like we both lived to tell the tale." "Yeah," said the taciturn gunner. "Anyways, fighting's moved off a ways from us. Cortine's here, wants to see you." Bannock stood up again, reholstered his pistol, nodded his assent. He grimaced as his Vox earpiece squealed, static pushed back. The Leviathan's powerful comms suite was back online. Orders flowed like water, directing a counterattack. "And Bannock," said Ganlik. "Don't get sand on my seat again." greater than 01110 equals 37 alpha 5, TF 0110110 less than 0110001, IF checksum 14 less than 2 equals, then vocalization, hurrah. Mago's Urikoti Steelmaster celebrates the naming of the Hellhammer Ostrakan's rebirth. Chapter 13. KALIDARIV, Western Hemisphere Army Group Camp, Macquarie's Tablelands 3,329,397, M41. The camp was a flurry of activity as Bannock jumped off the skirts of Mars triumphant and onto the sand. He adjusted his rebreather as he walked towards Cortine, who stood next to an angry Hannock. Tanks ground round and about.
Squads of infantry ran past, heading over to the far side of the Leviathan where the last few orcs were holding out.
Ostrakan's rebirth billowed smoke, weapons pointed at useless angles, left track blown off, engine block plating twisted. Already Adeptus Mechanicus engine seer teams were about it, assessing the damage as its blackened, shaken crew were helped off, the dead comrades preceding them in body sacks, stern-faced proctors taking them for their final blessing. Cortine stood with Hannick, the pair of them staring at the wrecked Hellhammer. "I don't believe what I am seeing," said Hannick. "What did they do to my tank?" His voice was cold and level, mouth twisted into a near snarl. "I hear the damage is not as bad as it appears, honored Captain," said Cortine. He nodded to Bannock as he came up alongside his clansman. Hannick gave Cortine a hard stare. "It is not so much the fact of what they did, but that they could do it at all. Where were our sentries? Colonel Gemel, he was in charge of setting camp. Best put the wolves in charge of the flock. Damned fool. The orcs used the storm to slip into the camp." Cortine's face betrayed nothing of what he thought. "That does not mean that we should not have been prepared. Blast it. Thrice blast it. Dogmatic fools leading us, green recruits, damnable weather. Bazdak orcs, we should have been lagered." "That's unusually strong for you, sir," said Cortine dryly. "I did suggest we not follow the orders, leave the reactors online, and lay up the crew at hand with the vehicles." "You're enjoying this far too much, Cortine," said Hannick. They'd fought together for years. This was one occasion when Hannick wished he'd listened to his second. "Bah," he shouted. "Look what they did to my tank. How many times have you seen Ostrakan's rebirth in such a state?" Hannick gestured at the Hellhammer. Fire suppressant was being foamed onto its blast sites, smothering the remaining flames hiding in its cracked armor. "How many times? Never has my engine been so shamed." He walked forwards a few paces, hands behind his head. This was supposed to be clear territory. "Sir," said Cortine. Then to Bannock, "Do not worry about Hannick. He's a fine battlefield commander, but the finer points of logistics have never come easy to him, and he can let his temper run. From time to time the dignity of command escapes him." He paused. "I am sorry to hear about Marcello. He would have made a fine tanker, given time. You did what you could, and you are still alive." Bannock stood a little straighter, but said nothing. "It is war," said Cortine, quietly. "Comrades die all the time, so do friends. Don't worry if you don't feel it. When there's a pause, a quiet time, that's when it'll hit you. The crew will be there for each other when it does." He gripped Bannock's shoulder and stood back. "Sir," said Bannock. "Yes. Vorkosagen. He's getting to be a problem." Cortine started to speak, but Hannick was making his way back to them. "Later," he said. Hannick turned his back on his wounded tank and ran a hand over his face, stopping at his respirator. He found it loose, and that gave him something to concentrate on. He regained his calm as he tightened the straps and eventually noticed Bannock. "Lieutenant," he said, "you did a good job here, as well as can be expected. As probably the next honored lieutenant in my command, judging by the rate at which we are losing men, you're to accompany us to an emergency staff meeting. We're all to go, we tankers, so we'll just wait for Martikan and then we'll find out what in the Emperor's name we're going to do to these green horsens to pay them back for that." He pointed at his tank. "I do not take kindly to having my armor so mishandled." Sir," Radin and the other tankers came jogging from the direction of the barracks. Ralt had a minor wound to his right shoulder, and clutched at it. Eperaliant carried a las carbine ready, and looked about him warily, peering into the night. The rest had their pistols out, all had their respirators and goggles on, but, roused directly from the wrecked tents, most did not have their coats, their bare arms reddened by the stinging sand. The orcs, the Bazdak greenskins, they attacked the barracks, 30 or so, like ghosts. In and out of the storm, Radin panted, out of breath in Kaladar's oxygen-poor air. "We got them though, we got 'em all. Thanks be to the throne that those Atraxian boys fight better than they play cards." "Mars triumphant," said Ralt carefully. "Fine," said Cortine. "Ostrakan's rebirth was damaged, though. We're going to need Brasslock and the Munitorum crews. Where is he?" "You don't know," said Radin. Eperaliant glanced from Radin to Cortine. "There's something you need to see." The Adeptus Mechanicus quarters had been hit along with other key areas of the camp. It appeared the orcs had known what to expect from the arcane weaponry of the Tech Adepts. For the orcish dead there were larger and more heavily armed and armored than the bodies Bannock saw elsewhere, and there were a lot of them. Stripes of fused sand marked the ground where the tech priests had unleashed their ancient power. Warrior servitors stood blank-faced, weapons ready, uncaring of their broken comrades. Eartho lay still, his muscular body shrunken in death, childlike in its appearance, curled protectively round the blackened rent in his belly. His heavy bolter had been wrenched from its mount and lay in pieces several feet away from his body. His left shoulder had been reduced to a tangle of wires and bent metal from which a nub of pink-white bone protruded. The interface plug cap had been torn from the end of his truncated humerus, revealing raw marrow to the air. Sheltered from the wind in the lee of an Adeptus Mechanicus shelter, sand had yet to crust over his remains. A circle of dead orcs 3 deep lay around the servitor, many bearing the telltale signs of bolter fire, large craters in their bodies, limbs blown off, heads missing. Those nearer by had their eyes gouged and skulls crushed. The sand all about was sticky with blood. "Looks like he gave a good account of himself," said Radon quietly. Other servitors stomped about, hauling the bodies back, mindlessly repairing the shelter, heedless of the storm. Servitor 00897, Eartho, slew 14 of the enemy. Magos Rotar stood with them, Eperalient, Cortine, Radon and Bannock, the rest having been detailed to see to the tank. An above-average score for one of his build model. Unfortunately, we believe his bolter malfunctioned. It is a Delta series pattern, a type known to be unreliable in sandy conditions. Still, his efficacy in close combat was admirable. We will salvage what we can and incorporate his abilities into our next design. He had no human voice, he spoke as a machine. And Brasslock was taken. The Magos bowed from the waist and augmented a series of binary howls, each communications string interrupted as he listened for a reply. Probably carries an internal vox, thought Bannock. The Magos's head had been covered, or possibly replaced, it was impossible to tell, by a dark metal dome studded with ocular senses. One arm bore a large claw, clasping a bloodied, cog-toothed axe, the other was hidden within its crimson sleeve. On his back he wore a heavy servo harness, the 4 limbs and the tools at their tips twitching and swaying with a life of their own. This is what they mean when they say the flesh is weak, thought Bannock. There's not much man left in those robes. The Magos made him feel uneasy, and he'd been around tech priests all his life. He bore their symbol about his neck next to his aquila. But this was too much. His datapipe ceased to display 43 minutes ago, 4 minutes, 22 seconds after this servitor unit went offline. I answer affirmatively to your query, I believe he was taken. You do not seem concerned, said Bannock. The flesh is weak. Emotional response is born from the flesh. He will live, or he will die. It matters not. His uploads were frequent, his knowledge will live on, that is the primary concern of all the adepts of Mars, the persistence of knowledge for the greater glory of the Omnitia. Our lives are nothing but filaments in the shining racks of enlightenment. One component breaks, another can be found. Bannock fought back and urged to grab the metal man and shake him. He had liked Brasslock. Despite his allegiances, he had possessed a deep sense of humanity that this creature did not display. Magos Rotar was less of a man than Eartho had been. The Magos caught his expression, and misinterpreted it. Do not concern yourself, Lieutenant. There are enough drone units to see to the proper activation of your war machine. He shrieked again, ear-splitting audible data bursts. 3 servitors ceased work abruptly, turned on their heels as one and walked off into the storm. Dawn was breaking, natural light swamping the electric glow of the camp lights. Still the servitors vanished from view after walking only a few meters. Come on, said Cortine. There's not much more we can accomplish here. Bannock joined Cortine and Hannock for the army group briefing aboard the Magnificence, taking him for the first time into the command tower at the front of the massive vehicle. The tower extended 2 extra floors above the vehicle's broad back, the majority of the lower one occupied by the Chamber of Strategies, the nerve center of the guard force on Kaladar. The chamber was open to the bridge of the Leviathan, sat 4 and above on the 2nd extra floor of the tower, wide windows affording a broad view of the land below. Although these currently had their armored shutters down against the storm, for Kaladar's fury was potent enough to scour even armor-glass blind. The bridge was the province of the Leviathan commander, his command crew and staff occupying its 26 stations, controlling weaponry, motivation and all other functions appertaining to the governance of the vehicle in motion and in battle. Spadusky had been correct in describing it as a ship of the land. Commander UV Terra stood up there now, issuing orders to his own officers. their activity frantic as they attempted to verify the security situation within and without the vast vehicle, and to begin repairs. The Orcs had let off 2 bombs inside, demolished one of the 3 main entryways, and shattered a track with carefully timed explosions as they retreated. Rails ran along the circular platform at the back, guarding the 4-meter drop down to the floor of the long ellipse of the Chamber of Strategies. The chamber was as crowded with ostentatious decoration as it was with machinery and men. Here the assembled generals and senior staff of the Imperial Army Group directed hundreds of thousands of men in their war against the Orcs. Bridge and chamber together occupied one complex space, their division from each other affected by their differing heights. Curling stairs ran either side of the room, allowing access between the two, for direct communication between the Commander-in-Chief and Leviathan Captain were vital. The stairs passed twin galleries of servitor manned stations around the mid-height of the room, where once free men were plugged directly into the vehicle, their minds wiped, modified brains accommodating many of the complicated systems integration tasks the Leviathan's logicators could not manage alone. Ranks of other stations, manned by uniformed staff officers, ran either side of the chamber floor, a massive chart desk occupying the middle. A prognosticator logistician formed of vat-grown man and machine, spider-limbed and gangling, hung from a nest of cables in the roof, from where it could dart down to any point on either raised bridge or lowered chart room. This cyborg was, to all intents, the mind of magnificence. Electronic comms and tac suites took up much of the chamber's capacity, where communications operatives waged their own war with Kaladar's ceaseless scream, trying to keep lines of informational traffic open between the hive cities, the Leviathan, the fleet and the various subdivisions of the battle group. A short corridor at the end of the chamber led to an astropathic relay, the fortress vehicle being of sufficient size to host its own psychic communications link. Below the bridge, fire control for the command fortress's macro cannon was situated, the cannon itself taking up most of the 4 decks at the front of the Leviathan below the tower. At the request of sanctioned Psyker Logan, part of the screening surrounding the relay had been removed. Astropath Prime Mastron himself was within the relay chamber, 2 other astropaths with him, singing out a screen of psychic interference that wove with the Lorelei's natural warp harmonics. They were hoping to drown out the thoughts of the assembled commanders, hiding their plans from whatever was watching. The atmosphere was oppressive with psychic might, the assembled officers experiencing nausea and odd, phantom sensations. They struggled to concentrate on Captain General Iskandrian, who stood on a railed pulpit backing onto the astropathic relay, flanked by 2 guards paramount, their armored faces a mass of lenses and carapace plating. Clustered around them were 5 Ministorum priests, quietly muttering prayers, while behind them modified youths waved censers of incense from mechanical limbs. A vat cherub hovered above, weeping over the scroll of the recent dead. This raid was a valuable, if costly, lesson to us, said the general. He leaned heavily against the dark bronze lectern at the pulpit front, looking more exhausted than before. He was still in his dress uniform, now spattered with Orc blood. A team of Orc commandos had disabled the security spirits on a hatch very much like that which Bannock had used, worked their way in as far as the command deck's armored doors, catching the general and his staff as they made their way up. The guard paramount had made short work of the intruders, killing 14 Orcs for the loss of only 5 men, but 4 of them had been high-ranking officers. Any doubts Iskandrian had had about Orcish cunning had been firmly displaced. Not that he'd admit to ever having had any. The Orcs are far from beaten, he continued. We can ill afford to be complacent. We will not be surtaken again. The gathered men nodded. All had noted the absence of the Atraxian Colonel Gemel, responsible for setting the camp. He had been one of those most vocal in denouncing reports of unusual Orc tactics. Several troopers had been condemned to death by him for voicing their concerns. Heresy, apparently, because until tonight the official line had been that Orcs don't understand stealth, because that's what it said in the Tactica. That it said exactly the opposite elsewhere did not matter much. Each volume of the work, and each revision of each volume, had its own adherents. Such inflexibility was dangerous. General Bastine and Castellan Sullio have been promoted to 2nd and 3rd in command. Osterlek, Gemel and Tulligan will face disciplinary charges on grounds of treasonous unadaptability. Let us not forget the Tactica Imperium teaches us this valuable lesson among the many others it provides us. Let that be an end to it, and let us bring this war also to an end. Sanction Psyker Logan, please. Iskandrian had a good record, had fought the Orcs before, a different kind of Orc, so it turned out, but had a reputation as a hopeless dogmatist. The orcs might have struck a blow against the Imperial effort on Kaladar with their raid, but it would be one that rebounded dangerously against them if it shook him out of his dogmatism. Typically, he made no mention of his own mistakes. It would be the lower-ranking generals who would pay. Whether they encouraged him or not was irrelevant. The whole thing was wearily familiar, like the machinations of the clan nobility back home. The only difference was that dueling was outlawed in this particular battle group. The Atraxians thought it wasteful. Bannock, once a champion of such encounters, agreed. At Iskandrian's mention of his name, Logan rose up into the air on a platform at the end of a jointed arm and addressed the officers. Many of you were present at the banquet this evening when sanctioned Psycho Malden was killed. You may have realized he was slain by a surge of etheric energy, under the direction of an enemy witch. Several men in the room made the sign of the Aquila. The agents of the ruinous powers, said a horrified aide. A rogue witch, working with the orcs. Not in this instance, said Logan. His voice was thick with effort. He shook as he spoke, still unrecovered from the psychic backlash he had experienced earlier. The mind we are dealing with is an orcish one, albeit vastly more powerful than the ordinary run of their psychers. Orcs are capable of great psychic feats, indeed they are all mildly psychic. He shuddered, as if he could hear their barbarous thoughts. Their state of excitement generates ever greater disturbances in the fabric of the warp. There are those orcs who are attuned to this excitation of the warp, those that can channel it and unleash it to great destructive effect. But rarely are they capable of such fine manipulations. They draw in the power of those around them, spew it forth, and then they are spent. Explosive power is their art. Invading the mind of another and bending it to one's will is a subtle skill, made all the more difficult if the mind in question is not that of one's own kind. This is something different, something more controlled. I have fought orcs before, I have felt the minds of their warp sensitives. That it can do this in a situation like this, through the warp eddies and mind currents produced by the Lorelei deposits on Kaladar. The way it knew exactly where our sentries were, the camp's defenses, where to hit the magnificence. The remaining psyker looked from face to face, his own grey, crusts of blood round his nostrils. Frankly, gentlemen, this thing we face, it terrifies me. There were mutters from the assembled officers. Bannock had heard the rumors of the things psychers had to be strengthened against, the nameless horrors that lived on the other side of the veil of reality, the same hideous creatures the Emperor himself battled against night and day for the sake of mankind's souls. For a sanctioned psyker of Logan's rank to admit such fear was alarming. Iskandrian spoke again. From consultation with sanctioned psyker Lord Logan, and astropath Prime Mastron, it has become apparent that the orcs are aware of our every move. That is how they knew just where to spring the ambush at the Costoval Flats. How they knew where we would be tonight, even amid this storm. They have known of our exact disposition time and again, and they are intelligent enough to deploy that knowledge in battle. It is imperative that we destroy this capability. We pray to our most beneficent Emperor that the precautions we have taken to shield this briefing from the prying mind that watches us will be sufficient, said Logan. All of you here who are not to take part in the Captain General's plan will have to remain in the Chamber of Strategies until the culmination of that plan. We will detail this plan to those it truly concerns at the end of this briefing, said Captain General Iskandrian. Firstly, new intelligence has come to light regarding the orcs' reasons for invading Kaladar. I absolutely encourage you to think about this outside this room as often as possible. If some orc witch is peering into our minds, it will serve us well if they know we know what their ultimate objectives are here, and even more so if they become aware that we have means of blocking their information gathering. Procurator Actual Escalios will proceed with this brief. One of Iskandrian's aides came forwards and took the place of the Captain General and his guards. He was an effete man in the immaculate uniform robes of a Munitorum official, a backroom quill pusher who'd not set foot outside the command vehicle, thought Bannock, and judging by the muttering that greeted his appearance, he was not alone in his assessment. But when the Procurator Actual looked at the audience, he met the eyes of many of them, and those that stared back saw a keen mind. He cleared his throat delicately, poured a goblet of water from the lectern's carafe, drank it, and began. Gentlemen, he said, without preamble, his quiet voice carrying across the hubbub of the command deck. I will first provide you with some background information regarding the habits of the orc. Please be aware that all information is classified. By all means think long and hard on what you are about to hear. But speak of it, and I will hear of it. And when I do, things will go ill for the man that talks out of turn. The orc has been the enemy of mankind since time immemorial. Whatever encounter sparked our struggle against their kind now lost to time. It is doubtful any peaceful resolution could have been achieved. The orcs are born warriors. The chart table burst into light, a life-size depiction of a mature greenskin leaping into the air, where it rotated. Picked captures of orcs in battle, subtypes of orcs and their machinery slowly turned round its feet. Bigger, stronger, and tougher than any man, save the angels of death, they are far deadlier than we prefer to acknowledge. Tell your average man the truth, and we would quickly run out of soldiers. Bannock thought of the Imperial infantryman's uplifting primer, issued in its billions to soldiers across the Imperium, his own copy thrown on the floor and abandoned by Radon when he came to collect him to serve on Mars Triumphant. Propaganda, pure and simple. However, you have faced them in battle, and killed them. You know that they are not undefeatable. Perhaps you will forgive our white lies. Aeschylos smiled, his lips weirdly pink on his papery face. It is speculated by the Magos biologists of the Adeptus Mechanicus that the orcs are a survivor species, an artificially created race designed by a long-dead civilization. The whys and wherefores of this are not relevant here. What is relevant is how this affects the distribution and actions. Part of their survival mechanism is the way that they spread themselves. It is common knowledge that orcs are to be found across the known galaxy. Everywhere man goes, there is found orc, and if there is no orc, it can be guaranteed that there will be soon. The orcs migrate in waves, and if they retreat for a while, the next tide mark will always be higher than the last. The chart table's display changed, showing a small world, icons and text designating it as an orc planet. Orcs will arrive on a world like this. They will increase in number, they will fight the original inhabitants and, when victorious, amongst themselves. War will intensify, until one orc establishes himself leader of all. The orcs will then leave. They direct themselves only in so much as they invade planets conducive to furthering their crusade. Resource-rich manufacturing worlds are preferred targets. A crusade, having gained momentum, will assault systems with ever greater strategic value, some psychic mechanism attracting more orcs to the flag of the conqueror. It had been assumed that this was the case here, with Gratstacker's attack on the Kaladar system. The standard approach to such an infestation of this class of world is abandonment, virus bombing, then reoccupation. The chart table cycled through a number of scenarios that could trigger an orc war migration. But that does not take into account the Lorelei. The deposits found here are vital to the production of psychically attuned weaponry, making this world valuable to the Imperium. Richer worlds have been condemned to the rightful purge of exterminators when thus overrun, but ongoing crusades have need of the resources this world produces. Every day, the Imperium pushes further and further into the unknown, and in the dark we meet strange adversaries with great powers of mind, taxing our own psychic capabilities. This world is therefore strategically vital. Bannock had suspected as much. It wasn't hard to fill in the picture of why they were there, as Ganlik had said. Kaladar had little to offer, the system's abundance of minerals common throughout the Imperium. Except the Lorelei. The Lorelei. That is the reason we fight here. Until now we assumed that the orcs had come here by chance, an inconvenience. We now think differently. This invasion is something away from the orcish norm. We believe that they too have come for the crystals. The chart table flickered, and suddenly the room was filled with a 4-meter representation of the orc titan that Bannock had faced on the Kostoval Flats, eyes glaring, as terrifying as it was in real life. Picked capture of the titan taken from a command vehicle somewhere on the front cycled over and over, ending after 30 seconds with massive weapons discharge in a flash of white. We suspect that the orc engine utilizes large numbers of the crystals in its emitter arrays, continued Aeschylos. Until the attack on Malden and the raid, we suspected that this was just the passing fancy of one of their maverick engineers, a machine to tap into the warp, perhaps. We have seen it before. A diagram of a bulky weapon, front-mounted with a propeller-like arrangement, each terminating in an iron-bound ball. Or to magnify the abilities of a group of their shaman psychers. But the attack, coupled with the constant foreknowledge of the orcish forces, led us to suspect one mind. Astropath Prime Mastron confirmed this today. Behind the psychic noise put out by Kaladar's Lorelei deposits, and the roar of the orcish war call, we have detected a single, powerful mind looking at us from the immaterium. This is why we are not able to break the deadlock here on Kaladar. The same psychic signature has been detected from this orc titan. He indicated the engine, huge and scowling at the center of the room. This situation has to change. Aeschylos stepped down. For some time, Logan spoke again. Our Schola Psychana prognosticators have been unable to see a clear course. We had thought their foresight to be somewhat affected by Kaladar's, unique circumstances. Now we believe it to be partly the influence of this mind, partly because they had not all the variables to hand. Having taken these factors into account, We are now able to plot a path through the uncertainties of this war to victory. There is great interference in the warp. It takes more than natural interference to accomplish this on the local scale, as we see here. This witch is employing a device, we are sure. Grainy pics of the ruined surface town and central well of the conquered hive flickered onto the chart desk's display. The center of the hive has been gutted. The orcs are moving large amounts of material into the cavity. These pics were taken 4 days ago by a specially adapted lightning fighter on a reconnaissance run. Our comsat network about the world has been severely compromised by the orc fleet. Aircraft, as you know, gentlemen, are limited in the time they can spend in Kaladar's atmosphere. Our good fortune, in this case, because the orc air defense is rudimentary. They do not think we can put up significant air power. They'd be right about that, thought Bannock. Dust, crazy M fields, solar flaring and contrary, multi-level laminar wind flows had put paid to any attempt to dominate the skies of Kaladar. But this lightning came back, engine fans glassed, with these pictures. It shows some kind of device that we now believe to be a psychic amplifier. This device, part contracted as it is to blame for our growing difficulty in utilizing psychic communications, but we fear it might also have darker purposes. This must be our primary target. However, it is protected by a grade Omicron psychic umbrella. Graphics whirled up, depicting a cross-section of the hive, a visualization of the device at its base. This effect is more potent a defense than a 14-layer deep void shield array. The orc witch is undoubtedly the source of it. Until he is dead, he shook a little, and mopped at his brow. Strike at his engine, kill him, and we disable the field. He dipped his head. And that is all I can tell you at this time. Another of Iskandrian's aides took to the podium. He read out a long list of names. Those men whose names are upon the list I have delivered must leave the briefing. We repeat that none of this be discussed outside this room. He repeated the list. The greater part of the group filed out. Bannock's name, and Cortine's, were not on that list. Iskandrian took to the podium again. Gentlemen, I shall now detail to you the plan. In the event of a challenge being issued, so long as the challenger and instigator of the challenge holds valid license, legally ratified by 2 members of recognized enforcement agencies, to engage in personal combat with a man of equal social standing and rank, should any harm come to either party, neither the challenger nor the challenged shall come under the scrutiny of the law for their actions. Both shall be held as righteous in thought, intent, and deed, no matter the outcome. Paragonian Constitution, Codicils regarding rightful dueling. Chapter 14. Aronis City, Paragon Vi 2,005,395, M41. Bannock staggered out of the cathedral. The day was dusk dim. On the horizon, Mater Maxima sank from sight, a thin corona of hard light on its bloated curve, a promise of the glory seasons to come, but promises kept no one warm. Glory, when the sun was unobstructed, was weeks away. Frozen Paragon would continue to inch its way around the gas giant, a process that took the best part of 2 Terran years, the moon world's own axial tilt seasonally plunging the temperatures deeper. On the light side of the gas giant, during the glory seasons, the Paragonians termed these seasonal variations individually: growth, little summer, second growth, little fall, little winter. Twice the planet went through these before Mater Maxima smothered it with the darkness of eclipse and the long winter began its 23 months. The years of the long winter also contained a series of 5 seasons, but the Paragonians had no names for them. Winter was winter, and it was long and cold at that. Bannock's lungs burnt with the chill. He clamped the body of a slowtail, a small animal native to Paragon, between his teeth, breathing through it to warm the air. He regretted losing his gloves in the gardens of the Vermilion Moon. His body shivered, but he paid it no attention, his dishonor worse than the chill. He walked along frozen canals. Paragon was turning its back on what little light Mater Maxima let by, and true night was falling. A few skaters sported on the ice, a skiff ground by, hull raised up on winter blades, but people were hurrying home, bundles of fur barely recognizable as human. Bannock wandered slowly, feet leading him where they would, one thing on his mind and one thing only. Tuparilio, lying dead on the grass, blue-stained crimson. The insides of Bannock's nostrils were raw with the cold, the clouds of his breath transformed to ice crystals. The chase hadn't given him a chance to put his furs on properly. His teeth were beginning to chatter. If he didn't get inside soon, he'd be found frozen hard as stone by the dawn watch. He thought about finding somewhere quiet and letting the long winter do its work. He was empty inside, shame chilling him far more than the cold. He doubted, he did not deserve to live. But Bannock did not stop. He wandered through icy arcades. The night grew blacker, powdery snow began to fall, so cold on the skin it pricked like needles. The canals broadened out, became the floating harbor, the buildings rippling upwards, pregnant with the promise of warmth and comfort, and Bannock knew where he was. The house of Mostanek rose up before him. Had it only been a day since he was here, it seemed a lifetime ago. It called to him, its drink and girls and machine-breathed warmth. Comforts of a life he'd lost yesterday. He looked at his fingertips. He'd left his gloves behind. They were blue, as numb as his heart. Get inside. Part of him urged, live and serve. And he obeyed, dragging his feet up to the carven gates. Unbidden, his hand rose up and pulled upon the bell cord. A vision panel slid back. The eyes it revealed widened and the door opened. Master Artem Low Bannock, what has occurred to you? Quickly, in. The doormaster peered out into the street, checking to see if Bannock had been seen. It would do his master's business little good if the gossip casts picked up on his disheveled appearance, for it would lead to pressure from the boy's clan. The doormaster ushered the shivering aristocrat in, and the door rumbled closed on toothed wheels. Sealed, the doormaster activated the inner entry of the heat lock, and warmth, LHO smoke, music and laughter came washing out. Have you been mugged, sir? Shall I call out the night watch? Were you hurt? The doormaster, used to shepherding young nobles drunk into the night, had adopted something of an avuncular air towards his master's clients. He grasped at Bannock's shoulders. Bannock pushed his hand away when it strayed too close to the stick bandage on his cheek. I'm fine. Thank you, Coloteno. He adopted a light manner, trying to approximate the way he'd been every other time he'd been when patronizing Mostaneks. Oh, sir, thank the Lords of Terror you are unhurt. As he fussed at Bannock's fastenings, Coloteno tipped a nod at a flunky within the inner entry. Moments later a string of servants came back, bearing hot gleece and active thermal clothing. Bannock let them remove and stow his furs. Drink, sir, drink. Bannock clumsily took the gleece goblet. He drank as the servants placed the vest on him, clipping its battery to his waist. Pain erupted along his fingertips as the vest and gleece cup warmed his body, his cut cheek burning. Thank you, Coloteno. That's better, sir, the color is returning to your face. He took Bannock's goblet, and frowned at the bandage. Are you sure you are well, sir? Bannock moved his face out of the light. It's nothing. I cut myself skating on Zero Night. He tried for a smile, but it cracked his face like ice breaking on water. I had taken a lot of gleece. Very well, sir, your friend Master Callaghan is here. Shall I inform him you have arrived, Master Bannock? Bannock nodded. A servant departed, bearing the message. Bannock followed a girl into the dim red lighting of the house. The inner entry clunked shut, leaving Coloteno to his vigil on the gate. In a small welcome suite he was led to a large padded chair. He sat, and more servants, all female this time, attended to him, bathing and re-robing him in soft indoor clothes. He batted him away when they became amorous. He began to feel better. He waved off their offers of further services, promises to fetch his regular girls. Not tonight, he said. I would like to join my friend. Take me to him. One of the girls took him back out into the house. Stairs twined languorously round the bulging, fluidly formed walls, leading to the other entertainment levels, each one more debauched than the last. Down on the ground floor, people sat and drank, ate, smoked and gambled. Aside from a bathhouse out the back, the floor was dominated by a single room, divided into booths by curtains and screens. Large carven buttress roots from the tropical jungles held up the ceiling. A band played tranquil music in one corner. Laszlo Callaghan sat at the back of the room, screened off by swags of gauze and fretted wood. He smiled when he saw his friend, but his eyes were troubled, and he was paler than usual. What the blazes have you done to yourself? He demanded. It's nothing, said Bannock, and his wound throbbed. Laszlo stared at the bandage on his cheek. Dueling. Bannock nodded. It was enough. You won again, I take it? Callaghan took a drink. I knew you'd get yourself hurt eventually, good as you are. Ordinarily cheerful, Callaghan was subdued, no outburst of heretical irony for his friend today. I would have come out to meet you but, you know, I've got a drink. Glazed eyes and a slight slur to his words said it was the latest of many. Gleece for my friend, he said to the server. Warmed, quickly now. He looks, well, he peered at Bannock in the gloom. You look like shit. Where did you get to last night? Said Bannock, and slid himself onto a velvet upholstered bench opposite his friend. Ah, sorry. I met a young lady who proved most interesting. Callaghan gave a tired chuckle. I'm not in a good way myself, really not. I better enjoy this drink, because it's the last I'll be getting for a long time. They don't like the cadets drinking. I'm attempting to fill up on all the drinks I'm going to miss out on. I reckon I've about 5,000 to go. Fancy helping me out? A tray bearing a salver of heated gliese and a goblet arrived at the table. Bannock poured himself a drink and gulped it down, surprising himself with his thirst for it. Let them bring more. Callaghan sat up, his face bordering on petulant. Aren't you going to ask me what this is all about? Ooh, why the melodrama, Laszlo? What ails you? And so forth. The usual friendly business. No, I'm not. Your behavior is nothing out of the ordinary. He looked around the bar, searching for accusing looks but finding none. Hey, pay attention. I'm suffering here. Callaghan leaned forwards, picked up his own jug and eyed it speculatively. He tipped a few drips into his cup, put the salver aside and grabbed Bannock's off his tray, filling up the goblet carelessly, slopping the daily pay of a foundryman's worth onto the table. Fine. What's wrong? He asked. The training lasts 3 months, you'll be back in here in no time, with a nice haircut and shiny boots to impress the ladies with. Not even you can drink 5,000 servings of gliese in 3 months. Ah, now my foster brother, that is where you are wrong. Callaghan's eyes glistened in the dark. I won't be drinking for some time, and certainly not here. Laszlo, I'm not some Doc C who'll give you a sympathy fumble. The Planetary Defense Militia never leaves its home world. That's why it's called a Planetary Defense Militia. It's for defending the planet. Callaghan blew out a shaky breath. It was his turn to peer into the dimly lit room. Certain they were not being overheard, he looked his friend in the eye. Col, I'm not going into the militia. They're calling a general draft, I was told this morning. Apparently my father's known for days, but he didn't want to spoil my last zero night. He rumbled out his impression of his father, serious and gravelly. There'll be a general newscast announcement tomorrow. Your uncle's coming back. The 322nd Armored, 62nd and 84th Mechanized Regiments and the 7th Super Heavy Company are coming home, along with a bunch of off-worlders. He took a gulp of gliese. They've already broken warp and are inbound from the Paragon reaches. The Dentaires war is over, but they need fresh meat for some place called Caladar. Seems home is on the way. All militia applications have been transferred to the Departamento Munitorum for processing with immediate effect. My clan exemption's invalid, because apparently I already agreed to be a soldier. He gave a pained smile. So I'm not going into the militia. I'm off into the throne-blasted guard. Emperor save me. I'll never be coming home again. A sudden thought seized Bannock. Perhaps the confessor had been correct. Opportunity did present itself at the behest of the Emperor. Maybe this was it, his chance to atone, to serve. Who are they taking? Does it matter? Callaghan shrugged. Anyone, everyone. It's to be a double raising, a tank regiment and mechanized infantry, plus fill-ins for the holes in the ranks of existing units. I've a cousin in tithing. He's been up every night all week banging psych messages out through the astropath relay to the Sector Munitorum Central Officium. Reading between the lines, and he always does, our boys took a real hammering out there. You know they prefer to keep troops from certain worlds together. They need reinforcing before they're redeployed. A surprise visit home after a victorious war will do a world of good on the propaganda fronts. We're on the way to Caladar. I'm sure the Lord is happy about that too, after all the business with his brother. It all makes perfect sense. For them, at any rate. For me, well, I'm shafted. He looked up quickly. You tell anyone this, they will execute you, and me, so please don't. There's a good fellow. I'd hate to die at home when I can be gunned down out there in the stars. For the Emperor, he added loudly, raising his goblet. There were murmured acknowledgements from the rest of the room. See, I'm going to be a bloody hero. He slammed back his drink and threw the cup onto the table with a clatter. Bannock's mind raced. He was sure his killing of Tuparilio would be adjudged dishonorable. Ever since the fight, he'd been wondering what he could do to get away from his actions, and atone for them. This was a sign. This is what the Emperor wanted for him. Laszlo, I am going to come with you. What? Shouted Callaghan. Eyes and faces turned towards them, a break in the noise of the bar. He dropped his voice to a hard whisper. Are you insane? Next year you're to marry the warden of Clan Turanigan. You'll be clan auditor of Bannock and head of Turanigan before you're 60, and then it'll be half a century of dancing girls and fancy banquets before you can even think about dying. By all means, give all that up so some stinking alien can turn your head into a drinking cup. He slapped the table hard and pushed himself back, exasperated. "You're tired, you look like death. It's pre-wedding nerves, that's all." Callaghan spoke quickly, reassuring himself more than Bannock. "Some way to serve the Emperor outside of a ledger. Boyhood nonsense. Don't do it. Let me out there to die alone. I'll be happier knowing that you are still having a good time. It'll be a comfort in my foxhole. Anyway, your father will never approve." Bannock knew all too well what his father was going to say, on a great many matters. "The duel, Laszlo. And, what's that got to do with anything? You duel all the time." "Not anymore," he said, and he told him how Tuparilio had died. Callaghan drew in a deep breath. "Looks like the two-headed eagle shat on both of us, my foster brother. And for that, I need a Bazdak drink. Pass me the jug." By the flicker of the tarot, the common body of men scries the will of the master of mankind, and takes direction from its readings of his divine purpose for all, each and every one. All can be enlightened, all can know the truth. Reader prices start at 27 trillion Newmarks. Customization options numerous. Extract from an Atraxian catalogue of devotional items. Chapter 15. Kalidariv, PENUMBRIC Badlands 3,335,397, M41. Bannock awoke, disoriented, to a thick fog of stale air and fumes. It was totally dark, he was trapped in a slender space that jounced and bumped. Was he dead? He'd been dreaming of Paragon, the sun on the sea in the glory, a party on the shore with Callaghan, warm girls, hot sand, the cold of winter a distant memory. He hadn't prayed so much then, it hadn't seemed so important, and for a few seconds it wasn't important again. It seemed like the last 3 years had not happened at all, and he was the boy he had been, and that war was a distant story that filled him with the need for glory and pushed him on to drill and drill with his swordmaster, that the duel he fought had not been fought, and fighting was still a game. The bunk, he was in one of Mars's 3 narrow bunks, mattress slick with the oils of engines and other human beings. The smell brought him crashing into the present. His mind cleared to the squeal of drive wheels on track as Mars triumphant rode up onto rocks and crushed them to powder. His head took longer to attain clarity than it should, the after effects of the drugs they'd all been forced to take lingering long. They were 2 weeks into their journey, and still he wasn't over the drugs. A sleeping mind would tell the Orc Witch little, the confusion of human dreams too obtuse a puzzle to solve. All aboard but Outlander had been tranquilized for 3 days. Bannock wondered if Orcs dreamt. Only the drivers and Captain Exertraxes, the man in command of the expedition, had remained awake. Cortine, designated second in command, had been put under, growling darkly while the medics hypo-sprayed him. He and Bannock had been dosed right there and then in the Chamber of Strategies, the crew shortly after. Exertraxes had their path as a series of the waypoints, the coordinates to the next stage of their journey contained in a sealed envelope to be opened when a waypoint had been reached. The drivers had been told nothing of their destination, only that Exertraxes was in command and that they were to follow his orders to the letter. Once they'd arrived on the forbidden zone around the basin, a place so thick with Lorelei they thought not even the Orc Witch could see there, it didn't matter who knew what. 3 days later everyone else came round, stiff and sore from being unconscious at station, bladders painfully full or accidentally voided in sleep despite the anti-diuretics and hibernation shots. The dreams the Lorelei brought had them screaming in their sleep as often as not, or more perniciously activated long-dormant memories of happier times, making the men surly and withdrawn when they awoke to the reality of their situation. It was an unhappy start to an unhappy journey. The storm that had begun the night of the Orc attack howled with obscene vigor round the task force, Mars Triumphant, a company of Lemon Russes, a platoon of 50 mechanized Atraxian heavy infantry and support vehicles, a lonely file of metal winding its way slowly across the immense desolate spaces of Kalidar, its cargo of men trapped inside, helpless as canned meat. Once they were within the psychically turbulent penumbra of the Ozymandian basin, those of them that hadn't been at the briefing had been told where they were going, Hive Meriden. Orktown, right to the heart of the enemy's lair. It was the kind of suicide mission you'd like to be asked to volunteer for, but they hadn't been, and that didn't help the mood aboard the tank. Bannock was thankful he wasn't crammed into the back of one of the convoy's chimeras. The squads in him had not been able to disembark since they set off, too risky. The wind out there would flay you alive. He felt the need to pray now. He wondered how he had ignored it for so long as a boy and hoped it would not go against him. He did so, beseeching the Emperor for his aid in the coming battle and thanking him for his continued protection. Religious duty discharged, Bannock yawned and rubbed his eyes. He checked his timepiece. He'd had his 5 hours, his turn to go on watch in the turret, to relieve Radon. He reached up over his head, grasped the handles and twisted, opening the bunk hatch. He pulled himself out. A difficult maneuver, for the corridor was barely 60 centimeters wide. He looked at the place where the orc had been dismembered, metal shiny where it had been scrubbed clean. Who'd done it, he didn't know, because he'd woken up in his chair and they were on the move. He was glad it hadn't been him. He banged on the lids of the other 2 bunks. From within, Ganlik mumbled and Ralt swore. Bannock pulled himself up the steps into the command deck without waiting for them. Megan, Courtine and Eperaliant were on the command deck, eyes straining against the shifting patterns on the tank screens. Megan sat in Bannock's chair, its back hastily repaired with wire and tape. Bannock looked at the station where Marcello had died. It too was spotless, scrubbed out by an anonymous maintenance crew. Nobody spoke, no one had shown the desire to for a week. The intense closeness raised tensions in the crew. Radon's incessant chatter had gone from mildly annoying to deadly irritating. The click of Vorkosigen's tarot deck drove them all to distraction. Ganlik had given up speaking at all. Ralt muttered obscenities round his LHO cigars. Megan refused to come out of the shell locker, where he sat staring at the 5 Lorelei shells they'd been issued with as if they'd suck his soul out. Not talking was the men's way of coping. Too much conversation would provide a gap for their tension to get out, and once it did, there'd be no putting it back. They were Paragonians to a man and they would fight. Even Radon had finally, mercifully, shut up. It was oven hot in the tank. The comfort of the crew, though low on the list of Adeptus Mechanicus priorities, had been taken into account by the Baneblade's eons dead creators, the air coolant and filtration systems being extensions of the machinery that allowed the tank to operate in myriad inhospitable environments. But Mars Triumphant was 1,000 years old. Despite its venerable age, it had been imperfectly built to corrupted schematics, and Kaladar taxed its systems to the limit. The dust, finer than cosmetic powders, clogged the filtration unit's intakes. Before the mission, they had been changed every other day. But time and the storm were against them. They could not get out and make camp. The air they were breathing was the same air they'd been breathing for a week, carbon dioxide processed over and again by the tank's ancient scrubbers. The air should have been dry and acerbic, but it was thick with unfiltered scent, the smell of men trapped in close quarters with each other, of rations and excretion, of stale breath and stellar sweat. Low smoking was regarded as unhealthy back home on Paragon, but Bannock was glad of Ralt's habit, for it masked the stink of the tank. All the men were stripped down to vest and trousers. Sweaty, grimy, oily, no signifiers of rank to mark them apart. They all looked the same, gunner and lieutenant, commsman and loader, tired-eyed, dirty, jumpy. Only Courtine spoke, only then to give orders or request data. He looked up from his scopes when Bannock came in, the others didn't. "That time already?" said Courtine. "The others?" "Coming," said Bannock. "Fine." Courtine peered at his chart desk for a while, a scratchy wireframe holograph of the landscape rolled over it. He pulled up a larger-scale representation of the terrain. The boulder-strewn plateaus and crazed canyons of the Badlands round the edge of the Ozymandian Basin were beginning to peter out. "We're coming up to level ground. It'll take several hours to cross before we reach the next shock ridge. I've decided to postpone full crew action until the next sleep cycle. We have to be prepared, all of us, before we go into the Ozymandian Basin proper. I'm moving up your rest period, Megan." Megan sagged with visible relief. "Thank you, sir." "Bannock, before you relieve Radon, get down and tell Outlander I want him asleep inside of half an hour. Ganlik can drive for a while." "Yes, honored Lieutenant." Bannock went down the stairs, backing up to let Ralt past, tapping Ganlik's shoulder before he went up. "You're wanted up front," he said. Together they went forwards, matching their footfalls to the judder and sway of the tank as it left the Badlands. Outlander never came back from his driving position willingly, sleeping only when Courtine ordered him to, his mind wholly on the task of guiding Mars Triumphant blind through the storm. His eyes were intent on his main Auspex scope. Smaller screens relayed real-time images from the tank's auger lenses, several of them dead from battle damage or dust scouring. Outlander sat back in his driver's chair, a man at ease with his surroundings, fastidiously making small adjustments to the tank's heading, jinking it past outcrops and boulders with millimeters to spare. Bannock watched, fascinated, as he did whenever he came up front while Outlander was driving. He'd not have thought it possible to move such a large machine with such precision. "You two just going to stand there breathing? You're distracting me," said the driver. "You're coming off. Ganlick's taking over. The honored lieutenant wants you asleep in half an hour." "Or what? Lick can't handle this kind of terrain." "Or he'll come down and read you a bedtime story, then he'll court-martial your sorry hide," growled Ganlick. "Move over. This shock ridge is nearly done. We've a clear run before we hit the next, the last before we head down into the basin proper," said Bannock. "Move over," said Ganlick. Outlander grunted. "If you can handle it. Give me a moment." A few more nudges of the tank's drive levers, minute adjustments. He waited for a short run of clear terrain, then locked the levers in position and stood. "You're on." "You been drinking, Outlander?" said Ganlick as he pushed past. "Don't need no glees." He tapped at his temple. "Driving keeps this occupied. I only drift when I'm bored. Nothing boring about this." Ganlick gave him a sour look, got into the driving seat and disengaged the drive locks. The motion of the Baneblade changed, becoming less smooth. Small bangs and squeaks sounded as Ganlick clipped rocks. "Told you," said Outlander to Bannock. "Too rough for Lick." Bannock put out his lip thoughtfully. Outlander had a point. "You sure you'll be okay?" he said. "Those pips might give you the right to tell me what to do, but I've been on this tank for 13 years. I can drive plenty good enough, don't listen to Outlander. Besides, these canyons will give out soon enough, like you say. The basin's an old impact crater, see?"
"No, before you say it, not like where we fought the orcs at the mine."
"This is the real deal. Big old rock hit this place millions of years gone, hit it so hard it vaporized the planetary crust. These ridges are frozen rock ripples, like on water, you get me? It'll flatten out soon enough when we go into a trough, they're all full of sand. Damned dust is good for that, at least." "Fine, Ganlick." Bannock and Outlander made to go. "Hey, Bannock." Bannock turned back. "What?" "You watch out. You see anything weird, you tell me, okay? This place is full of Lorelei, pressure formed by the impact, denser than the usual crystals, unholy work between the sun and the smash. It'll start to mess with our heads when we get close in, it's a psychic tar pit. You think the dreams we were having were bad? This place has much worse to throw at us, so I've been told. They've tried to mine it plenty of times, always fails. Terror, they even tried building a hive out here, but the fields are too intense, messes up your mind, makes everyone a psyker, so they say. Armor will help, so will these." He nodded at Lorelei crystals hung round the cabin. "Some kind of fracture pattern in the crystal generates the mind fragging stuff. Having some of it about you interferes with its wavefront, at least some." Bannock smiled. Ganlick never ceased to surprise him. "How do you find this stuff out, Ganlick?" "Like I said, I ask around. You want to get yourself one of these?" Ganlick picked his Sandscum amulet up off his chest and waved it. "From what I hear, you'll start listening to me once we've been through the basin." He looked back at Bannock. "Like looking into the warp, so they say, and there ain't nobody wants to do that." Outlander and Bannock left Ganlick to it. Bannock helped the driver into his bunk. He grimaced as he closed it up. Hot bunking wasn't pleasant, but at least they had bunks on the Baneblade. Lemon Russ crew on forced advances were expected to sleep at their stations, if they slept at all. He was about to go back up to the command deck when the clatter of Vorkosigen's tarot reader caught his attention. He suppressed his irritation. Cortine had told him to leave the little tech adept alone, so he had, and he would. "You're going to get us all killed," came a voice from the gloom aft. "Vorkosigen, leave it be," said Bannock. He steadied himself on the tank walls as Ganlick clipped a rock. A deep boom sounded in the tank, like a bell tolling. The charms and fetishes of the eons dangling from the ceiling and walls jingled nervously. "You are going to kill us. These cards, the cards come up. They come up every time. Another rattle. It's you, I'm sure of it." Vorkosigen stepped out from the munitions store, a cutting laser in one hand, tarot deck in the other, face lit from below by the light of the screen. "Look," he thrust the reader at Bannock. It was a cheap thing, fashioned from plastic, non-Paragonian, an unfamiliar design. The reader screen was cracked, scuffed to near opacity. Bannock watched as the card icons rattled by with a noise like bone dice in a cup. Vorkosigen had it arranged in a standard 9-card, H spread. The first card stuck. Gilliman's Wrath. A double-meaning card, for the wrath could be directed either way. The blind seer, the extinguished star, the nova, the lords of terror, the young warrior, the fortress of faith, the dishonored scion. I'm sorry, said Bannock, holding up his hands, eyes fixed on the cutter the engineer held. I don't follow the tarot. Vorkosigan jabbed the tool threateningly towards Bannock. It was off, but he could activate it easily enough, and then it had cut through plasteel. Look at the screen. I said I don't follow the tarot, repeated Bannock slowly. It was simple truth. The cards had all locked into place. A grating, malfunctioning machine voice began to recite the card names, a precursor to a reading. Never mind. Watch again. Vorkosigan shook the deck. Again the cards rattled past. The first card stuck. Gilliman's Wrath, top of the left stick of the H. What do you see? Bannock shook his head. Look closely. Bannock watched the cards rattle into place again. It's the same reading, he said. It is, again. Once more the cards rattled. The first to come up was Gilliman's Wrath. The others followed suit. And again, Vorkosigan rattled the card reader in Bannock's face, stepping closer in towards him. Bannock glanced at the cutter. A malfunction, Bannock said calmly, although a chill ran down his spine. The reader looks in need of repair. Its functions are unimpaired. Vorkosigan dropped it, pulled a smaller reader from his belt, higher tech, better made. Look at this. Look, he pressed the button. The screen swirled and cleared, displaying the same reading. He pushed it into his belt, pulled out another. And this, a third reader, truly ancient, its cards tiny illustrations on multifaceted shapes, no backlight. Vorkosigan pumped its trigger lever. The shapes bounced around the box, coming to rest in the shape of an H reading. The same reading. Cold sweat trickled down Bannock's back. Need to see more, he hissed. I've got 4 more, all ages, all types, all the same reading. That's not chance. The Emperor is telling me something. Why would the Emperor want to tell you anything? Vorkosigan's face reddened and he barged into Bannock, pushing him up against the wall. He was surprisingly strong. His bulging eyes looked up into Bannock's face. You Bazdak aristocrats are all the same, he snarled. Why would he talk to you? What makes you so special, you arrogant pig? Make a noise and I'll cut your warp-cursed throat. Do you know how many wars this machine has fought in? How many lives it has saved? Do you? Vorkosigan's big eyes darted about, resting on stenciled warnings, piping, charms hung 5 centuries before his birth. The Emperor is telling us to be careful. You Bazdaks, think you're above us all, we who make the machines and do the work, he spluttered, spraying Bannock with froth. It's we clansmen that hold the Imperium together, not you and your rituals and fancy uniforms. While you were up in your feather bed with your cheap sluts, my family was deep in the bowels of your forges, hammering ceramite. What do you know of hard work, of suffering? I bet all this stink, the noise, the heat, the shifts, I'll bet it's all a nasty shock to you. Me, I was born into it. And you come in here, all stiff sleeves and peak cap, looking like you own the place. It's you, you misbegotten fool. The tarot is telling me to be wary of you. The cards, they're all of destruction, of death. The fortress of faith toppled, Mars triumphant toppled, and at the heart of it the young warrior, the dishonored scion, you. The naive, the high-born, the fated, the man that smashes it down in the name of glory. Sound familiar? Bannock held Vorkosigan's eyes. What if he were right? The tarot was one of the few levelers in the Imperium. High-born, low-born, spacer, planet-sider, scum. It did not matter who you were, or where you were, as long as you had a reader, anyone could scry for the Emperor's will. And sometimes he did communicate with his servants, even the lowliest, or so it was said. Bannock regarded the tarot with deep suspicion. He was too worldly to take it at face value. But he was a man of faith, the saints' tales were full of proofs of its efficacy, and he had sinned terribly. He was unfit to serve on so potent an instrument of divine will. You're going to get us all killed and I am not going to let that happen. The Emperor does not want it to happen, and by his name I will not let Mars triumphant die. Vorkosigan slid the switch on his cutter. A thin beam of light leapt across the gap between its 2 prongs. The heat of it curled the hair at Bannock's throat. How? Bannock gasped. How do you know? What am I going to do? How can you be sure your interpretation is correct? I would never do anything to harm this tank or its crew, or to endanger our mission. The tarot doesn't tell me that, hissed Vorkosigan, only deals in generalities, doesn't it? The Emperor has a lot on his mind, as big and as powerful as that is, it's a bit too much to expect him to come here himself and give me a personal prophecy, isn't it? That's why we have the tarot, and thanks to that I know enough. You, This tank, a poor match. Bannock moved quickly, jamming his left hand up under the cutter, turning his head to one side, bringing his right elbow over to knock the tool away from his face. There was a sizzle of flesh and a blossom of hot pain along his ear as the light beam sliced a sliver of it away. Vorkosigan stumbled. Bannock pivoted, shoving hard. The little tech adept bounced off the wall, kicking the first tarot reader away, setting it off. What do you know about the Emperor? What do you know? What do you know of what life is like for the rest of us? Nothing. You know nothing at all. Bannock punched him with the heel of his hand. Vorkosigan fell with a cry, the contents of his belt scattering. Bannock was on him in an instant, pinning his arms with his legs, punching the defenseless head of the tech adept repeatedly. All the rage, all the pain, the fear, poured out of him. Tuparilio, Callaghan, the war, the suffering he had seen, but most of all that he had been born as he was, son of a clan master, imprisoned by duty and responsibility as surely as if he were bound by chains. The tech adept stopped moving. Bannock's fist stilled and his shoulders slumped. Vorkosigan was stained and bloody, like his cousin had been. No, it is you who knows nothing at all, whispered Bannock. What in the name of the thrice-blasted apostate is going on here? Courtine, shouting from the top of the stairs. Bannock looked up, Vorkosigan at his feet, blood on his fists. On the floor, amidst spilled tools, 3 tarot readers clattered to a stop, their inevitable readings clicking into place one after another. Boys play gladly as men at war. In war, terror reduces men to boys once more. Sayings of Solon. Chapter 16. Aronis City, Paragon Vi 2,003,395, M41. The door shut behind Bannock with a soft click, yet it reverberated off into the cavernous interior of the church, accentuating the silence by its intrusion. The double-headed aquila dominated the wall opposite the doors. Ranks of dark wood pews, the faces of saints on him worn to nubs, lined a broad aisle leading to the altar. The columns of the nave loomed over him, trees in a forest of stone fruited with carvings, their tops vanishing in the gloom. Hanging from the unseen ceiling was a statue of the emperor resplendent, winged and armed with sword and shield, gilt age darkened, so that the statue glittered only just so, a tiny glimmer in the boundless dark of the rafters, where winged things swooped on the edge of sight, chittering litanies and disturbing the sepulchral air of the place. Bannock's breath rasped in his ears, the rush of the air in and out of his lungs an imposition upon the stillness, and without thinking he held his breath until his body forced him to exhale. His cheek throbbed, his head felt light from the shot the Medici had given him. A flurry of cloth and the sound of a book closing, and a priest rose up from a pew far forward of Bannock. His insignificant size by the eagle revealed the true scale of the place. I shouldn't have come, he muttered to himself. Loyal servant of the Emperor, may I help you? The priest made his way from where he'd been sitting to the central aisle. An object rose off the pew and followed him with the thrum of anti-gravitic motors. Bannock made to go. No, wait, stay a while, called the priest. All are welcome in the house of the Emperor. Single quote ellipsis. Pera, 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 echoed the stone. Determined to leave, Bannock found that he could not, simply could not lift his legs or turn away. He looked upwards. The Emperor glared down at him. The priest reached him. Good day to you, if there is such thing as one in the long winter. The priest smiled, his voice was warm, not stern as those of some Bannock had met. His face was round, broader at the bottom than at the top, with a rack of fleshy chins. Dark smudges sat under his eyes, and what little hair he had was cropped close to his skin. He wore the long white surplice, thick with the embroidery of a third-rank confessor. A servo skull bobbed by his head, motors whirring as its metal eyes zeroed in on Bannock's face. I do not think I know you, my son. Forgive me, Aronis is a large city, it is hard for me to keep the faces of all our congregation in mind. His face became concerned as he took in Bannock's swollen face, the stick bandage over his cheek. Bannock tried to speak, but his mouth was dry, he swallowed, licked his lips and tried again. I have not been to the church for many years, he said. The priest placed his hands into his broad sleeves. In that case, introductions are in order. I am Confessor Pike, late of the Zoroman orbital habitats in the Vertheni system. And this is my predecessor, Confessor Zumantsi, whose remains have had the singular blessing of being crafted into the device you see accompanying me. stuttered Bannock. I am Coloron Artem Lo Bannock. Of the Opticals clan. I suppose had I been here longer I would have been able to tell. There is a certain look, I am told, to each of the clans, but I as yet do not see it. All the children of man are equal to me. You are not here long, said Bannock, seeking refuge in this mundane exchange, anything to push the image of Tuparilio's face from his mind. Confessor Pike shook his head. No, not long here, not long anywhere, in truth. The Ecclesiashi do like to move us so, keeps us from putting down roots. But one mustn't complain, one's duty is to the church and to the master of mankind. The confessor glanced back to the eagle, then smiled at Bannock. And one is happy in one's work. Tell me, why have you not been to church for so long, my son? Our praises warm the emperor, trapped in the cold machinery of his golden throne. Our strength is his strength, and his strength is the pillar that holds up the Imperium. Would you deny succor to our lord? Bannock had no answer. I suppose you have not unburdened yourself of sin, either. Bannock shook his head. I have had nothing to confess, he lied. Oh, my son. The priest smiled and inclined his head, placed a plump hand on Bannock's shoulder. I am sure you have. What you mean is, I have nothing to reveal bar minor transgressions that I would prefer the Lord does not know of. He looked meaningfully at Bannock's wounded face. And that is perfectly understandable, all young men are the same. But looking at you now, this has changed, has it not? Bannock nodded. His knees felt weak. The priest came forwards and took his elbow. Take heart, my son. There is little that the emperor will not excuse if a man offers true service, body and heart, soul and mind. There is nothing higher in this world than to serve the emperor, and in so doing, serve man. Both of them raised their eyes to the effigy of the man-god suspended above. Yes, Bannock managed. Good. Be warmed, young man, in this coldest of seasons, be warmed in the knowledge that through service lies glory. But first, yes, first we must pray so that we may know what service will aid in the repentance of our transgressions. There is nothing quite like sharing a burden to ease one's heart and the mind, no. Come with me, to the altar, let us there offer up ourselves to the emperor. Bannock offered no resistance. I'm afraid shriving requires a donation, no problem for a man from such a wealthy background as yourself, but all these candles do not pay for themselves, alas. Together they walked into the long aisles running down either side of the nave where Confessor Pike took him to the altar. They knelt together in prayer before Pike bade Bannock tell of his sins to the God Emperor. There, in the dark and cold of the house of the Lord of Man, Bannock told of how he had become a murderer. Hive Meridan is the administrative capital of the Caledarian Southern Hemisphere. A hole in the sand that produces 36 megatons of processed Lorelei pellets per annum for the Scholastica Psychana and Adeptus Astartes Librarium. There is nothing else remarkable about it at all. If I do recommend the locally caught, magnesium seared sandmite, it is only because it is practically the only palatable thing to eat there. At all costs, avoid that salad. Aeronymous Squeam, Minor Industrial Worlds of the Segmentum Pacificus, a precise guide. Chapter 17. KALIDARIV, Hive MERADON 3,335,397, M41. Brasslock shifted from consciousness to unconsciousness so often he was not sure which was which. At the moment, he thought he was awake. His mental processes were coherent. There had been no sudden relocation or arbitrary change in causal events. Processional phenomena went one to the other without non-logical shifts. The existence of the room he occupied was objectively apparent by the level of detail available to his senses. The grains of dirt under his flesh hand, the hum of distant machinery, the trickle of dust on his face, the smell of unwashed bodies and suppurating wounds, the moans of prisoners, the clank of chains as they shifted listlessly, attempting to find a little comfort for their tortured bodies. These were not the soft edges of a dream, where sensation came and went on a whim. The floor he lay face down on was the same floor he lay on a minute ago, the dark the same dark. He was not dreaming, he wished he were. He pressed his flesh forefinger into the metal. Grit moved in the ridges of his fingerprint and he took a slow, painful breath. Real, all too real. The Adeptus Mechanicus lived by two contradictory creeds, faith and reason. Faith in the machine god and his knowledge, reason the key to unlocking the deep truths underlying his gifts. Prayer was the appropriate adjunct to both. When the orcs came, he had thought he was about to die. He should have been dead. But he was not. Reason told him that, while his faith told him that it could not be any other way. He was a servant of the Omnitia, and he lived because he willed it. He ran a diagnostic with his cranial implants. His augmetics were sluggish to respond. The external sockets and cabling damaged by the blows rained down upon him by the orcs when they took him. He was relieved when the contents of his intelligence core memory dumps showed continued viability. To have lost the contents of his engrams would have been too much. He remembered the orcs' foul breath and rough hands, their hulking mass, his panic as they grabbed him. Poor, faithful Eartho smashed down and torn to pieces as the servitor tried to defend him. Pity and fear, weaknesses of the flesh. His augmetics attempted an emotion suppression, unsuccessfully. He'd never been able to let go entirely of his human frailties, and in truth he had never wanted to. Under the plasteel and the wiring, he was a man, all the servants of the Omnitia were. He was not an adherent of the subsects who regarded all trappings of the biological frame to be shameful failings. Was not the body, after all, a marvelous machine itself? Was not the flesh form that worn by the most holy emperor himself? The Magos biologists argued thus, even as they tinkered with its genetic underpinnings, tireless in their endeavors to improve upon it. How were the tech priests to serve man's imperium if they left humanity entirely behind? He had read the secret histories, the chronicles of the Blind King and his uprising against the High Lords of Terror, how he had sought to use the powers of the machine god to rid the universe of all organic human life. This unholy course of action had been disastrous for the Imperium and the Adeptus Mechanicus both, yet still some of his colleagues failed to see the lessons of the past. There were those of the Adeptus Mechanicus who tried to sever themselves from their biological origins completely, adepts like Rotar. But not Brasslock. For him, the perfection of the will of the Omnitia was the operation of machinery and humanity in balance, not in discord, neither side attempting to usurp the other, but both locked in a perfect reciprocal circle, benefits flowing between them without end. Knowledge is the tool of man. Best trust in metal, in cog and gear, best be a machine, but always with a human heart. Brasslock was a man, forever would be a man. As an adept of Mars, Brasslock had complete faith in the process of cause and effect, felt it inevitable, and was calm in the face of his circumstances. They were as the Omnitia and Emperor intended. As a man, Brasslock felt fear. The orcs had hacked away most of his augmetics. They had stopped trying to pull out his mechadendrite assembly when they discovered that to do so would kill him. Likewise, his internal heart, lung and nutrient mechanisms remained intact, although not one part of him remained untouched. Curious orc specialists, one dressed as some hideous parody of a Medici, the other wielding a variety of surprisingly delicate machine tools, had gone over his body for hours. Strapped to a table, unanesthetized, his augmetics had fought hard to keep the pain at bay, but had failed. The agony of that examination remained with him, reduced to a dull throb now, but there. When he moved, bone and metal ground and pain flared high, especially around the crude sutures of the wounds they'd inflicted. This was as nothing to the sensations he'd suffered as they'd pulled him apart. He felt feverish, the beginning of infection, he thought. That would probably kill him if the orcs did not do the job themselves. His mechadendrites themselves had been scissored off, the stubs of them twitching infuriatingly as they malfunctioned, a deep itch he could not scratch. Much of his right arm assembly had gone. They hadn't been able to undo the locking mechanism for the multi-tool prosthesis he had been wearing. In the end they had become impatient and wrenched it out, damaging his nerve circuitry interfaces. After that they'd proceeded to dismantle his entire limb, piece by excruciating piece, only stopping when they'd severed the pressure lines that went deep within him. These acted as a secondary circulatory system and, when cut, his machine components had almost bled out, but the orc mechanic had been quick. He sealed the rupture and refilled the lubrication tubes with some filthy orcish oil. He felt polluted, the vile distillates of the greenskins within the holy Omnissiah's gifts. They'd become agitated when it looked like he might die. A flurry of activity had erupted around him, the smaller Gretchen xenoforms, humans too, working fast. They'd been more cautious after that, for a time. The pressure in his machine circulatory system was too low, the oil of entirely the wrong kind. His intelligence core's mental interface was alive with warning sigils. His breathing labored and his machine heart beat erratically. His legs were practically non-functional. He could move them, but there was not sufficient pressure in the hydraulics to bear his weight. One of his eyes had been smashed in with the butt of a power drill by the mechanic, wires pulled and teased by poking orc fingers. It was as if the beast had been trying to understand how it worked, to see what made Brasslock function, but this could not have been so, orcs were animals. He drew some comfort from the knowledge that they, Xenos and masters of nothing but the crassest mechanisms, would never understand, and that even if they did, they lacked the Omnissiah's faith to make his blessings function correctly and with joy. They did not know the correct prayers, the rightful rituals to ensure proper operation. One only had to look at the Orc machines to see that, the way they rattled and banged and puffed black smoke, forever on the brink of catastrophic malfunction. This provided some comfort. Brasslock was restricted in his movements. One weak flesh arm was left to him, the two smallest fingers of that hand broken. He could move his torso slightly, but the weight of his broken augmetics dragged at his ancient flesh. He was effectively a cripple, and unlike the others in the room about him, he wore no chains or binding. The Orcs judged him to be no threat. Face down on the floor, he awaited his death. The Orcs would not leave their prisoners alone. Time and again they returned. Many men went out and were not brought back. Others died in the cell from the horrific injuries they returned with. Brasslock was unrobed, naked, humiliated, broken and bereft, his only succor the small array of blinking icons telling him of his pains, the last gift of the Omnissiah remaining to him. Next time, they would take that away too. He prayed as hard as he could to the Omnissiah and the Emperor both that he would die before that happened. For the first time in 2 centuries, Brasslock knew what it was to be truly human. Without the power of the machine god's gifts, he was helpless and feeble, an old man. Had his tear ducts not been removed decades before, he would have wept. "Brother," came a voice. "Brother." A hand fell on his flesh shoulder. Brasslock started. The prisoners did not talk to one another for fear of reprisals from the Orcs. When they did not address Brasslock, superstitions surrounding the tech priests keeping them distant. "Who is this who calls me brother?" he managed. He could not see the man's face. "It doesn't matter much," whispered the man, sitting near the crippled tech priest. "We're all brothers here." The tech priest turned his head a little. The room was too dark for a man to see, but the light amplification enhancements of his remaining ocular augmetic provided him with a green, blurry version of sight. The man who called him brother sat, knees drawn up, hands clasped round them. Light reflected from his retinas and teeth, giving him a ghostly air, intensified when he moved, the lighter parts of him leaving streamers of greenish-white across Brasslock's vision field. His uniform was stained dark, his hair wild, face smeared with something. All came out as darker greens to the tech priest's eye, but he appeared remarkably unharmed. You are not fetid," croaked the priest with his flesh voice. His augmeters, including his vox grill, had been stripped from him. The man looked himself up and down as if surprised. "No, I suppose I am not, but then iron cannot bind any man who has faith in the Emperor, is that not the case?" Brasslock turned his head away. "I find your faith uplifting," he said, not sure if he believed that anymore. "And so you should, Engine Seer Brasslock. I once had none, but in circumstances such as mine, it becomes something of a necessity." "Indeed," said Brasslock. A cruel shouting guttural Gothic came from outside the room, telling them to shut up. A metal object banging on the door. Other prisoners hissed, urging the tech priest to silence. The stranger ignored them. "Brasslock, do not let them break you, no matter what. Do not give up your secrets." Brasslock did not respond, weary to the bone. He was drifting into sleep when it occurred to him that he had not told the man his name. When Brasslock lifted his head to ask him if they'd met before, the man had gone. The amount of Lorelei present in the Ozymandian flatlands estimated by the previous geologian surveyor team has proven to be, if anything, a grievous understatement. The combination of tidal effort, stellar radiologic bombardment and the trauma to the crust of the impact event has created Lorelei deposits of unparalleled purity and quantity. Our recent calculations indicate that an amount of raw crystals equal to half the entire crystalline resource of Kaladar is present in fracture lines throughout the basin. Although deep compared to some of the other deposits, sand harvesters would be entirely ineffectual. The concentration of the veins make viable the establishment of deep mining, at a cost in lives and materials easily borne, no greater, we perceive, than 5 billion imperials annually, lower caste and mutant slave deaths at greater than 20,500. It is the recommendation of this committee that the founding of a new hive be undertaken in the heart of the basin as soon as possible, better to exploit this most precious of resources. Ozymandian Basin Geological Report, M40. Chapter 18. KALIDARIV, OZYMANDIAN Basin 3,338,397, M41. Steady, steady, Outlander, hold the line down the middle, Courtine shouted into the internal vox. I see it, sir, I see it. The driver's voice crackled back over the speakers. Got to bear left a little. There's a fissure there in the rock to the right, it might give. Mars Triumphant's engines grumbled loudly as the tank struggled down the slope into the basin, its great weight working against it on fractured rock and sand covering the sides of the basin. Courtine nodded to Eperalient, who waited expectantly at his comms station. He turned to his unit, hands playing over the controls for the tank's laser pulse data systems, warning those coming behind him to follow Outlander's lead. Behind Mars Triumphant, the other vehicles of the task force came on, a thin line of Lemon Russes, one after another, 5 of the 9 accompanying the larger tank. Behind them, 2 Chimeras, then the first of 4 Trojan supply vehicles. Tethered behind it was a large flatbed carrying vast fuel drums, also tracked, another Trojan attached to the end to stabilize its progress. Then Exertax's command Chimera, bristling with antennae rendered useless by the storm, another Chimera, and Captain Versilio's command tank. Following them came another paired unit of Trojans guiding a second flatbed trailer, this stacked high with ammunition. The rear was brought up by the second of Exertax's platoon lieutenants in his Chimera, 2 of his squads alongside him. Then came an Atlas recovery vehicle, currently home to the task force's engine seer and astropath. Finally, 2 standard armed Lemon Russ battle tanks, turrets reversed, acting as a rearguard. This is not easy, came Outlander's voice. The storm blew on, the wind could be heard even inside. The internal vox crackled like gunfire, external vox swamped by static. Mars Triumphant shifted abruptly to the right, metal groaning, equipment jangling. All the crew were on duty. Even Vorkocygen, bruised and subdued, sat at his station, Megan hanging from the central well ladder, keeping a watchful eye on him. Every one of them, bar the loader, scanned their station pict screens, gauging how much space they had on the treacherous mountain path. Steady, Outlander, steady. 4 degrees left, forward 3 meters, back 5 degrees, said Courtine, adjusting the heading dials. Sir. The tank juddered as it shifted, creeping forwards a centimeter at a time. When they'd reached the barrier range, it had taken a day to find a gap through the worn mountains around the crater. Exertax's first lieutenant, Polycon, found this path and had driven its length once before returning with the information for the rest of the convoy. He and his command crew had then descended a second time in their Chimera, and now waited at the bottom. Bannock was deeply thankful they only had to do it once. Whatever had inflicted this wound on the surface of Kaladar had been enormous. The ring range about the basin towered high still after a million years of erosion. Polycon had found a cleft, a canyon blasted by unnumbered sandstorms through a weakness in the stone. Its sides were rippled and it hooted and whooped in the storm. At the end of the canyon pass came the descent, a 50-degree path of rock and sand. The men were unnerved by the voice of the canyon, its eerie song adding to the dread anticipation of what awaited them within the basin itself. The Lorelei visions, the ghosts of Kaladar. Bannock's eyes struggled to make sense of what he saw through his picked feed. The air was a shifting mosaic of sand streamers, the landscape beyond it tilted and jumbled rocks worn smooth as eggs. The chart desk at Courtine's station showed the situation as best it could, but without direct sat feeds and orbital locators it was impossible to trust it. The maps it ran from may or may not have been accurate, and they could not be sure of their position. Right now it was about a kilometer off, said Courtine, but they could all see the steep escarpment around the basin, an endless sea of sand. Eperalient, meanwhile, followed a rough chart made by Polycon. Sir. Eperalient looked concerned. According to Polycon's charts the path narrows to less than 20 meters ahead. There's a tilt of 15 degrees to the right on it. It's going to be dangerous. Yeah, I know. Hang on, this is going to be real tight. Outlander's voice was strained. Steady as she goes, said Courtine. Bannock held his breath as they approached the narrowing, a featureless sheet of tilted rock. Mars Triumphant shifted up jerkily as it breasted the lip of it, treads scrabbling on the stone. Outlander eased the tank forwards. Hitting then passing a point of equilibrium, Mars Triumphant fell slowly forwards, skidding sideways as it did so. The crew were thrown to the side. The tank slipped on, its path lubricated by the rivers of sand poured over it from the desert above. Mars Triumphant juddered sideways, tracks squealing, closer and closer to the edge of the path. Outlander swore fluently as he wrestled with the Baneblade. The vehicle did a slow turn and came to a rest. Bannock took a look out of one of the right sponson bolter cameras and experienced a rush of vertigo. The right side of Mars triumphant hung over nothingness. "Throne," whispered Megan, catching sight of the display. The engine turned over quietly. Metal ticked and creaked at the unusual distribution of the super heavy's weight. The wind howled louder. Corteen punched his Vox. "Stop the convoy. Exertraxes, call a halt. I repeat, immediate halt." Eperalient frantically worked the signal pulse, passing the information behind. Too late. There was a clang and Mars shifted further, lurching dangerously on the precipice. "Hard contact," said Eperalient calmly. "What are they doing?" growled Corteen. He punched the Vox again. Back up now, Tank 5. A rumble of static. Words. We are, grow, ed. "Damn it, listen to me," said Corteen. "Outlander, hold position. Vorkoxygen." "Sir." Bannock could feel the tech adept purposefully not looking at him. Once the story came out of his assault on Bannock, Corteen had put him on immediate report. He'd be fortunate to escape with his life when they returned. If they returned. "We need more traction," said Corteen. "Give it to me. I can up the reactor output, adjust the drive mechanism to increase the torque on the engine, sir. It'll be an increase of," he went over some calculations, referring to multiple instruments as he did so. 5% or so, sir. Better than nothing. Do it." There was a burst of Vox, a rush of horrendous interference. Eperalient winced and began trying to isolate a signal. "It's Exertraxes, sir. He suggests he send the Atlas forwards to help pull us out backwards to try another path." "That in order?" "No, sir, it's a suggestion." Corteen thought briefly. "No. Tell him there's not enough room for them to start dancing tanks round each other," said Corteen. "Outlander. We'll never get the Trojans and supply trailers back up, and there's no telling if any path would be better than this one. We're nearly there. I can do this, I am sure of it." Eperalient scanned forwards on the map. "He's right, honored Lieutenant. We've only 100 meters of path left to go. Once we get over this, we'll be running on easier ground. I say it's worth the risk." "Relay a negative then, Commsman. Bannock, keep an eye on our right." "Sir." Bannock could not tear himself away from the terrifying picked view. "Ready." "Ready," said Outlander. "On my order," said Corteen. 3, 2, 1, now." Outlander gunned the engine and engaged the drive units. There was a squeal of metal on rock. The tank, with more traction to its right, spun towards the edge again. Bannock grabbed onto his station in anticipation of the fall. "Got you," said Outlander's crackling voice. The tank lined up obliquely with the path, both tracks on hard stone. Mars Triumphant suddenly lurched forwards, Ganlick cursing as he banged his head on the demolisher cannon breech, Outlander expertly shifting power back and forth between the left and right drive wheels until the Baneblade was back in the center of the path. Tank 5 was not so fortunate. As the Baneblade crawled forwards millimeter by millimeter, the crew watched Tank 5 on Mars's aft screen. Smoke poured from the stacks on its engine, flat ribbons of black carried horizontally off by the gale. "You're overgunning your engine. Power down, man, power down," shouted Corteen. Eperalient hammered out a semaphore on the signal laser. "CA-N, yon," came a panicked voice. Tracks spinning, Tank 5 skidded backwards and sideways. Panicked shouts came over the Vox, broken by Kaladar's own scream. Slowly it slid, treads spinning ineffectually, first one track, then the other, the driver desperately trying to mimic Outlander's success and failing. The Lemon Russ hit the edge, the front of the right track going out over the precipice. The shouts and orders emanating from Tank 5 became ever more desperate. The roar of its struggling engine fought higher the storm. A bang sounded as the whole of the right track unit went over the edge, crashing the hull into the rock. "Damn it," yelled Corteen into his Vox horn. "Turn off your engine. Deactivate now. Shut it down." The driver of the tank either never heard or was too panicked to pay attention. Both tracks spun wildly, right-hand unit treading air. Tank 5 shifted further and further off the road. On the Vox they heard the vehicle's commander bellowing to the driver to stand down. Too late, the tracks disengaged. Tank 5 hung for a moment, before pitching sideways and falling from the path, the shouts of its crew turning into screams. The loud, metallic bangs of its progress down the mountainside fought with the wind, grew distant and indistinct, then stopped. Silence fell. The wind blew on. Silence reigned on the command deck. To lose men that way seemed worse than in battle, somehow. "Poor Bazdax," said Ragan. Megan made the sign of the Aquila. Bannock muttered a quick prayer, commending their souls to the Emperor. Eperalian spoke urgently into the Vox. Tank 5, come in, come in." "Anything?" asked Courtine. Eperalian turned away from his station and shook his head slowly. "That's a loss we can ill afford," muttered Courtine. "Outlander, get us off this mountain. Vox ahead to Polycon if you can, commsman. Get him to drive round and see if there are any survivors. And tell the rest of them to take it slowly. I don't want to see any more men die today." Thou shalt not sully the shell of the divine engine. Thou shalt not sully its mechanism. Thou shalt not countenance the use of sullied components. Thou shalt not be complicit in the sullying. Thou shalt destroy the sullied. Adeptus Mechanicus Cant. Chapter 19. KALIDARIV, Hive MERADON 3,339,397, M41. Brasslock's struggling cranial implants allowed him to keep track of the time, a chronometer ticking on remorselessly within the lower left field of his remaining ocular implant. Without it, he would have had little idea how many days had passed. Food was delivered sporadically, if at all, and when it came it was rancid, doled out by cackling Gretchen who spat in it and dropped it upon the floor, or by terrified human slaves. The light in the room never changed, nor did the air. They came for him at the start of the Caledarian night, two brutish orcs, bigger than any he'd seen yet, clad in thick plates of armor decorated with garish camo patterns and glyphs of crossed axes and stylized, howling maws. He shrank away as best he could, but they hauled him off the floor as if he were a child and dragged him out of the prison cell. He resolved to die nobly, for any further tampering with his machine gifts by the orc specialists would surely kill him, and he was determined not to give them the satisfaction of seeing him break. Nevertheless, his heart quailed when they approached the examination room. They passed it without slowing. He was too surprised and relieved to be afraid, and thanked the Omnisphere and Emperor in equal, fervent measure. Brasslock was dragged along corridors and up stairways he had not seen before, the serviceways of a large complex. Up one stairwell, through a door, then into what had been a richly appointed corridor. Toppled off-world furnishings and objets d'art from across the galaxy lay about, smashed into pieces, the soiled carpet was scattered with bones and filth, the walls daubed with crudely realized orchideograms, candelabra hung with grisly trophies. Brasslock recognized a palace when he saw one. There were few men in the Imperium who could afford such luxury. He was dragged onwards, past broken transportways and ballrooms turned into barracks for orc troops, from where smells of roasting meat and screams came intermingled. Past shattered windows looking upon gardens made wasteland by war, along a processional route studded with lines of spikes upon which were impaled the rotted bodies of militia soldiers. Always they were in the shadows, intermittent fires or buzzing vacuum bulbs dotted here and there, the power out in much of the building. Then to a great cavern, whose armor-glass wall lay in pieces on the ground amidst burnt-out vehicles and charred corpses. His implant whirred its iris tight shut against the sudden return of light, although the storm made a drab day. Up steps, patterned carpets soaked brown with old blood, through massive doors rent by explosion into a hall, once the throne room of a hive governor, now the lair of the orc conquerors of Meriden. The room was crowded with enormous orcs, bigger than any two of the common troopers put together. All were dressed in filthy uniforms draped with braid, high-peaked caps upon their tiny craniums, parodies of imperial uniforms, like apes on parade. Scurrying lesser greenskins and human slaves ran to and fro, bringing food and drink to orc nobles lounging on broken human furniture too small for their bodies. With horror, Brasslock saw free men here too, not slaves, armed, walking warily in between the orcs. Pirates, mercenary scum, a smattering of other Xenos there were also, some in chains, living trophies bruised and torn, others clearly in the pay of the greenskins. They stood talking at one another, men, aliens and orcs, in the harsh, guttural tongue of the greenskins. Occasionally, two orcs might shove and gesticulate angrily, hands straying towards blades, but it stopped there. All, no matter how large they were, or how decorated their uniforms, were cowed by the being sat at the end of the room. Upon a throne fashioned from skulls and helmets, before a great, curved window that allowed views from the very top to the very bottom of the conquered Hive Meridan, sat the Arch-Scarlord Gratsdaka Mekdaka, the king of Orktown. The Arch-Scarlord was as big as an alpha ambul, muscles like anvils rippling under its well-tailored uniform, long coat, high cap, boots polished to a mirror shine. A rack of medals to shame a warrior sun sparkled on its chest, gold rings covered every finger. The orc warboss's face was long, with a massive jaw full of yellowing fangs. Its skull, like those of all orcs, was low and small, brows heavy, cheeks high and pronounced. Its forehead sloped back sharply, and yet in the caverns of its eye sockets red glimmers hinted at a brand of feral intelligence. A feather sat incongruously in the band of its peaked cap, its saber teeth were capped with precious metals, and a necklace of similarly decorated fangs was slung about its neck, a heavy, vulgar pendant bearing the crossed axes of its clan hanging in the middle of the chain. Mounted behind were two enormous power axes, identical, crossed above his throne, a variety of helmets, including those of the Adeptus Astartes, strung between. Banners of every kind were arrayed either side of it, imperial from a dozen different military organizations and a score of worlds, orcish types of every kind, alien flags of obscure origin. Gretchen servants, similarly uniformed to their master, were ranged about him, fanning him, feeding him, shining his boots. The Orc King idly cuffed one away, and stuffed food into his mouth, his cunning eyes never leaving Brasslock as he was brought towards him. Either side of the throne stood two massive bodyguards, caps with shiny peaks pulled hard down over their eyes, standing motionless, their power axes tall as they were, crusted with old blood. It was before this creature that Brasslock was thrown, his damaged legs shoved under him so he was knelt upon the floor. A Gretchen standing on the skull of an unidentifiable creature leaned in close to its master, long fingers cupped round its mouth, whispering. The warboss gave a curt nod. Gretchen hauled at a long chain, pulling a nearly naked, hairless fat man to his feet from behind the throne. He wore a collar about his neck. The lesser greenskins prodded him forwards. The warboss gestured with a claw, nodded. The man shuffled forwards, flesh wobbling. Waskrosdrina kar Gratsdaka mek duka grub grubned f skragnaf gulgul, said the warboss, its voice so deep it made Brasslock's bones vibrate. The fat man looked upwards and drew breath. My lord and master, the great Arch-Scarlord General Gratsdaka Mekdaka, King of Hive Meridan, Conqueror of Kaladar, the mighty, the powerful, the foe bane, the git kicker, would speak with you. The man's voice stridulated, the voice of a eunuch. A large Gretchen hissed at him, yanked at his chain and gestured for him to go on. I am dog. I will speak for the general. I will translate. Another stream of rumbling, barbarous syllables poured from the orc. My master commands that these gifts shall be yours. Gretchen's servants came forwards with a torn tapestry wrapped in a bundle, and tipped its contents onto the floor. All gaudy objects, some priceless, some junk, the orcs having little idea of human concepts of value. 3 terrified women in tattered finery were dragged in chains from the back of the room by an orc in a leather smock. The greenskins understood certain human traits, at least. More orcish, dog translating, bored eyes cast up to the ceiling. And he will see to it that you are restored to your former functionality, only much improved. A gaggle of orc mechanics in the crowd guffaw, one tipped a salute at the engineer. You will be the envy of your mechboy friends. Further harsh orc words. You must tell him the workings of this mighty tank, and all this will be yours, translated dog. But not my freedom, croaked Brasslock. No, never that, replied dog, and his face betrayed a hint of sadness. The warlord spoke, so then did dog. As you can see, we are not as other orcs. We understand. We plan, we fight good, we fight better than other orcs because we think. We work and fight with others, for more victory, more teeth, and more fighting. Our machines are the best. Our boys are the best. We take your tanks and make them more powerful. We respect you as favored foes. I, Gratsdaka, offer you the chance to join my mech boys. War and gold will be your forever reward, said Dog, speaking over the warlord's rumbling offer. The warlord raised a hand and beckoned to the 2 orc minders. They hauled Brasslock to his feet, his legs jamming and clicking in protest as they dragged him to the window displaying the shaft of Hive Meridan. Gratsdaka spoke again. But first, you must fix this, and fix it good, said Dog. A massive mechanic came close to Brasslock, its stink choking the engineer's artificial olfactory bulbs. With a look of pride, it pointed down to the plaza below the window. Mekgrama, it said proudly, unfolding a long arm to indicate the plaza below, its hot, malodorous breath washing over the engine sear. There, surrounded by industrious greenskins of all sizes, cloaked in scaffolding, sparks spraying as thick plates and other orcish improvements were welded and hammered into place, was imprisoned the shadow sword, Lux Imperator. Brasslock looked back to Dog, to Gratstacker. I cannot do it, I will not, I refuse. Dog sighed. You should have agreed. He began to address Gratstacker, but the huge greenskin stood up from its throne, towering over everything else in the room. It strode over to the engine sear, shoving Dog to the floor as it came. The translator slave scuttled back to lurk amongst the warlord's Gretchen. The two orc minders stepped back warily, releasing Brasslock, who sagged halfway to the floor on his damaged legs. Gratstacker came to stand over Brasslock. It regarded the human, fists on its ape-like hips, for a few moments. Standing there, legs too short for its body, dressed in imitation imperial gear, the orc would have been ridiculous, funny even, if it weren't a monster from Wildest Nightmare. Gratstacker coughed, looked round the room, then grabbed at the engine sear, its hand fitting round the tech priest's chest. Thus grasping him, the giant Xeno hauled him into line with its eyes. Now that, said the general in thick, broken Gothic, syllables mangled by its alien throat, words whistling between its fangs, but understandable, nevertheless, is a real shame. I tried to be nice, little human, I tried. You fix that. It pointed. You get this. And again, filthy claws jabbing at the proffered trios. That's how you trade in the Imperium. It pronounced this, Imperum. It shook the engine sear, its grip round Brasslock's ribs like a vice. Yeah, so that's how I do it. Shame. Now I am gonna have to ask old Greenaye to take a look in your head, and you're not going to like that one bit, squishy. I'm having me killywagon, it doesn't matter if you like it or not. Nah, the general dropped Brasslock to the floor. Take him away, and get Greenaye, it roared. Tell him it's weirding time. They're here, Emperor, forgive me. They won't stop looking at me. They won't stop looking at me. My eyes, make them stop. Last recorded transmission of Hive Chimeraden Constructor Team, M37. Chapter 20. KALIDARIV, OZYMANDIAN Basin 3,339,397, M41. The convoy made it down the mountain as night fell with no further losses. In the lee of a slab of rock where the storm was somewhat blunted, the strike force set up an encampment, men in protective gear working outside, risking the storm to put up airlock tents. When Polycon had reached Tank 5, he had discovered that one of the men had, incredibly, survived. It was a small stroke of luck, but it raised their spirits as they went about the business of assessing their vehicles for storm damage. The 150 men looked forward to their first proper sleep in some time. Few enjoyed it. The nightmares they suffered that night were but a foretaste of things to come. In the morning, they left hurriedly, talking little, many of the men casting nervous glances over their shoulders as they broke the tents down with haste. As the convoy trekked further into the Ozymandian basin, the sense of someone watching him never left Bannock. He'd look up from his monitors, or start from his maintenance duties, sure someone had hissed in his ear, or called his name from far away. One time he swore he saw someone standing in the shadows as he bent to retrieve rations from the storage lockers, sure it was Vorkosagen. He meant to send him off, but when he turned round there'd been no one there. The men, who'd been avoiding looking one another in the eye for the last week, suddenly began talking again. They went reluctantly to the bunks when their rest rotation came round, and spent time they should have been sleeping playing cards, talking, whatever they could do to drive the phantoms away from the edge of their perception. All except Ralt, who'd come white-faced from his time in the bunks and refused to leave the turret. Bannock was deferring the nightmares by playing cards with Megan in the munitions locker when the alarm klaxon sounded. All hands to stations. Eperalian's voice crackled over the Vox system. What in the name of terror is that all about? Muttered Megan round his cigar. All thought there was no disguising his relief at the thought of something to focus on. We'll find out soon enough, said Bannock. He put his middling hand down on the ammo box they used as a table and went above. Megan moved over to the shell lift and began unclamping shells, ready for action. Courtine was on the Vox, rapidly delivering orders to the convoy, when Bannock came onto the command deck. "What's going on?" he asked as he slid into the third gunner's station. "Exertraxes has veered off course and some of the Lemon Russ Company have followed him. He's gabbling some nonsense about the spires of Elidia," said Eperaliant, not looking up from his station. His hands moved quickly over the TAC displays, relaying orders via data pipe to the other vehicles in the convoy. The esoteric piece of Scholastica Psychana equipment added to his station displayed graphs spiked with worrying indications of psychic interference. "The Lorelei?" Eperaliant nodded, evidently. "By the throne, listen to me," shouted Courtine, addressing the rest of the convoy. "Do not listen to the captain, he is under the influence of the crystals. Do not follow him." Courtine turned back from his station. "I've stopped most of them, but 3 of the Lemon Russes went after him. There's swift dust all over this place." The Baneblade was out at the front, a suite of Martian sensors probing the ground ahead. "Seismic readings say he's heading right for a swift dust patch, Honored Lieutenant. It's 50 meters deep and then some, readings give out. If he goes in there, we'll never get him out." "Exertraxes, come in," said Courtine. A burst of static, perhaps a hint of shouting lost in the electric noise, then nothing. "Can you boost the signal?" "That's it," said Eperaliant. "It's this damn storm. It's overwhelming everything that I've got. Only the tightest data beams get through coherently, and I have to send those by pulsed laser individually to each vehicle." A pause. "He's in, Honored Lieutenant, he's hit the swift dust." Emperor's teeth. "Outlander, swing us in as close as is safe. Eperaliant, call up the Atlas. Bannock, I want you and Ganlik outside on this." Courtine looked to the outside views given by the picked captors on the exterior of the tank. Front view, weapons, sides and rear, all of them showing sheets of red and grey sand blowing past. "I can't see a damn thing in here. You'll be my eyes. Full protective wear. Be careful." "Yes, sir." "Good, now get on it." In the turret, Ganlik and Bannock donned additional gear. Heavy trousers to go under their coats, gauntlets to the elbow that locked down their uniform sleeves, +4s over their boots, covering the space between sock and footwear, hoods with holes for mouth, nose and eyes and long necks that tucked under the coats. Over this they put on their rebreathers. They fastened belts with carabiners about their waists, tested their voxes, gave Radon the thumbs up and made for the main hatch. Radon closed off the central well, and he and Ralph put on their own respirators and goggles. Then Bannock and Ganlik flung back the hatch. Immediately, the turret was filled with swirling sand. The narrow opening the wind forced itself through, turning the storm's tendril into a bucking dust devil. Papers and flimsies tore around the room. The wind dropped a little as Ganlik forced his large frame out of the top, then again as Bannock followed. As his head emerged from the hatch, it felt as if the wind would tear it off. Everything was a hideous grey, a lighter smear where the sun stood shrouded being the only point of reference. Ganlik hauled Bannock up out of the turret and slammed it shut. He grasped Bannock's shoulder and guided him off the turret, into the lee of the metal where the wind was slightly less ferocious. He patted and turned Bannock, unspooled a loop of line from his shoulder and clipped it to Bannock's belt, then to his own. "To the tank," shouted Bannock, gesturing at a handhold on the vehicle. Ganlik shook his head. "Not enough line," he shouted back, his voice nearly drowned by Kaladar's angry roar. They were stood only a meter apart, but Bannock could barely hear him. "Stay close," shouted Bannock. He looked around. "That way, the Atlas." He jabbed his finger 3 times to make sure Ganlik understood, and away they went. The storm had been raging for weeks, shrouding the entire planet in a pall of sand. With the sun obscured, the temperature had gradually dropped far lower than the usual stifling Caladarian norm. Nevertheless, Bannock and Ganlik sweated hard as they pushed on through the sand, hunkered down against the wind snatching at them with sharp fingers. The wind did not blow constantly, but buffeted them with cruel fists, first from one side, then the other. One moment Bannock would be lent hard into the wind, the next he'd feel himself stagger alarmingly forwards as the storm's blast switched direction. Merely walking was not an option. To stand straight in the teeth of such a gale would have quickly resulted in both men being thrown on their backs, so they crouched and scuttled at an unnatural stoop, legs spread wide, an exhausting mode of locomotion. The sandy cargo of the Tempest scrabbled at their clothes, a million tiny claws seeking to scratch them, and Bannock's skin crawled in rebellion at the sensation. From time to time a shower of heavier grit, blasted high up into the air over some distant plain, would rain down. To the men it seemed directed with malice, an attempt on the part of the angry world to lay them low. The plastics of Bannock's visor were scored and pitted within moments of leaving the security of the Baneblade. He had a sudden recollection of his first battle here on Kaladar, when he would not risk his periscope glass. Time and the war were wearing away his defenses, shelling him layer by layer, until now here he was, lost in the teeth of another storm, his protection gone from armorpless and ceramite to heavy clothing. He entertained the terrifying thought that this might be stripped away also, leaving him naked in the sands. The shapes of the tanks came and went as they marched, grit rattling from their hulls, faint red blinks coming from their vision arrays, laser-pulsed data flickering from tank to tank. It was sophisticated technology, not often fitted to the humble Lemon Russ, these tanks being specially equipped for the strike force. A flat-topped tank loomed out of the storm, the tracery of a crane arm hard against the buff sky, its metal drawing a chorus of eerie shrieks from the wind. Ganlik staggered as Bannock stopped and the line connecting them went taut. The second gunner had not noticed the Atlas, head down against the wind. Bannock went to his aid. Bannock indicated the Atlas, and they both halted. "Sir, sir," said Bannock, shouting to hear his own voice above the storm. "We've reached the Atlas, orders please." Bannock could not stop a small plea entering his voice. A burst of static replied. He leaned into his comrade, resting his rebreather directly against Ganlik's, trusting that direct contact would carry his voice through rubber and plastic. "Nothing from Cortine." Ganlik replied, muffled. "Let's go aboard, see if we can communicate via pulse." Bannock nodded. Together they made their way round the recovery tank's rear traction spade, to one of the side access hatches. Bannock drew his pistol and slammed the butt hard on the door 4 times. Half a minute passed. The door ground open and the mask of a rebreather appeared. They were beckoned inside. They wasted minutes struggling through the narrow door. Eventually inside, the door clanged shut and the tank roared as the engine gunned, sucking the dust-laden air into its purification filters. The tank's commander gave a thumbs up, and they removed their masks. "What's the situation?" asked the tank commander. Behind him sat a gaunt-looking driver. On a pile of equipment sat Val, the task force astropath. Val was the only sure means for the group to communicate with command, although until they left the basin his powerful mind was useless. He sat with poise, his calm, eyeless face framed by green robes, at odds with the vehicle's operator, who lay bound and gagged on the floor to his right, terrified eyes rolling white. The commander followed his gaze. Yeah, Tokan there started up pretty soon after we got into the basin," he said. "I sense your concern," said the astropath serenely. "He will be fine once we leave the basin. Such a concentration of crystalline Lorelei has unfortunate effects upon the weak-willed, but the visions can do no direct harm. His affliction will pass." "We're all affected," said Bannock. "Exertraxis has gone into the swift dust, raving. We've got to get him out. You had a data pulse on the situation?" "Not yet, but we've got a burst of it on the Vox, here and there amid the static." The commander nodded to his driver, who turned to a comms panel and tapped out a message. Moments later a thin line of flawed paper spat from the console. "Cortine says this is the case, sir. He's assumed command. They say that Exertraxis has minutes at best before he goes under." The commander sucked in his lower lip, pulling at the stubble on his chin with the upper. "We can't go in there, we'll sink in seconds." "How do you ordinarily pull a tank out of the dust?" said Bannock. "Someone takes a line in, men sink less quickly than tanks. Usually him." The commander moved his head in the direction of his operator. "And he's not going anywhere. I could go, but," he shrugged. "We'll do it, we're suited up already," said Ganlik. "Sure," said the Atlas commander, but he wasn't seeking a reply. "We'll need to reposition," he looked to his driver. "Location's up on the TAC display, sir." "Fine, we'll disengage the hook and begin to unspool the wire. When we drop the spade and dig in, that's the signal to go. Move slow and wide, don't rush or you'll be sucked under." "Vox is useless in this," said Bannock. "Send a message to Eperalien to tell the others not to use their Voxes at all. Then we can send a signal like this." He activated the Vox in the mask hanging from his neck. 3 bursts of static came out. "A quick double like this means there's trouble," he demonstrated. "Pull us out if so." "Very good," said the Atlas commander. "Set out straight from the back of the tank. Use the cable as a guide. We'll line up as best we can. There's a couple of sets of sandshoes stowed there." He indicated a rack to the rear, where strapped contrivances like broad-woven baskets hung. "Good luck. May the Emperor watch over you." "Come on Bannock, let's go," said Ganlik, making for the internal door that led through the track unit. Bazdak coward, should have gone himself, it's his damn job, he muttered to Bannock as they secured their masks, uncaring whether the commander heard or not. Then, anything happens to me, and it looks like we're not going to make it out, cut the line, save yourself. Got it, sir, I'll be doing the same. Bannock nodded. Outside, they stood back as the Atlas ponderously swiveled round, back pointing at the Swiftdust. There was a dull clunk and the hook's lock disengaged, leaving it to swing loose in the wind, and the engine died. The winch wound round, depositing several loops of cable on the ground. Bannock and Ganlik took up the hook, dragging the woven metal rope behind them. This is heavy, Ganlik said, complaint heavy with interference. There was a whine of hydraulics, and the spade at the rear of the vehicle descended, pushing into the sand until the rear of the tank rose slightly. That's the signal, said Bannock and pointed emphatically, unsure if Ganlik would have heard. They walked out from the Atlas, Ganlik carrying the hook, Bannock taking up station 10 meters behind him. That way, should they wander off course the cable would kink and alert them. More cable unspooled as they walked. Up ahead, Ganlik slowed. He'd hit the Swiftdust. The dark bulks of armored vehicles resolved themselves. 2 Lemon Rust tanks were reversing slowly from the Swiftdust zone. Another was mired further out, but figures swathed like him and Ganlik were knee-deep in the dust, attaching tow cables that ran back to a 4th tank almost invisible in the dust storm. Ganlik had stopped and was donning the sandshoes. Bannock took the opportunity to do the same, laying the cable down while he struggled them on. He'd worn similar broad footwear to walk on snow back home on Paragon, the idea being that they increased the surface area of the feet and so stopped them sinking so easily, but the fastenings were unfamiliar to him, and it took him 3 tries to get him on. He stood, and Ganlik gestured for him to follow. One of the men to the rear of the swamped Rust looked up and waved, an offer of help. Bannock shook his head and waved them back. Bannock was in the Swiftdust moments later. There was little to warn him. A shift in the stability of the sand, perhaps, a feeling of looseness, but it was hard to tell with the surface being so motile if that was an actual effect or a sensation born of fear. There was no color variation between the normal sand and the Swiftdust, although the latter was usually smoother. This subtle visual clue to the danger was obscured by the storm, both by the lack of visibility and the tendrils of windblown sand that curled at ground level like snakes. Soon though, he felt the effects. The sand began to drag at his feet, and he noted that they sank further than before, even with the sandshoes on. He twisted and pulled, the exhausting rhythm he'd learnt as a boy on Paragon coming back easily to him. It was hard work, but he had the cable to lean on, and that helped with the buffeting of the storm winds. He could not see the stranded Chimera, so instead followed the indistinct shape of the large gunner. Swiftdust was the bane of life on Kaladar and could suck a tank under in minutes. The constant storms on the planet generated immense amounts of static electricity. Much of this energy was dissipated in ferocious dry lightning storms, but sometimes it lingered, suspending the talc-like dusts in a mixture not unlike quicksand. Within one patch its consistency could vary from near solid to thick liquid, and rapidly fluctuate between. Although here and there across Kaladar there were stable seas of it, the stormy nature of the world meant that any hollow in the landscape could harbor a pocket of the stuff. The Adeptus Mechanicus had devised a complicated means, employing a forest of copper rods and capacitors, to draw away the electricity and collapse the dust fields, but it was a time-consuming and imprecise affair, only used where a swift dust field had formed in front of a large group or blocked a key line of advance. Bannock was concentrating so hard on his feet, sure that any lapse would result in his immediate death, that he ran into the back of Ganlik. Ganlik pointed. The rear of the Chimera, canted at a 45-degree angle, protruded from the sand. Frantic banging came from within. The rear door ramp was part open. A hand waved in the air, ungloved and raw. Bannock grasped it. "Get back inside. Shut the door or you'll all suffocate. We're going to tow you out," shouted Bannock over the vox. A crackling greeted him, but the hand withdrew, and the door shuddered shut by a few centimeters, sand blocking its full closure. He and Ganlik were up to their knees now, the eddies caused by the slowly sinking APC dragging them under with it. Bannock flailed his way over to his fellow tanker, grabbing his shoulder, leant his face against Ganlik's. "We don't have much time, Ganlik, they'll not get that door shut." Bannock glanced at the rivers of dust pouring inside. "Where do we attach this?" shouted Ganlik. "The tow points are too deep under, I can't fight it through." Bannock ran his eyes quickly over the sinking vehicle. The top of the turret's antennae array was slipping out of sight into the unrippled dust surface. Soon the whole thing would follow. His eyes locked with Ganlik's. Run it through the grab handles, he shouted. They'll never hold. They'll have to. Give it to me. Ganlik reluctantly handed the hook over. Boost me up onto the roof, I can't get up myself. Up to their waists in the sucking dust now, Ganlik struggled to shove Banek onto the Chimera. Banek kicked off the sandshoes, and that seemed to help. After an exhausting minute, Banek was atop the tank. Bending the cable into a loop as best he could, he pushed it through one of the 4 grab handles still visible on the vehicle's angled sides, wiggling it frantically, working against both its own thickness and the friction provided by the sand. He tugged it through, pulling the hook against the handle, then thought better of it and wrapped a free loop of line round the hook. He then tugged as much slack in as he could through the handle, and passed the loop over the top hatch, and into another handle, then back over, digging dust out of the way to get to the 3rd handle as it vanished into the red and grey desert floor. By the time he reached the last handle and passed the cable through one more time, only the top hatch and the very rear of the tank were still above the level of the dust. He looked behind the tank. Ganlik was up to his neck in it, one shoulder free, hand gripping the lip of the cracked back ramp. As quickly as he was able, Banek grabbed at the hook and its loop of slack, and ran it under and over the cable criss-crossing the top hatch. Finally, he hooked the hook into the middle and closed its catch. He looked to Ganlik, who nodded. Banek stepped back as far as he was able, sand and dust pouring over his boots. 3 bursts on the Vox. A moment of silence, then the cable leading back to the shore sprang free from the dust with a thrum. It quivered in the air, a shriek rising from the storm as it cut itself across the line. Distantly, Banek could make out the roar of a powerful engine laboring. The Chimera stopped sinking, then, as the Atlas growled in the depths of the storm, it began to re-emerge. Banek felt a surge of relief as the command tank's aerials came back out of the dust patch. He looked to Ganlik, and his heart turned cold. The motion of the tank was forcing the big man under the sand. Banek dove backwards, landing hard on the Chimera roof. Lick, take my hand. He pushed his arm out. The meaty fist of the second gunner sought his once, twice, failed. His head was disappearing. Banek swore, thrust his outstretched arm into the liquid dust, found a gloved hand. Tugging with all his might, he guided it to the cable, helped the big man hook his fingers round it. But they were both weak, and Banek did not know how long Ganlik could hold on, nor what forces were exerted on him by the sand as the Chimera was dragged free. An indistinct babble on the Vox, a hiss. Cut the rope, said Ganlik, distant, as if already dead, his soul carried away into the warp. No, replied Banek. Banek inched forwards, grabbing with one hand at the web of cables he'd made, gripping Ganlik's wrist as tight as he could, hoping he could hold on long enough, that the respirator could provide the second gunner with sufficient air to keep him conscious until they were free, but it was no good. Ganlik was being dragged under the Chimera as it was pulled back. With agonizing slowness, the Chimera was tugged towards solid ground, still Ganlik clung on. Coloron. The call of his name, the clarity of the voice cutting through the roar and fury of Kaladar, made Banek start so hard he nearly let go of Ganlik. His head whipped round. There, standing in the air, unaffected by the storm, stood Tuparilio, unchanged from the day Banek had seen him last, the day he had killed him. The phantom vanished as a screech of tortured metal rent the air. One of the grab handles suddenly gave. The Chimera lurched as cable sprang taut. A chunk of metal hurtled through the air, narrowly missing Banek's face as he was thrown free. He landed in the dust, and was immediately sucked into the sand. His legs felt as if they were locked in rockcrete. Ganlik's hand slipped from the cable. He was going to have to cut the rope linking them. He reached for his knife, strapped about his waist, but by now the swift dust was pulling hard, rushing to fill the void left by the departing APC, and he was in up to his chest. He could not get to his blade. Vainly he reached for the Chimera, but it slid by his outstretched fingertips. He sank deeper. His arms became pinned, the dust covered his chin. Grains of sand jostled with one another over his goggles, fighting to slay him. Banek finally succumbed to panic, struggling against the sand as the roar of Kaladar's angry magnetosphere howled in his ears through his Vox headset. The swift dust pulled him into the dark. Eperalian thumped down onto the command deck from the central ladder, dust showering from his outer gear. He unwrapped the scarf from about his face, removed his goggles and rebreather and breathed in the tank's thick fog as if it were as sweet as mountain air. Exertraxes is secure, sir, he reported. Val has helped him, he's chanting the liturgy like a priest in peril right now. The Lemon Russ. They hauled themselves out, sir. It was close, but there have been no further losses. Except Ganlik and Bannock, said Courtine. I'm afraid there's no sign of them, sir, said Eperaliant. Courtine sat straight in his chair. 3 men down on Mars triumphant, with Vorkosigan riding a knife edge of madness. Not good at all. He pressed the button on his Vox horn. Attention, he shouted, hoping to batter the voice of Kaladar aside with his own. Courtine speaking. I'm taking command, he said. I want regular sound-offs from each vehicle every 10 minutes until we're out of this mess. Keep an eye on your crewmates and squad members. If anyone starts to act strangely, restrain him immediately, no matter what their rank. Drivers to rotate every 3rd hour. These measures are to continue until I say otherwise. Prepare to move out. His finger left the horn button. Eperaliant, relay that by signal laser and signal lamp. I want the whole convoy clear on this. Sir. Courtine looked to his instruments as Eperaliant sent out the orders, lost deep in thought, Ganlik and Bannock gone. He exhaled hard, sat up straight. Their morning would have to wait. He had a job to do. Outlander, he said, take us out of here. The Lorelei has a melting point of 1137 degrees. It is smelted, purified first by manual scraping and then by rotation in a centrifuge. This process is repeated until a purity level of greater than 99 parts per 100 Lorelei to other material has been achieved. The molten liquid is quickly cooled and processed into pellet form. The rapid cooling of the material prevents the reformation of the crystalline matrix that gives the Lorelei its psychoactive properties, and so it is rendered safe for transport to other centers of manufacturing. Once delivered, the pellets are remelted, psychically cleansed, and cast into the desired shape. It is allowed to cool very slowly. It can take over a year to grow the finest psi matrices used by the holy orders of the Emperor's Inquisition, the Scholastica Psychana, and the Librarium of the Adeptus Astartes. Only then is it checked, rechecked, blessed and sanctified, before being employed in a manner befitting the purpose to which it is intended. An Introduction to the Arts of Psychoactive Crystalline Form, page 93, Kaladarian Lorelei, by Magos Echo. Chapter 21. KALIDARIV, Hive MERADON 3,343,397, M41. Blazing green eyes, a scarred head with wild plumes of crackling hair, rough hands. Something violent and questing pushing deep into his mind, tearing, ripping and pulling. Brasslock's memory was disjointed, shattered by psychic aftershock. He did not know where he was. He would lose consciousness and awaken in the cell, seemingly lying there for weeks and weeks, floating on a sea of pain, sometimes becoming delirious, his mind full of visions of marching orcs dressed in parodies of imperial garb, profaning the name of the Emperor, scarring the souls of machines with their crude additions. The faces of his colleagues and friends, his enemies and rivals, the orc warboss and countless other foes poured through his mind. Once, he started awake. He was at a desk in the scriptorum adjoining the tech vaults of the Scholar on Marcellus. The room smelled comfortingly of metal, rust, old paper and aged brittle flimsies, of film fungus and degraded data crystal. He was a young novitiate and had yet to receive his first external enhancement, the scars above his new Ingram still itchy. For several minutes he took in the sights of the room, and began to think that his career, 2 centuries of study and war, had yet to happen. Pain shattered the vision, clumsy fingers of green fire scrabbling through his consciousness. Somehow he clung on to his personality, to his very soul, because through it all, close to hand, was the stranger from the cell. In the light, Brasslock saw that he was an officer, one from the Paragonian regiments, the stains upon his uniform a mixture of blood and oil. Brasslock stopped asking himself why the orcs could not see him. He realized his mind was malfunctioning. Already the bonds between flesh and machine in his skull were coming undone. It would not be long before the synapses of his brain began to unravel. The stranger's presence was doubtless the first sign of that. Still, he took strength from the stranger, who silently urged him to resist. In the examination room, they tortured him in between bouts of psychic examination, burning and cutting what little remained of his flesh, running high currents through his components. Before, the pain they had inflicted on him had been a byproduct of their childlike curiosity. Now they were trying their best to hurt him. His legs were wrenched free, the pain circuits of his gifts laid bare and attached to horrible machines. The agonies the mechanic and torturer inflicted upon him were as nothing compared to the pain and sense of violation from the acts of the orc they called Greenaye. When he came in, that first time, Brasslock thought he might die of fright. Greenaye was tall and gangly. His head seemed far too large for his scrawny body, a wild, straggly beard of crimson dangled from his jutting chin, similar hair, fine and artificial looking, sticking up from all angles on his head. He carried a thick copper stave, chained to his wrist and leg, topped with the double-headed axe common to these orcs. His uniform was a crazed motley of clashing camouflage schemes, a hat that looked like it had been taken from the head of a cardinal crammed onto his crazy mop. Bells, also copper, jangled where he walked, and random cracks and sparks of energy shot from him, earthing themselves in anything that happened to be near. When he entered the room, the Gretchen assistants of the two orc specialists slunk back, ears flattening against their heads underneath their fatigue caps. The orcs themselves seemed cowed, behaving in a subdued way, as if they were seeking to placate the orc sorcerer. Greenaye himself was manic, cackling insanely, twisting his copper staff between his hands. Two stone-faced orc minders kept 2 steps behind him at all times, heavy clubs in hand, ready to strike should his powers run out of control. The orc witch drew near to where the remains of Brasslock were pinned, arms spread, to a tilted torture bench. "Hello human," a voice sounded in his head. "We are going to get to know each other very well, you and I mind to mind." Without the interference of vocal cord and language, the orc expressed itself clearly, yet Brasslock could sense seething energies of great potency and violence behind its words. "I'm the one in charge here. Shush." The orc drew a finger across its lips and smiled wickedly. "Don't tell, it was me who wanted to come here, to Kaladar, for the crystals. The crystals give me power. Power to build a war that no creature, man or orc has ever seen before. I will magnify the Mork call. I will sing loud the shout of Gork through the green weird. This is what your emperor does, with his light, with his fire. So shall I. A great green fire no orc will be able to resist, no orc will stay behind, a green tide half the galaxy wide." The orc spread its arms and clacked its teeth. "You have seen my Gargant. Seen its power, it is only the beginning." A flash. Brasslock found himself deep within the bowels of Hive Meriden, right at the bottom of the shaft. High above, a coin of light shone. Work teams of humans, highborn shackled next to mutant slave caste, orcs and Gretchen labored hard on a monstrous machine. Despite its crude build, Brasslock recognized the machine as a psychic resonator, similar to those used to amplify the signals of astropaths in relay stations. Smelting machinery, taken from one of the Hive's factories, glowed red-hot 200 or so meters away, clanking conveyor belts pouring unprocessed Lorelei crystals into 7 deep crucibles. Blistered men and women, many maskless, worked long poles like rakes, scraping impurities from the top. Goggled orcish overseers whipped and cajoled, as did other men. Always, there were those who were willing to betray their own. Orc mechanics oversaw the process, barking orders, pointing, working massive spanners to bolt the frame of the machine together, welding and riveting. Others, bigger, dress ornate and decorated with glyphs of axes and spanners, looked over the smelters, making sure no bored orc threw in a prisoner for their amusement and contaminated the crystal. Near the crucibles stood a large, ribbed vessel that could only be a mold, to shape the Lorelei into its final form. "But to do that, I need Gratstacker," said Greenaye, and the vision melted away. "And he wants your tank, your Lux Imperator, for himself." The orc pointed at the young officer. "He cannot help you, but he can watch." "Now," said the orc aloud in shattered, throaty Gothic. "Hold still, cause this is really going to hurt." With that it reached forward a gnarled, scabby hand, placed it over Brasslock's face and took a deep breath. Brasslock screamed as he felt the sinews of his mind forced apart. Time ceased to have any meaning shortly after. The chronometer in his eyepiece was dead, although the eye still functioned. The orc mechanic had been careful to leave Brasslock's machine senses and organs more or less intact, as had the medical specialist with his organics. No point torturing him if he could not experience it, or if he died before they had the information. The orc witch never spoke to him like that again, only probed and probed and probed until Brasslock felt his skull would burst. Finally it stopped. He was back in the cell. Every nerve ending, every circuit, burned with pain. He was on his back, hand held crooked over his chest. His lungs wheezed and clicked. Supposedly good for 1,000,000 breaths more, Brasslock sensed that they would not last long. His friend, the stranger, stood over him. "You did well," he said. "But I am afraid they have the information they need to repair the power transmission systems of Lux Imperator's volcano cannon." "I am sorry." Brasslock felt for his Ingrams. They were shocked and truculent, ghostly overlays of corrupt data clogging them. His intelligence core flickered and buzzed, doubling his thoughts, his mind and backup operating out of sync, the after effects of a brutal data rip. You delayed them. The mechanic could not find the Ingrams, the witch could not read them when he did. It took them several days to acquire the data, several days that will help our cause. Now, they will let me die, said Brasslock. The stranger looked sorrowful. Be strong, Engineer Brasslock, be strong. An orc came and took him soon after. The orc took his hand and dragged him away without effort. He did not weigh much now. He had been reduced to a blackened, scarred torso, one arm attached, metallic spine all that remained of his lower body. The orc pulled him through endless corridors and stairs, until finally it brought him into the half-light of the storm raging above the hive's central shaft. He was in the marshalling yard before Lux Imperator, its hull defaced with blue and black zigzags, iron moor framing its cannon, jerry-rigged turrets jutting out from its track units. Brasslock could feel the torment of the machine spirit trapped within. Other orcs joined the one dragging him. They lifted him high. It was then that Brasslock saw the spikes, two long, thin slivers of steel on the front, to the side of the cannon's barrel. The defiled engine of Lux Imperator growled, and the orcs cheered. The wagon would soon be ready for war. The amplification of low-grade psychic ability is a side effect of Lorelei presence. Naturally occurring crystalline matrices can amplify inborn abilities to noticeable levels. All slave workers are to be checked thrice weekly for incipient witch activity. Those according to standard human phenotype are to be incarcerated and maintained in Lorelei shielded holding cells for the next black ship rotation. Those deviating by more than 14 points on the Godolkind Purabreed Guide less than note this is an increase from previous norms of 11 points deviation greater than from standard forms are to be immediately liquidated. Standard human populations in the upper hives are to be checked twice weekly. This order less than 59 greater than is now applicable to all grades and ranks. Less than cross-ref. Adeptus Arbites case 9,873 A sigma greater than. Caution must, however, be exercised. In areas of naturally occurring psycho-sensitive crystalline matrices, non-psychic designated personnel may be subject to visions, poltergeist activity or outbursts of hysteria. Less than see cross-ref. The Ghosts of Kaladar, greater than. Extract from amendments to general orders. Relating to the tithing of emergent psychos on Kaladar, by order of the Planetary Lord, Imperial Governor Khan. M41. Chapter 22. KALIDARIV, Remains of Hive KIMERADON. Construction Site 3,344,397, M41. Down and down went Bannock, sucked deeper into the choking dust. His rebreather's cycling circuits kicked in when no further air was being drawn from outside. A beep sounded in his ear. The unit's small carbon dioxide scrubbing facility would keep him alive for 20 minutes, no more, and then he would begin to suffocate. A more pressing problem, he almost laughed at the irony, was the weight of the sand. The deeper he went, the tighter the squeeze of the swift dust. He found it hard to breathe. He had to force himself not to pant, as hyperventilating would use up his air supply all the quicker. Down he went. Another beep sounded, 10 minutes left. The pressure grew on his limbs, squeezing at his head. Black spots swam in front of his eyes, and he felt consciousness slipping away from him. Something below him gave. The pressure on his chest abruptly eased and he sucked in a great gulp of tinny, recycled air. He felt himself pick up speed, the sand rasping as it rushed past him. He burst into an open space, carried by a torrent of sand. Flashes of murky light came and went, and he felt himself fall. He had enough time to make himself go limp before he hit a pile of sand. Over and over he rolled, down a slope, equipment banging painfully into him as he windmilled without control to a stop. The rope attaching him to Ganlik was taut. It had acted like an anchor, preventing him from falling any further into the pit, which continued down another 100 meters to form a shallow cone. He stood with care. He was bruised, but unharmed. He pulled at the rope, using it to haul himself up the slope to where it disappeared into the sand. He pulled at it, but it might as well have gone into rockcrete. Frantically, he threw himself down and dug at the sand like a dog, using his hands as paddles. Sand poured into the hole he had made, endless streams of it. He dug faster, eventually hitting cloth, shoulder, Ganlik. Diverting the flow of sand away from his comrade with his body, Bannock struggled to free him. Eventually, he had the top half of Ganlik's body free. Bannock cradled Ganlik's head. He was dead. At some point his mask and hood had come free, and his nose and mouth were full of sand. His cropped hair and new beard were thick with the stuff, eyes caked with it. As best he could, Bannock brushed the second gunner's head and face clean and closed his eyes. He bowed his head in silent prayer, then laid his comrade gently down. Not taking his eyes from the dead man's face, he stood, unsheathed his knife and cut through the line binding him together. He thanked the Emperor. Ganlik had saved Bannock's life through his death, anchoring him and preventing his further fall down the sand slope into the quick dust at the bottom of the shaft. Only then did he step back from the sandfall and take account of his surroundings. He was in a deep shaft, like that found in one of the hives. It was dim, but the storm-muted sky at the top cast enough illumination for him to see. He realized then that he must somehow have come across the unfinished city Ganlik had told him of a few days before. The builders had excavated side tunnels and the shaft before they had pulled out. How deep they had delved, Bannock did not know, for they were but black holes in the rock. The wind moaned across the shaft aperture, rising and falling, and a shower of fine dust rained down constantly, torrents of thicker sand shushing down in short bursts, but down sheltered from the wind the air was still. Platforms and girders protruded from the walls, mountings for construction and excavation equipment or moorings for structures never built. At the top of the slope where Bannock stood, the rock of the shaft wall was visible, the double helix of the up and down roads also visible within. The roads were rough tubes bored through the soft rock. No plating or cladding had ever been installed, and each one was awash with sand and choked by rockfalls, their lower portions hidden by the sand in the pit. The sky above was darkening, going from featureless buff to grey. Night would come soon. He did not want to be left blundering about in the dark. He made his way up the side of the pit to the edge of the road, testing the ground ahead of him with 1 foot every few paces. Finally he gained his objective, climbed over the road's rough-hewn lip, and dropped down. He caught his breath, checked his equipment, and thought upon his next actions. Not knowing what else to do, he partook of the meager rations in his belt pouches, and fell asleep, exhausted. Bannock awoke to bone-numbing cold. His teeth chattering, he curled as tight as he could and tried to keep warm. The persistent feeling of being watched that he'd had ever since they had come into the basin plagued him, and try as he might, he could not dismiss it from his mind. Time and again he lifted his head and looked around the dark. It was so dark he could not see. He had a small supply of flares in his belt. He needed to conserve all his supplies, he told himself, but in the end the feeling of eyes upon him became too much, and he scrabbled up to his knees, fumbled with shaking hands in a belt pouch, and pulled out the flare. He struck it against the rock. It flared bright, his body shivering gratefully at its sudden warmth. He held it high and stood, peering into the dark beyond the circle of light cast by the flare. It hissed as it burned, dripping molten compounds onto the floor. He turned round. Something moved beyond the light. The flare gutted and died. His eyes burned with after images. He struck another flare. Light burst out again. Standing in front of him, his face almost touching his own, stood Tuparilio, eyes dead, skin the blanched the white of the exsanguinated. He stared deep into Bannock's face, his eyes boring into his soul. Proud you were, and callous, he hissed. Murderer. Bannock's nerve broke. He shouted and fled, his flare casting wild, flickering shadows on the inner wall of the road as he ran upwards, round its gentle curve. He dodged past rockfalls and sandpiles, flying in the low gravity. The flare burnt out and he cast it aside, running blind, stumbling. His dishonor had followed him. Something caught his foot, turning it and casting him to the floor. Bannock's insides turned to ice. Behind him, bobbing up and down, came a light. Tuparilio, Tuparilio, he shouted, forgive me, please forgive me. His voice echoed round the pit. Still the light advanced, a will-o'-the-wisp, coming implacably for him, the ghost of the kin he murdered. He pulled out his las pistol, the small charge light on the side providing an infernal cast to the dark. He held it level, then looked at it in horror. What good was a gun against a phantom? Would he try and murder his cousin a second time? He cast it aside to clatter from the roadside wall, screwed his eyes shut. O Emperor, forgive me, I ask only to serve, forgive me. I was proud and I was arrogant. Tuparilio, tears tracked their way down the dust on his face, wetting his mask under the respirator. A hand fell on his shoulder. No forgiveness, hush, hush, no need. Wake, wake, open eyes. Open eyes. Bannock did as he was bade. A man stood over him, a man of a kind. His kindly eyes were too widely spaced, lopsided mouth studded with twisted teeth. One arm was hulking and massive, a lantern on a staff clasped in malformed fingers, the other terminating in a hand with only 4 fingers, currently resting upon Bannock's shoulder. A mutant. Any disgust Bannock felt was swamped by relief. Hush hush, said the mutant, his voice adenoidal from the air filter plugged into his nostrils, a long rifle, a hunter or sniper's weapon, slung over his shoulder. It is the ghosts, yes. You have seen him, the ghosts of Kaladar. Bannock nodded mutely. No worry, I hear now. The mutant shook his sand-crusted coat. Shards of crystal stitched onto it in a complicated pattern jangled on his chest. Ghosts go away. Fear the mutant, loathe the mutant, destroy the mutant. Edict of Ecclesiash Thanatos, Prelate General of the Red Redemption. Chapter 23. Kalidariv, Remains of Hive Kimeradon. Construction Site 3,344,397, M41. Bannock could not pronounce the mutant man's name, so settled on calling him Ollie. The creature did not seem to mind. You big brave soldier of the Sky Emperor, you won't call me Ollie, you call me Ollie. Is no problem. Scum speak hard for you. Ollie take you to Bruta, yes. He'll know, but first, you take this. In one scabbed hand, the mutant held out a talisman. You took that from Ganlik, Bannock said, the revulsion he had at the Sandscum returning. Yes, the creature's face was innocent. I have offended you, his good talisman, he waved it at Bannock. He no need it now. It keep ghosts away. Is good. He adjusted the long rifle slung over his malformed shoulder and peered at him earnestly. Bannock looked Ollie up and down. Beneath his filthy robes, he caught a glimpse of Ganlik's boots, his belt, canteen and knife. A surge of the old Bannock rose up in him. How dare this impure creature defile the resting dead, the brave and pure that fought to keep this planet free of orc conquest. His muscles tensed. Ollie looked dismayed, and took a step backwards. Bannock stopped himself. What was he thinking? The Sandscum was only trying to survive, and although he was impure, a mutant, Ollie was his best chance of living too. What else was he going to do? Walk out of the top of the hive into the quick dust fields? Ganlik would not begrudge him the talisman. He reached out his hand. He opened his mouth, and struggled out, thank you. That good talisman. Ollie tapped it with a too long finger. No bother you, not now. It drives them away. Ollie laughed. Oh no, it stop you seeing 'em, is all. They still there. Bannock shivered and looked around the dark outside Ollie's faint circle of lantern light. Come now, we go. Is long way. Beckoning, the mutant set off up the road, lantern swaying, light catching the edges of rock piles on the broad way. Ollie chatted on in his pidgin Gothic, pointing out this or that, things half hidden in the dark, covered over with sand. Much of it Bannock could not understand, but Ollie did not seem to mind that either. Half an hour later, Ollie beckoned Bannock into a side tunnel, an unfinished transit tube run out from the shaft to serve the planned hive's broader spread. Come, said the mutant. Bannock hesitated. The mutant peered back at him with a puzzled expression. He did not seem to mean him any harm. Lacking other options, Bannock followed. They walked for some time. Bannock noticed the occasional sign of habitation. Scuff marks in the sand, footprints, flat rocks with black circles on them, rags, broken bits of metal, and at one intersection they came to piles of bones. Orcs come here, kill many Sandscum, but we kill more. Ollie laughed wetly, then stopped. HMPH, so sad, many hearths with no head now. Who will feed the children? He shook his head. You leave your dead? Yes, said Ollie. Of course. Leave dead, sand mites come, we catch sand mites, for food, for oil. He shook his lantern. We use many things from sand mites, when bones clean, then bury in House of Dead. Not before. The mutant searched the skeletons, turning the bones over carefully. No mites here now, shame. I have dry. He patted his pouches. We eat later, too dangerous here. How long until we get to this Bruta? Asked Bannock. One day, maybe little more. Ollie stuck out his lip and waggled his head from side to side. We rest tonight, then we go on. We live far away now, where orcs cannot find us. It's hard for us to go up. He pointed to the rocky ceiling, to hunt sandpikes, and we hungry, but we have just enough, and they will not follow so deep. Why were you so close to the central shaft? Sky hole.
Because things fall in there.
Especially in the storm. Fleet lizards, sandpike, easy food. Sometimes things more interesting, like you my friend. He laughed. Come, we go. Is not safe here. From now, you step in my steps, understand? To leave one trail. Yes, yes. Ollie nodded approvingly. On they went, further and further from the shaft. The tunnels carved in the abandoned attempt to construct the hive gave out, and Ollie led him to a dead end. Now, you wait here. The mutant pulled out a small lamp, a little cup with fat and a wick in it, and lit it from his lantern. Then he scuttled off back the way they had come, stepping only where they had stepped before. Moments later he returned, pulling a weighted blanket across the sand they had walked through, obscuring their footsteps. To Bannock's eye it looked even more obvious than their track had. Ollie leave meat, the mutant explained. Further up tunnel, 1, 2, 3 places. He held up 3 crooked fingers. Only small pieces, but many sand mites come, from there, maybe there. He pointed to loose piles of debris, and small holes in the rock. They leave many, many tracks. Hide us good, and their piss stink too. Orcs no smell us. He checked over his work. Satisfied, he led Bannock behind a pile of rocks that obscured a tiny slit, a tighter squeeze than any tank hatch. Through here, Ollie said. I go first. The mutant handed his lantern and pole over, and wriggled into the gap. A hand reappeared a moment later and beckoned. Come, come. Bannock looked at it doubtfully, then struggled through into another tunnel. The scrape marks of primitive tools were evident on the soft rock walls, the workmanship rough, but the tunnel ran true. Now we in real Sandscum land, said Ollie proudly. No one know this here, not from outside. Not even the hivers? Asked Bannock. Ollie spat. No, they hunt and kill us as often as they trade, but they no come here, they afraid of ghosts. So why help me? Said Bannock. Ollie turned back and smiled. You have soft face, not hurt by sand. You are tall, not short. You are not of Kaladar. You wear uniform of Sky Emperor. You kill orcs. Some, said Bannock. Then you help Sandscum, so Ollie help you. The tunnel led into a series of round tunnels that looked like they'd been melted from the rock. The work of a Kaladarian life form, Bannock guessed. These tunnels formed a messy labyrinth that cut over and through itself, but Ollie followed it unerringly ever downwards.
The deeper they went, the lighter it got, bioluminescent fungus growing in ever greater blue splotches, until in places the entire tunnel was a tube of light.
Traces of other animal life and plants became apparent. On the surface, Kaladar was a blasted wasteland, but wherever life could find a foothold, it invariably did. The tubes gave out onto a great cavern, the rock here harder than the compressed sand that covered most of Kaladar's surface. It was hotter down here, and Bannock was not altogether surprised to find a forest of woody plant animals that retracted into themselves as he and Ollie passed, their sudden movements stirring the pools of steaming water they clustered about. Small animals scurried from them. Ollie fell quiet and peered between the plant animal stems cautiously, but whatever he feared made no appearance. High up on the other side of the cavern, Ollie led him to a shelf of rock with an overhanging lip. The mutant dragged a boulder over to the foot of this cliff, just large enough to allow him to climb up to the shelf if they stood on it. Ollie uncoiled a length of rope from his pack and carefully rested the rock on top of a loop of it, then pulled the loop of rope over the back of the rock. He gestured for Bannock to clamber up, then followed himself after passing Bannock the rope. Once up, Ollie pulled hard on the rope, causing the boulder to flip over and roll away. There, now we safe, he said. Nothing can get up. He dusted his hands off. We eat. From his pack he produced a small stove made of salvaged metal, pumped it to prime it and lit it. Bannock understood the blackened marks he'd seen on flat stones in the upper caverns. There were plenty on the rock platform. Ollie poured him water from Ganlick's canteen, and added some desiccated lumps of sandmite meat and some kind of plant material. Then he went to the back of the shelf, and produced more food, bedrolls and extra lamps from a niche in the rock, hidden by a flat stone. This is a safe haven for your people, said Bannock. Oh yes, yes, said Ollie. The cavern quetlings, they not get us here. Bannock nodded, raised his own canteen and took a much-needed draught. He recapped the bottle, then noticed Ollie looking at it longingly. He realized then that the mutant had used all his own water in preparing the meal for the pair of them. He eyed the mutant dubiously. Ollie was unclean in body and therefore in spirit, his body covered in sores. There was no telling what diseases he carried. That had not stopped him from helping him. Slowly, Bannock extended the canteen towards Ollie. The man's eyes lit up with gratitude. Licking scabbed and dry lips, he took the bottle and drank his fill. Bannock woke twice in the night. The first time was to an unearthly howl, followed by a terrible animal squealing. Exhausted, he drifted to sleep again, only to be stirred awake a second time by the sound of weeping. He propped himself up on one elbow. "Ollie, are you all right?" he asked. The mutant started, his long rifle jumping on his knees. Oh, is you, Sky Soldier?" He wiped his face. "Is nothing. I think of my wife. She dead now, long time since. I long for her still." The mutant cleared his throat. "You go sleep. We have long journey tomorrow." Bruta was short and slight, as many Caledarians of the lower castes were, a result of poor nutrition and low gravity. He was otherwise untouched by mutation, and carried with him an air of authority. The other inhabitants of the ramshackle cave town Bannock found himself in paid all deference to him. His office was made of rough-hewn stone, but its walls were lined with books and other data storage media. A half-meter statue of the Emperor stood on a table towards the door. "Lieutenant," he said, "the best I can do for you now is to offer you quarters and lodging. I cannot spare men to guide you back to your unit. I cannot risk leading the orcs into this refuge." His accent was that of the lower orders of Kaladar, yet he spoke clearly and intelligently. A self-educated man. "And if I choose to leave myself?" "Then you will be restrained." Bruta's face bore an ugly triangular scar, where his implanted rebreather had been removed, Bannock guessed. It twisted as he smiled apologetically. He fixed his one good eye on Bannock, the other milky and blind. "The war is at a crucial stage," said Bannock. "I was on a clandestine mission when I was separated from my men." "Your drive across the basin? You intend to attack Orktown, I assume? To take back the hive? A fool's errand. You are surprised," said the man, "yet we Sanscom have spies. The servants of servants, the maintenance crews, the work gangs. Our agents are everywhere, for all have reason to hate the ruling classes here. Your departure was noted and passed on. Our influence goes deeper than you think. I've had men on Sandpike trailing you the entire way." "I see," said Bannock. "Do not worry, your secret is safe," said Bruta. "We want the orcs here no more than you. But I cannot allow you to leave. This refuge remains secret, thus far. Your departure will risk our safety. You will not help us, help the Emperor then. Why should we? You have seen the conditions we are forced to work under, we of the lower castes." "Yes, I have," admitted Bannock. "And? I realize you do not have easy lives." Bruta looked him up and down. "Look at you, born into some wealthy caste somewhere." He waved his hand angrily in his direction. "I can see that from your bearing, not unlike the way our hive lords strut. I recognize a lord or whatever you call yourselves when I see one, there's no hiding it. We are no different to the other men who make up the population of this world, no less in the eyes of the Emperor. But look, see my face. A scar from the device implanted upon me as soon as I stopped growing. I would have been bred twice, then forced to work the mines until I dropped. The mutants have it worse. By all rights, they should hate us all, we Pureborn, and yet they do not. When I escaped my work detail, a band of them took me in, brought me here to the only place where I have ever been shown kindness. Tell me, Lieutenant, why should I risk the lives of my people helping those who have done nothing but oppress my kind?" "Because the Emperor wills it to be so," said Bannock. "If that is the case, he can come here and ask me himself," said Bruta. He shook his head, and genuflected towards the statue, muttering an apology. He leaned on his desk and dropped his head. "You make me forget myself. Please, stay here, be our guest, not our prisoner. We have a hard life, but it is more of a life than many on this world enjoy, and freer. We could use a man like you." Bannock shook his head. "No, I have to go, it is my duty, I am under orders." "Think, Mayor Bruta, what will you do if the expedition fails? If the orcs continue to guess our every move? There is a mind." "The orc witch?" Bruta asked. "I have heard of him. He is a monster, by all accounts. Only the concentration of Lorelei in the basin above keeps him ignorant of our location." "There you are." He held out his hand. But do you not think that he will find you eventually? If the Imperium loses this world, and it falls under Orc dominion for all time, what will become of your people then? They will not let us fall. I have it on good authority that Kaladar is of some importance to another Imperial crusade. Another surprise. It is, but of minor importance. There are to be no new reinforcements. Did you know that? Bannock was risking his life sharing such information. Bruta frowned. No, I did not. The Imperium is stretched thin in the Segmentum Pacificus, Bruta. There's more to the galaxy than your cave, and though it might seem a long way away, it affects you, even here. Many regiments and battle fleets have left for the galactic west. If this world cannot be secured by what is available, there will be no more raisings, do you understand? Kaladar will be virus bombed, and even you, here underground, will not survive that. Then new workers will be brought in, and the cycle will continue, only you and yours will have been wiped from history. Bruta ground his knuckles into the desk, then spoke. I am sorry.
I will not aid those who would kill us by throwing our lives away.
If you will not agree to remain of your own volition, you will be held until such time as I can be sure that you pose no threat to this settlement. Listen, we have tanks, I have made my decision. Lieutenant, I am sorry. He rang for his guards, and they took Bannock away. Bannock sat on the dry sand floor of his cell. It was as light in there as it was outside, both the inner walls of the prison and the cavern itself being covered in the luminescent algae and plant animals. Outside, he could hear the quiet noises of a village, the sounds of draft beasts, small machines, the occasional snatch of laughter or speech. The scent of dung, growing things, and the peculiar meaty smell of fires fueled by the plant animals wafted in through the barred window. Bruta had made a haven of peace in the heart of a war. Bannock had been well treated, far better than his hosts would have been by the Kaladarian elite, or his own army for that matter. Some Sandscum were employed as native scouts and light cavalry, but they were held in derision by the normal men of the army group. And why not? When had he ever treated a mutant any better himself? He thought back to his youth, light years behind him. Perhaps incarceration here was a fitting fate for him, obscurity and inevitable old age, or disease and a pointless death. For had he not been prideful? Had he not, in his hearts of hearts, hoped for glory to wash away his sin of dishonor? He should have focused on serving the Emperor, and not himself. He'd been given every chance, after all. Pride was not a sin, not when it could be used to serve, but it was when it took one away from the Emperor's purpose. He'd hoped to keep some of the fruit of his labors for himself. His stupid boyhood lust for glory, he'd never be rid of it. He groaned and knocked the back of his head against the wall. I'm sorry, my lord, he thought to himself. I'm sorry. Time passed. He took to pacing back and forth. Lost in thought, he continued to do so for some time. The door opened. Bruta, flanked by nervous-looking men. If you promise not to run away, I could use your help, said the mayor. Why? Said Bannock. Have you seen the sense of my argument? Orcs, said Bruta, you are the only professional soldier I have here. Care to lend me your skills? Bannock shrugged. It's better than sitting out the war in this cell. Good. Bruta nodded behind him. Bannock's weapons and equipment were tossed onto the sand. We're leaving in 2 minutes. Orc speech boomed up and down the transit tunnel. There were 14 of them, clustered about the body of a 6-legged creature Bannock had learned was a sandpike, the carnivorous pseudo-lizard that the Sandscum hunted for mounts and for meat. They'd made camp in between 2 piles of sand, off the old track beds. Here and there pieces of rotting monotrack could still be seen, half buried in the sand, 600 years since any train had used them. 2 of the orcs were arguing about how best to joint the beast. Others looked at him, then got on with their tasks, 2 of them cutting up plant animal stalks and bleeding him ready for burning. Another orc, larger than the rest, was playing with its knife, idly throwing it into an unfortunate example of Kaladar's wildlife pinned to the floor before it. It growled something in the deep clatter the orcs had for speech. One of those arguing stepped forwards, rearing up a little, hunched shoulders unbending, but its comrade threw a long arm across its chest and shook its head. The big orc, the leader, grumbled something at them and laughed, then went back to its desultory torches. Damn them, whispered Bruta. He, Bannock, Ollie and 2 other inhabitants of Scumtown hunkered down to the rear of the orc camp, 20 or so more Sandscum waiting up the tunnel on the other side of the Xenos. Ollie had insisted on accompanying Bannock, his long rifle out and ready. If they're here, continued Bruta, they're too close to town. Chances are, they've found it already. Half a kilometer behind, back the way they'd come, the transit tunnel had been ruptured by an earthquake in the distant past. Through a series of crevices and worm tubes, the city of the Sandscum could easily be reached. "Where does this line go?" asked Bannock. "It's a spur, not been used since the abandonment of the hive construction project," said Bruta. "The end of it we blew a long time ago, it should be choked by rubble. But they're in, so I ask again, where does it go?" "Eventually," said Bruta grudgingly. "Right into the heart of Orktown. Right into Hive Meriden, 150 kilometers away." "These types," Bannock said. "They're commandos of some kind, scouts. The same kind attacked our camp a few weeks ago, staging a raid that crippled the command Leviathan. If they get an inkling you are down here, they'll go back for more of their kind. We have to kill them now. If they haven't found the entrance to the town, they soon will, or others like them will. Look." Bannock pointed to a pair of strange, brightly colored snuffling creatures tethered to a rock. "Scent beasts. I reckon they already know you are here." Bruta snorted, lips twisted in thought. "You are right," he said eventually. "We'll do this quickly and quietly, the Sandscum way." He turned to the men with them. "Ollie, Branka, Suomster, you stay here with the lieutenant. Listen to what he says, it might save you. Bannock, once we've begun firing, outflank them, take them by surprise, and we'll cut them down in a crossfire. Don't let any of them escape or we're all dead." He patted Bannock on the shoulder and withdrew. One of the scent beasts became agitated and started to strain in the direction of Bannock's hiding place, the other taking up its calls of alarm. Bannock's breath caught as the big orc looked right at him. For a moment he thought he'd been seen, but the orc returned its attention to the creature on the floor. It towed it with a steel-capped boot. Dead, it got up and kicked the yapping scent beast, which slunk low and whimpered. From his vantage point, Bannock saw an orc sentry go down, two men burying long knives in its neck, sawing and pulling back until its head came off. Sandscum filtered out past its twitching corpse, taking up firing positions, ready to engage the orcs, opening up the rear to Bannock's men. Bruta appeared, raised his hand, looked to his men. He dropped it, and they opened fire. Primitive autoguns spat bullets streaking towards the orcs. The guns were feeble things compared to the lass weaponry of the guard, but their aim was good, and two of the orcs were sent sprawling, holes drilled in their skulls, before they could react. The big orc bellowed orders, and the orcs formed a circle, throwing themselves down against the walls of the sandy depression containing their camp and opening up with their large caliber guns. A pair of them set up a large stubber-like weapon on a tripod. The gun efficiently deployed, the orc loader knocked its comrade on the helmet, and it let rip. The sand in front of Bruta's group exploded in dust as the orcs played their heavy gun back and forth across the transitway. Several Sandscum fell, the tunnel raucous with gunfire and screams. "That makes things difficult," said Bannock. He waved the Sandscum forwards. "Ollie, how far can you kill with that rifle?" Ollie grasped his long-barreled weapon to his chest and pointed at himself eagerly. "Long, long way. Ollie best shot in town." "Then get up on that rock there." Bannock pointed out a large boulder stone slumped in from the side of the transit tunnel. "Keep them guessing where you are. Pick him off, go for the ones engaged with Bruta. Take out the leader first, then the heavy gunner. Headshots only, nothing else seems to drop them. Open fire at my signal." Ollie nodded eagerly and hurried off, casting excited glances in the direction of the orcs. "You two, follow me," he said to the others, and they set off at a loping run, bodies low, making a wide circuit round the edge of the clearing in the tunnel, heading for a pile of rocks where their weapons would be in range. They threw themselves behind the rock pile. Bannock risked a quick look over the edge. Two more of Bruta's men were down, another orc lay twitching. That left 11 greenskins to 20 Sandscum. The situation was a stalemate, both humans and orcs pinned in place by each other's fire. For now the humans still outnumbered the Xenos, but the orcs were leveling the odds. Bannock looked up to Ollie's position. The wiry mutant was pressed against the rock, rifle out and ready, almost invisible in the gloom. "You two, as soon as Ollie kills the gunner, the orcs will notice we're here. When I say, give them everything you've got. We've got to take their numbers down and stop them from engaging us at close quarters." "Understood." The two Sandscum nodded. "Right." Bannock looked back to Ollie, and waved a hand. Immediately, the mutant hunkered down over his rifle sight, taking his time. Sure of his target, he fired a single shot. The report of Ollie's gun was lost in the chatter of the orc's stubber. Bannock watched as the big orc stopped in mid-shout and slumped forwards against the sandbank it sheltered behind. Quickly, before the others noticed, Ollie fired again, and another orc's brains scattered across the sand. The noise of the stubber abruptly shut off, the orcs realizing that they'd been outflanked. One stupidly raised its head. Fire from 4 sandscum autoguns riddled it, making it dance to their clatter. 8 orcs left. The sandscum on Bruta's side tried to move forwards, but were driven back by bullets. 2 of the beasts were gesturing at Ollie. He'd been spotted. They rolled over the berm and scooted along the transit tunnel floor. "Open fire," bellowed Bannock. Bright red beams of light stabbed from his las pistol, the crack of its discharge joined by the report of the sandscum's single-shot rifles. Bannock's las pistol only seemed to annoy the orcs, and they turned to face this new threat, bellowing as they charged, axes raised. The combined fire of the 3 men brought him down, the last dying as it hit the rock pile, sending its head-sized pistol clattering over to land at Bannock's feet. Ollie, meanwhile, had been busy. 2 more orcs had fallen to his long rifle. The orcs knew he was there now, and fired at him, but he was out of the effective range of their guns. Bannock saw 2 bolting together some kind of rocket launcher they'd pulled from a pack, working together intensely, ignoring the battle around them. "If they fire that in here, it will bring the roof in," hissed Suamster. "We go in now, then. Ready, 1, 2, 3, go, go, go." Bannock and the sandscum vaulted over the rock pile, screaming war cries from cultures born light years apart, yet all the same in the eyes of the Emperor. Bannock fired his las pistol as calmly as he could, aim, squeeze, aim, squeeze. He went for the orcs' knees or elbows, hoping to knock them down for a few moments, the weapon lacking the power to penetrate their thick skulls at such a range. Suamster went down, torso ripped open by orc bullets. His comrade Branka, enraged by his friend's death, ran full pelt into the camp roaring madly. His crooked legs seemed no hindrance as he cast his rifle aside, drew his long sandscum knife and leapt straight onto an orc's back, howling as he stabbed and stabbed into the thing's thick shoulders. The orc grunted in pain and tried to pluck the man from its back, but the sandscum would not let go, sinking his blade into the orc over and over, until it stumbled, and fell. Bannock was into the thick of the fight shortly afterwards. He played his las beam over the orcs' faces now, seeking out eyes and open mouths. He missed his sword, left on Mars triumphant. The knife he carried in his left hand felt puny. "If I am to die here," he thought, "then so be it." He dodged between grasping orcish hands, but found himself caught and yanked back. He fell to the floor, an orc looming over him. It held him down with one hand and pulled its own blade with the other. Bannock rammed his knife into its chest, the point skidding over broad ribs before it found its way into the softer fibers of the intercostal spaces. The orc did not slow. Bannock brought up his gun, but the orc let go of Bannock's uniform and slapped the pistol from his hand. It drew back its knife, and Bannock prepared to die. The orc grinned a millisecond before Ollie's shot entered its left eye and smashed the back of its skull outwards, showering Bannock in globules of brain and blood. The orc swayed for a moment before collapsing with murderous weight onto the lieutenant, trapping him under a warm mountain of stinking, alien flesh. When the orc was levered off him, it was all over. 2 men grabbed at Bannock's hands and hauled him to his feet. Bannock coughed as he drew breath into his lungs. Pain flared along his side. He pressed his chest. No ribs broken, but he was badly bruised. Sandscum and orc bodies lay everywhere. Ollie sat calmly on the sand berm carving notches into his rifle while his folk walked from orc to orc, plunging their long, saw-toothed knives into eye sockets or shooting through skulls at short range, making sure the tough creatures were truly dead. Bruta stood in the midst of it all. 12 men dead. He shook his head. And we had him outnumbered and surrounded. If they ever find Scumtown with any numbers, we're finished. He looked to Bannock, who stood there pained and disheveled, clutching his side. The mayor looked up the tunnel, at the corpses, his face set. "You were right, Lieutenant, we don't have any choice. We'll take you back to your tank." The Emperor does not forgive easily. Mercy is not his purview. Those that fall from his grace face a long and hard climb back into favor. There is one sin that offends the Emperor more than any, and that is the rejection of duty. To reject the duty the Emperor grants to us all is the most egregious of all acts. To do so not only invites eternal damnation for the individual, but for each and every human soul that turns their back upon their allotted task, the burden falls harder upon those faithful who heed their calling. And thus the risk for all increases. To the individual, this may seem a small increment, a tiny drop, but hearken. is not an ocean filled drop by drop. Let it be known that for those who serve, the Emperor has nothing but love, that to give oneself wholly to the Emperor's way, to trust in his judgment in his assignation of tasks for you, is the greatest act a man can perform. No sin is so grave, no crime so unforgivable, that the stain cannot be wiped away by toil in the name of the greater glory of the Master of all mankind. To you, delivered from the dark by the good offices of our Lord Solar, you who have dwelled so long without the light of our Lord and Savior, there can be only one choice: serve, serve, serve. Ecclesiash Pompas Theriodes, prior to the good home burning, M41. Chapter 24. Aronis City, Paragon Vi 2,003,395, M41. Silence fell across the gardens of the vermilion moon, as if the plants and animals within were holding their breath. Two Parilios seconds looked on, slack-jawed. The corpse of the boy lay upon the blue grass, red staining it black. Bannock stood over the boy, sword arm extended, poised as if to tackle another blow. He clutched at his cheek, blood and tears leaking between his fingers, the pain making him faint. The wound was a lash of agony. Tuparilio was on his back, one arm thrown out, sword lying on the grass, the other hand clutching at the hole in his chest. His mouth was wide as if he were about to ask a question, his eyes clouding. Blood covered him, there was so much of it. It soaked his clothes to his knees, made his face half crimson, the other half snow white, like a carnival mask. His hair was matted with blood. You killed him. Tolston broke the silence. Bannock did not know, nor would he ever know, the boy's clan name or patronymic, some friend of Tuparilio's, some nobody. You killed him after he won. The other boy in the garden, a Sinkello, sank to his knees and stared at the corpse. Bannock looked from Tolston to the other second, Tolston glancing between Bannock's weapon and his face, the other boy shaking. Bannock continued to stare as the medic came to him, injecting his arm with a painkiller, wiping blood away from his face. The medic pressed a stick bandage over the wound, and the pain receded. Bannock looked at both boys, then back to the corpse. He was still holding his sword, a present from his father. He cast it aside, he couldn't bear to hold it. His limbs began to shake. You'll rot for this, Coloron, said Tolston. A hammering came at the heatlock outer door. The noise shook the Sinkello boy out of his shock. The watch, he said. The door panel began to fizz as the watch burned their way in. Acrid smoke polluted the air of the garden. The inner doors of the heatlock cracked open, a pry inserted in the gap, forcing them wider, pushing them into their wall slots. Freezing air blasted into the greenhouse park. Bannock panicked, he ran to his furs, but woolly-headed from the anesthetic he misjudged the distance and scattered half of them on the grass. He snatched up what he could and fled. The doors slid open, the wrath of winter spilled in. 5 watchmen armed and armored for the winter patrols came with it. Stop, halt in the name of the watch, shouted one. Bannock ran. Tolston's voice followed him. He went that way, stop him, he killed Tuparilio. He sprinted through the garden, plants whipping him in the face. His gloves tumbled from the bundle in his arms. As he started back for them, a stun baton sped through the air past his face, changing his mind. Stop, stop, the watchman called. Bannock reached the back of the courtyard. There was another doorway there, a service entrance. He reached it and stabbed at its lock. The door ground open, showering rust as it slid into the wall. He ducked through. More baton rounds bounced off the wall. He flinched. He hammered the buttons on the panel inside. The watchman drew near. One of them reached the door as it began to close, attempting to force it, but the mechanism was too strong and he snatched his hands back before his fingers were crushed. Bannock locked the door with his clan override code. It would hold the watch for a few minutes. He pelted along the corridor, ducking to avoid runs of rusty geothermal pipes bringing warmth up from the heart of the tidally stressed moon to heat the park. He reached the exit to the heating plant and tugged his overtrousers on. He dropped his vest. From back the way he had come he heard the sound of pursuit. They'd got through quickly. The information did not faze him. His mind was numb with the anesthetic, blunted along with the pain. Part of himself urged him to stop, but he could not. He dragged his outer boots up quickly and went for the door, a single, not a heatlock. The handle lever was unheated, and as he grabbed it the cold of the long winter shot up his arm. He threw back the lever and the door swung open onto the gloom of the day. Lungs burning, Bannock threw himself into a shelter, a small beehive-shaped building with a slender entrance. He disturbed a pair of lovers, their outer garments partly unwrapped. They left hastily, fleeing the bloodied young man. Bannock slumped onto the curved bench inside. An array of geothermal pipes formed a fan behind the bench. Bannock sat there on the knife-edge boundary between the cold of the long winter and the warmth of Paragon's heart. His body shuddered, and he stirred himself to rearrange his furs. He peered out of the door of the booth. There was no sign of the watch. He sat back on the bench, shivering, feeling the cold now the danger had passed. What had he done? He was on the deserted central plaza, tall buildings all around it, its summer garden buried under snow, fountains frozen. Few people came here to relax during the long winter, activity shifting to the frost fairs on the city's complex of canals. A bell rang across the square, marking out the hour to imperial time. Bannock had not thought about the church for a long time. Terror was a long way away, the Emperor incomprehensibly distant. Although Bannock had always been aware that his survival rested upon his broken shoulders, the idea that the Emperor was directly aware of him was nonsensical. The needs and demands of the Paragonian aristocracy, of honor, were far more immediate. And now he had dishonored himself. Bannock sought the cathedral among the buildings opposite, their facade thick with snow. Built early in the post-Crusade period, it was the most ancient structure on Paragon, now somewhat overshadowed by the needle spires of the corporate clans. Still it was tall, 3 stately towers reaching upwards towards Terror and the Emperor's golden throne. A door opened in its front, one of 2 small entrances flanking the Cyclopean gates in the center. A cone of orange light spilled onto the dirty snow, framing a man in priest's robes who hurried off. Bannock stood. The light called to him. Even after the door had closed, it seemed to him that he could still see it. He left the booth and walked across the square, his footsteps ever quicker as he drew near the church door. Chapter 25. Kalideariv, Hive Meradon. Adminstrative Periphery 3,349,397, M41. Cortine stared hard at his readouts, a welter of meteorological information streaming down from auger sats above, information relayed by the fleet. Comms chatter, some of it long-range, hissed through the command deck speakers, the howl of Kaladar's static reduced to a sibilant protest. "They're sure the storm has passed. Are you certain?" Eperaliant nodded. Screens on the comms station showed clear skies, a wall of dust retreating on the horizon. "Yes, sir, the storm is over. Electromagnetic activity is back down to Kaladar standard. The sunspike is over, fleet meteorologians confirm it. Vox communication is possible. We'll be able to speak to command once the attack commences. If the fleet come in overhead, we'll probably be able to get them too." Cortine sighed and sat back, then let the convoy know the good news. Over the Vox ragged cheers went up from the other tanks, joining with that from Mars Triumphant's crew. "How far are we from target Alpha?" 40 kilometers, sir. "Any sign we've been noticed?" Eperaliant checked screens, trying to make sense of degraded data feeds coming in from orbit. "No, sir," he said eventually. "There's no sign of Orc activity in the immediate vicinity." Cortine checked his counter, 20 hours until he was due to launch his attack. "Tell the men, in person, that we're to make camp. Nothing elaborate, we'll be leaving in 8 hours. Hold Vox silence, all vehicles. Essential comms only." "Yes, sir." Eperaliant checked his watch. All crew synchronized time. He looked up to the tank's chronometer, displaying the countdown to the rendezvous. 011.36 in 3, 2, 1. The men on the deck adjusted their timepieces. Eperaliant sent out a quick data burst via laser. "I've let them know I'm coming." "Good. Suit up, standard defense pattern, rotation of 12 sentries." "Yes, sir." "When that's done, Eperaliant, you're first in the bunk." Eperaliant, pale with tiredness as all the men were, nodded his thanks. The sandpike raced through the sand, half submerged, 6 legs performing a twisting paddle. Its back, arrow-thin, undulated from side to side as it moved, diamond-shaped head rising and falling as it nosed through the desert floor. Only the quilled vein on its back and the saddle before it carrying Bannock and Ollie were completely clear of the ground. Bannock's legs were crooked back, but the sand whispered by millimeters from his toes. Ollie wielded a long prod, gently poking the visible part of the pseudo-lizard's head to guide it. They go where they want without stick. They go down, they dive in the sand. Forget about us, the Sandscum had explained. The vein on their back picked up on the planet's chaotic magnetic field, or so Bruta had told him, helping them navigate. Their eyes were little more than 8 patches of photosensitive cells, sealed with tough flaps as they swam. He'd thought they were fast while they were scuttling through the endless passages of the Sandscum's hidden realm, but it was nothing to the speed they managed through Kaladar's quickdust. There they were fastest, avoiding the harder packed ground if they could. Bannock understood now why the scum were not often seen, the sandpikes and their riders traveling the areas the men of the guard avoided. Wind whipped the scarf over Bannock's respirator and pulled at the turban and sand-colored robes he'd been given. They'd emerged from a rent in the transit tube into green day, the storm gone. Bannock had almost forgotten what the sky looked like, the sun bright over the Ozymandian barrier range far away. There were 30 or more other sandpikes, all bearing a pair of warriors, including Bruta. Scouts had joined them, reporting the location of the Imperial convoy soon after they'd left the wrecked transit tunnel. Bannock had no idea how they communicated. None of them had voxes. Presently, the dust began to thicken into sand. Islands of sun-shattered rock appeared with increasing regularity. Eventually, the dust gave out, and the lizards were forced to run. Bruta called a halt in the lee of a hill. Soundlessly, the Sandscum dismounted, cast their cloaks about themselves and seemed to become one with the desert floor. The sandpikes made for the nearest dustpan, and sank into it without a trace. They never see us, said Bruta. Ever. He beckoned Ollie and Bannock and together they made their way to the brow of the hill. There's your tank, Bannock. Bannock looked down the escarpment at the tanks below. They were in a wide circle at the top of a bowl-shaped rise in the land, sand dunes masking their presence to the west and east, the hill hiding them from the south. Mars Triumphant sat at the most vulnerable point, Lascannon turrets and bolter mounts tracking back and forth. It was a good position, with broad fields of fire. Bannock counted the vehicles. They'd not lost any more, and he was thankful. It'll be difficult to get down there without being blown to bits. There should be a sentry up here. In fact, I'd put one right there. He pointed out a large rock across from them. Ah, said Bruta, and pulled Bannock back below the ridgeline, then round the hill. A Sandscum dressed in Imperial garb leapt atop the rock. Beneath it, half-dressed, hands on head, covered by 2 grinning mutants, sat an Atraxian trooper. Bannock pulled his Sandscum robes off, revealing his battered lieutenant's uniform underneath. I'm going to need the password, Private, he said. How do I know you're not a spy? Said the Atraxian, his lilting accent defiant. Bannock risked pulling the respirator from his face. You're from the Baneblade, said the Atraxian, eyes widening. Another ghost, we were supposed to be clear of that. Bannock held out his hand. The private looked to the Sandscum, who nodded their approval. He reached out and grasped Bannock's hand in his own. You're alive. Apparently so, Private, apparently so, said Bannock. The briefing was getting heated, Mayor Bruta annoyed with Exertraxes, who paid little attention to the man's knowledge. No, Bruta shook his head. All this area now is quickdust. You go through there and you'll be dead within meters, all of you. Here, this is the way you have to go. He traced his finger through the chart desk display. Wind lifted the sides of the tent slightly. They hadn't bothered to seal it, yet all within had their masks off. Bruta insisted it was safe. You say this route is poor. The path you indicate takes us right through the Utrazi Pans. Captain Exertraxes, won after his ordeal in the Ozymandian basin, otherwise recovered. He stood in the full carapace plate of his regiment, cropped grey hair fuzzing a skull scored with the scars of 20 years of service. A thermal sink exists below the desert there. Pressurized gas jets out unpredictably, enough heat in each one to cook a crew in its tank. No, the pre-planned route was pronounced clear of quickdust before we left. Captain, said Bruta, this area is well known to us. We use it often as it offers easy passage for our mounts. It fills seasonally. After the storm it will be full again. This way is better. It's impassable. If you are not Sandscum, we know the way. Exertraxes rubbed at his face, irritated and tired. He scratched where his rebreather had worn a red mark on his face and sighed tiredly. Cortine, what do you think? Sir. He pointed to broad band of red sigils and flashing dots around the periphery of Hive Meridan. The Orcs have mined this area. Orgasat picked capture before the storm showed some degree of fortification, albeit ramshackle, heavier fortifications here, and here. The same with the area around which Mayor Bruta says is now dust. But here, he tapped at the matrix projector of the chart desk, causing the image to shimmer. Outside the Utrazi pans, there's nothing. The orcs are lazy. They do not expect anything to come through there at all. I trust this man's expertise in this field. Local knowledge has saved me on more than one occasion. We will get you through, said Bruta. I swear. Xertraxes looked from man to man, weighing what each had said. Very well, he said. We take the pans. I have these. Bruta beckoned his lieutenant, who was standing guard at the tent flap. The man walked over, and unrolled a cloth on the table. Sandscum amulets, made from Lorelei crystals. They stop us from seeing the ghosts, very effective. They will offer some protection from the orc witch. He looked to Xertraxes. The Atraxian thought for a moment, then nodded. Very well, give them to all the men who will have them. I leave it to their individual consciences whether or not to be involved with such practices. Go then, said Bruta. Bruta's lieutenant nodded, scooped up the cloth and left the tent. Perhaps now, suggested Courtine. Yes, the full orders, said Xertraxes irritably, and took out a sealed envelope, crisscrossed with warding patterns inscribed there by sanctioned Psyker Logan. No doubt you have some inkling of them already, that we are to draw the orcs into attacking us, sow confusion, attempt to isolate and destroy the orc witch engine while the main group assails the forward quarters of Hive Meriden. He said, distractedly, as he broke open the seals. Supposition is ever the sport of idle men. His voice trailed off as he read. From outside Bannock caught Ralt protesting loudly about the amulets. "And do Ganlik much good, did they?" "No thank you," he heard. Then Xertraxes spoke again, bringing Bannock's attention back into the tent. "Ahum," said the Atraxian. "Very well. As you know, we are to assault the Hive surface town." "Our full orders?" asked Courtine. "See for yourself." Bannock took and read the paper aloud. "Seek and destroy Orc Super Heavy Walker, Titan, Class 3, designated Gargant." Nothing new there, he said. "Eliminate targets of opportunity. Take and hold Workshop Alpha 143. Await relief." "That's it. Aren't we going to link up with the rest of the battle group?" "For how long are we supposed to hold out?" asked Bannock, passing the sheet on to the other officers in the tent. "Until we are relieved," said Xertraxes firmly. "They mean until we are dead, do they not?" asked Bannock. He and Courtine stood on the hill overlooking the camp, taking the opportunity to stretch their legs. They watched the bustle of men below them preparing for battle, replenishing fuel and munitions from the flatbeds. The tractors and supplies were to wait here, under Sandscum guard, until further orders came through. The relief on the faces of their crews was obvious, no matter how they tried to hide it. "Probably," said Courtine. "I'm not going to lie to you. We are to be a valuable diversion and keep their orc witch occupied while the hammerblow falls on the main front. If we are unlucky, then we will all die. That's war." He shrugged, then gave Bannock a tight smile. "You appear concerned. I've been in tighter spots than this before. You yourself have cheated death already this week. It can become a habit." "Perhaps Vorkosigen's reading of the tarot is right," said Bannock, following the progress of the tech adept as he checked the weapons of the Baneblade below. He experienced a sudden shiver of unease at the memory of the screens with their identical spreads. "Perhaps I am the doom of Mars Triumphant." "Mars Triumphant is old, far older than is easy to understand," said Courtine, looking out over the desert. They were dead men walking, the pair of them, unable to hold each other's gaze for long. All things must come to an end, and its time will come eventually. The important thing for us is to concentrate on delivering a couple of shaped Lorelei charges into the guts of that Orc Witch Titan, fry it and the mind controlling it. With that down, the brass can concentrate on the rest of the Orc army and that device. We can worry about surviving afterwards. Anything should happen, keep your head down, keep your wits about you, you'll be all right. Bannock liked to think he'd become accustomed to Courtine, his morals, his overwhelming sense of duty, his air of command tempered by his concern for and comradeship with his men, his sharpness, but there was something different about him today. "Courtine, you don't think you'll live this out, do you?" Courtine turned to look at him, his look black, and Bannock worried he'd spoken out of turn, then turned back to the desert, where the night was setting in earnest. "Brasslock told me that the machines know. They know when their time has come. Before he was taken, he told me that Mars Triumphant was preparing to die. He was very angry on the barge when the orders came through for immediate deployment. He wanted to give its spirit some time to prepare. He wanted to pray with it." "Do you think it's true? Does it know?" asked Bannock. Courtine shrugged. "Mars Triumphant has guarded me now for these last 30 years. Everything it does is not so easy to explain by the push of buttons." Bannock became aware of the cog nestled next to his Aquila. He nodded. Once, I was a less faithful man, he said. I did not believe that the Emperor really watched over us all. You do now? Not entirely, though more than I did, for certain. But I find it hard to believe that a machine is capable of such spiritual feats, no matter how old, or powerful its spirit. Such superstition is for bondsmen and tech priests. The Emperor is our Lord, not the Omniscient, but if I can change my mind about one thing, he shuddered as a chill passed over his back, and the image of Mars triumphant, huge and growling as if it studied him, came into his mind. I can change my mind about that too. The Vox in Cortine's respirator crackled, message slurred by the remaining static in the air. Cortine, come in. Panic overwhelmed the interference. Borsalak, the Atlas commander. What is it? Val, sir, it's Val. Green fire. His head, it's burnt up, sir, it's... Oh throne. He's dead sir, he, shouting and the sound of fire suppressant cylinders being let off crowded his voice. Cortine clicked the Vox off. You get that, Bannock? Yes. Damn orc witch. He spoke back into his Vox again. Borsalak, keep it quiet. You let anyone else know, I'll shoot you myself. He made an adjustment to his Vox settings. Eperaliant, come in. Sir, came the commsman's voice. Did you ask Astropath Val to send out a message? He demanded. No, sir, why? To your knowledge, has he attempted to contact HQ? No, sir, not so far as I know. Orders said no contact until just prior to the assault, said Eperaliant. He knew that. The bustle in the hollow below sounded suddenly inadequate, insectile, the quiet sounds pathetic in the vastness of the desert. They know we're coming. Cortine swore. Perhaps you are right about Vorkosigen's tarot, Bannock. Maybe after tomorrow, we'll get the opportunity to ask the Emperor ourselves.